man screamed in horror as a monster chased him. Seeing the girl ahead, Hot nervously asked whether the mayor had really been here all this time, and the girl immediately replied, rushed forward, and knocked into the boy. His friend ordered him to protect him from the monster immediately, and the girl promised she would do everything possible. A young mare charged forward, surprising Noct, and the blade slid across the huge body as the monster let out one final, unbearable roar. The father, owner of the big small Rutherford estate, and his eldest son Weisshart arrived at the scene. Wiscart was furious that Noct had sent the girl to fight instead of him because he believed it disgraced her father's name. Weisshart told him his behavior was unworthy of an aristocrat, instead of explaining that he simply wasn't strong enough to fight, so he asked for help. Sartor said Noct will still have to fight and will get his skill tomorrow. Father Bigsmall asked Noct to swear and explained that everyone has their own way in life, and Noct does not have to copy his brother. Noct's father told her to find her goal in life, never abandon it, and ignore what others say. Criscart was indignant and asked why his father always spoiled his younger brother. My father said he was more worried about how the orc had managed to get into the estate and that he needed to inspect all the properties immediately. Noct wondered whether everyone had some talent and whether some people choose work they enjoy and eventually succeed. He sometimes even manages countries. His father, Big Small, is a wise, kind-hearted aristocrat. Bart Withord is completely different. Strict with himself, he wants to follow his father's footsteps. The only thing Noct knew about himself was that he could fall asleep anywhere and apparently. This is his real-life path, not a decision that he would never work again, since he had already burned out at work once. Once an ordinary office worker in Japan, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and woke up in the body of a baby in an aristocrat's house. In this new world, everyone who turns 15 receives a gift from the gods, and when it was his turn to get it, he was immediately forced to fight. All his relatives congratulated him on its arrival. At such an important age, they didn't just think it was the worst birthday ever. Laptop asked his brother whether he would even allow him to eat some of the birthday cake, but Weisshorter. He knew Noct would fall asleep right away. Noct didn't really want to go anywhere. Mare had asked him to come home quickly because she'd baked a special cake for him. Noct pretended to be sick and said it would be best to lie down and rest. The caring mayor immediately offered to take the medicine. Noct asked if he might get seasick on the way. She said there was an excellent motion sickness remedy in the right-hand pocket of her jacket. Wiscort said he had stopped procrast. At last he was ready, so it was time to go. My brother said it was a great chance for Noct to get his new gift and see the world around him. The father wanted his youngest son to try new things, but Noct wasn't as eager. Like the others, once in the capital, Noct decided that everything was. It was exactly as he expected, and the place was bustling. Spotting a nearby inn, Noct wanted to see if they had hammock beds. Noct saw the hotel had clearly not been repaired for a long time. It looked very dilapidated, and he doubted it was safe to go inside, especially in the capital where everything should be better. His father's estate was constantly attacked by orcs from the big forest, so everyone hoped the gods would give Noct some useful combat skill, but Noct didn't want new worries or skills and preferred to live a carefree life. Noct arrived at the specified location and introduced himself. He noticed that this strange. The man looked so much like his brother, it was unsettling. Noct was immediately asked to stand at the center of the magic circle and prepare. Noct felt as if he were staying. Someone stood in some kind of water, and it was not clear what was happening at all. He had not noticed a female sill. Seeing her ahead, he decided she must be the goddess, and immediately thanked her for giving him life in this world. He does not admit his life is complicated, but his brother is stronger than any demon. His father is very kind and everyone adores him, so he is quite happy with the place where he. Noct began asking for anything but combat skills because he doesn't want to be a warrior Noct. He explained that his brother would still inherit the estate. It would be better for him to learn an auxiliary skill himself. The goddess did not respond and Noct asked whether she could hear him at all. Noct realized he was back in the same room he had entered earlier. The man said that was it and Noct had already gained the skill, surprised at how quickly it happened because he didn't even understand how. The moment arrived. He was asked to step forward and reach toward the magic ball, but not touch it. The man suggested Noct was likely the son of an aristocrat, and if so he must be burdened by other people's hopes. Noct asked him what skill he had learned in this play. The servant of God showed the title, saying the skill was called Increase and Decrease. Unsure what it meant, Noct asked if the skill could be used in combat. The attendant said the name made it obvious and that it wasn't a combat skill. Noct understood everything and promised that even so he would try to do something useful. The man apologized for bothering me and said he had to go. The attendant told you not to get upset. Those two skills rarely come together and everything will find a use. And Noct said he wasn't upset and was ready to go his own way. Noct was sure he had gotten what he wanted. The girl asked what had made Noct so happy, and Noct said he could rest on his sides for the rest of his life without worrying about anything. Thanks to the goddess who granted his request, he ended up with useless skills, and his brother would surely be angry. Noct said he even bought souvenirs to placate his brother and father. Nop said he'd bought jewelry for the maids, a figurine of the capital's tower for my father, and a special blindfold for my brother that will make him look irresistible if you can persuade him to wear it. Noct said goodbye to the girls and told them he was heading back to his family estate to resume doing nothing. On hearing the name Noct Manor, the girls said they were very sorry because something had happened, but Noct didn't understand and drove on. Back home, Noct at first thought he must be imagining it, that the entire estate had been destroyed, but there was no mistake. It was true, and he knew he would no longer be able to sleep in peace because someone had ruined all his plans, while servants shouted from a distance that Master Noct had finally returned. Noct asked Joseph what had happened to the estate in the first place and who could have caused such a terrible thing. The butler apologized for his appearance, saying it really was that kind of night. Joseph said the estate had been suddenly attacked by orcs. A massive army surged from the great forest, and it all happened almost instantly. Noct wondered how a whole army of orcs could have appeared in such a short time. He asked where his father and brother were and what had happened to them, and the butler replied sadly, "They haven't been found yet, but the search is underway and everyone remains hopeful." Joseph said his brother and father rushed to defend the estate, but 4 days have passed and there is still no news of them. Noct was angry and insisted his brother and father could not have lost the battle so easily, and Joseph said he did not want to assume the worst, but the attack had been brutal, and Noct wondered. It was unclear what would happen there. Since that manor had always been a good defense, Joseph apologized again and said there was no new information about the fate of his brother and father. The butler promised they would definitely find out if it was possible, and Joseph said Noct must now take over running the estate. The butler asked what new skill Noct had learned, since the whole family's future could depend on it, and said nah. Choosing not to explain much, he demonstrated how a small stone could become a powerful force with one simple movement, a new skill he did not describe that was very convenient and easy for him to use. Nobody was impressed by those abilities, and Joseph asked how they would help in this situation. Joseph and the other servants began asking what to do next because the estate had been destroyed and they had nowhere to live, and Noct realized they were right and his skill was completely useless. Noct immediately regretted his choice and wished he had asked for a battle skill, and after thinking for a moment, he suggested we go to the neighboring domain for a while, and given how many people are left, that should be possible. Joseph reminded him that the estate owner's escape was unforgivable and that the owner would face the death penalty if he did not return. Noct told his men he would not blame anyone for whatever choice they made. If they wanted to do as they pleased, whether to stay or go to the neighbors, he would not accuse anyone. Finally, Joseph said sadly that it was just the 3 of them. Noct guessed his father and brother's hunt for the monsters would not last long and that they would return soon, since he did not believe they could lose to the vile orcs, and he thought this was bad because he only wanted to start a new carefree life, and without his father and brothers that seemed almost impossible. He could not remember what his father had said. My father said that one day Noct would realize this was his land, then he would have to stand up for her and defend her by any means. Noct knew this was the moment. Joseph once again asked them what they planned to do. The old servant was surprised when Noct said he wanted to get some sleep first. Joseph asked how Noct could fall asleep in such a difficult situation. It seemed to him. Noct had been pretending to be asleep and pretending to be real, but after a few minutes, Joseph realized the young master was truly sleeping soundly, after all. Soon he began to snore and did not respond to anything at all. Noct began to mutter in his sleep that he would never be able to cope with such problems without his father and brother, and Joseph said ruefully that it did seem to be the end of the big small. At the family estate, the servants kept waiting while Joseph said angrily that the young master had already been asleep for 12 hours and that Noct clearly did not understand their predicament. Joseph suggested they might either waste time or go to a neighboring property and explain that only the estate remained of the properties, with no people or food left, the walls ruined and monsters able to attack at any time. No one can blame her for leaving to save her own life. Life went on. Mayor knew Joseph was right, but she didn't want to leave. Noct finally woke and wished everyone good morning, and the young master said a good night's sleep eased his fatigue, so he feels much better now. He refused to admit he felt like he'd been reborn all over again. Joseph asked what the young master was talking about anyway. Since everything was completely ruined, the mayor laughed softly, and Joseph reminded her this was not the time for fun. Knox said he was very grateful they stayed and did not leave their ancestral estate. He wants to restore the old way of life on these lands and needs their help, at least until my father returns with my brother. Noct asked if both of them would be his main support in his affairs. Mer said she was ready to help restore the land. Joseph admitted he was impressed by how Mr. Knott talks about his plans, and Mer added they should stand by the young master in this difficult hour since there was no one else left. Fortunately, the mansion is intact, so they will have no problems with shelter or cooking, and they did not thank him for the delicious tea. He reminded her that Mare had said the well was fine too, so they could bathe and wash their clothes and solve at least some pressing problems. He will not bother them. Noct asked whether they had absolutely no food left. Joseph and Mary confirmed their concerns and said they had not eaten anything. Yesterday the girl said she gathered everything edible, but it was very little. Knack was disappointed because it wouldn't feed even one person. Almost all the food had been taken by the estate's surviving residents. Mare said she was on a diet right now, so she would wait patiently while Joseph and Noct ate. Joseph said he was only a butler and couldn't touch the master's food, and Noct said he didn't want to seem selfish and eat everything himself. So they agreed to split the food 3 ways even though it might not be enough because it would be fair. Noct then remembered he could try to increase the food, and his new skill would help him. Mayor was de. They were delighted and volunteered to try a new ability that can increase or decrease items. Magnification was not applied, and that was indeed the case. Eat a little more food. Joseph and Mare were delighted with the result and called it incredible. Surprised by his success, he still felt it wasn't enough because he wanted to give generously to those who believed in him and stayed to help. In his place, he should have had a father and a brother, wise and brave people, but it turned out quite differently. Noct believed the world was wrong to think he was a good ruler. The mayor screamed and begged Noct to stop adding more food because it was already too much and, afraid for the young master, urged him to wake up. The girl said Noct overdid it with how big the food was. The mayor thanked Noct for his incredible ability, and now they could eat their fill. Noct realized the 3 of them would now have to handle all their problems somehow. Pointing into the distance, the girl saw that the nearby properties looked very small from this angle. Noct wondered whether he could create on his own lands the exact same beautiful homes where people would be happy to live, though it was more likely he would die from the work and repeat the fate of his previous life. Only 3 people remained in the big small domain after the terrible events. Neglect had left the land in disrepair, and Noct could count on only 2 servants. They faced the hard task of surviving in harsh conditions. So much work lay ahead, and for the first time in his new life, the new owner of Noct found it pleasant to sweat from hard work. Noct admitted that after work like that he sleeps like a baby. Joseph joked that anyone who understood the common people's spirit would know what it meant to be the estate's new patron. He was outraged that Noct had barely dug anything, saying even the old butler had done far more. Meanwhile, the mayor prepared dinner and urged Joseph and Noct to set aside their work and rest for a while. As they ate, Noct praised the girl's lunch and noticed it was richly garnished with herbs. Mayor said she used different recipes to keep things varied and enhance the flavor. The mayor suggested we try Mordica enamel first. Noct said sesame oil brings out the bitter flavor. Joseph reminded them Memordica helps lower blood glucose. The mayor then suggested trying deep-fried Memordica without dough or breadcrumbs. Noct liked that cooking method and said he enjoyed the crunch of the bones. Joseph explained this kind of food helps with recovery after physical exertion. Mayor suggested a pickled Memordica to refresh after too much sesame oil. Noct said the food still tasted a bit bitter. Joseph grumbled that spicy food was good for the liver. They realized Joseph did not like the food and told him not to choke. Mayor apologized that her cooking skills were limited and her taste too refined, and Noct said there was no need to be upset because she did not have a good selection of food to cook. When the cook knocked and asked how long the vegetables would last in the field, the girl said arugula ripens in about a month, but its leaves can be eaten after a couple of weeks, and he had not realized he would have to do something about food in the next 2 weeks, and so far they only have a choice of. Mordica, Noct admitted it's only been 2 days and he can't look at her anymore. He was so full of it. He said it tasted bland and wasn't nutritious enough, and after it all he still felt hungry and didn't want to do anything. We urgently need to get food with iron. He also said he wouldn't mind something different. The mayor promised she would try to fix the food's iron content. The mayor drew her dagger, but Joseph knocked her down to stop her and asked what she intended to do. Mayor said she only wanted to be useful to the young master, but Joseph said there was enough iron and memortic to make it up, and he asked the young master whether Mare had been acting strangely lately, while Noct said he had not noticed anything unusual and that Mare was just trying very hard to be helpful, then added that once they were finished and had managed to get something to eat, it would. It was time to get some sleep. Joseph told the young master they still had a lot of work to do, but it didn't matter. Noct was almost asleep. Joseph and Mary waited for him while he slept. When he got back, Joseph said they were just sorting out some important problems on their property so Noct could help, not asked what holds a person back on his way to success. Joseph said food is essential for a person to do their best. Food is the basis of everything. If you do not eat properly, even your sleep will suffer. He then read the list of major problems he had compiled. Joseph said they should first repair the fence, then rebuild the food industry, set up trade, and improve the fields. Noct asked for a quill and added that he needed to find food other than memorial. Joseph was surprised that such an item was added, and Noct said he had made the problem his top priority and suggested we split up to look for it. For food, Noct asked Joseph to inspect Lawrence's fields. The mayor had Sammy's plantation examined. Joseph recalled that Sammy's fields were well kept and likely held something useful. The mayor agreed it might be a way to broaden the food supply. Noct told me not to waste any time. Noct decided to take a closer look at their skills and capabilities in the meantime, and found an omnivorous jelly slime that looked calm and I felt weak and hadn't noticed that the slime had eaten many healthy crops in the field, so I decided to use. A slime pillow was comfortable and bouncy and felt like a water cushion. Noct's berry scent told them the slime had eaten strawberries nearby. It was meant to be a pillow. Suddenly Noct fell into the slime and began coughing up the sly. Irritated, Noct cast a reduction on a slime and felt a little repulsed. Expecting it to fail on stronger monsters, he was surprised when it worked and reduced a living creature. Noct used the reduction on himself and was surprised because he felt like he was in a jungle, even though it was just ordinary field grass. Then he saw some. A quick lunge at him made it clear this was just an ordinary bird trying to eat it. Noct tricked the bird and realized that the long-tailed kiwi. It is on the verge of extinction. This bird can fly, but it is deaf. He could hardly feel how soft the bird's plumage was. It was incomparable, but the bird escaped his hands and the young master fell. At first he only noticed the wonderful view from above, but then he realized this was not the time to think about it. He avoided beautiful views because he'd break if he fell. Instead of a heavy impact, Noct felt a pleasant, swaying sensation. In the end he landed on a soft, spikelet surface, felt pleased by the new sensations, and decided that this. A good bed made the world, seen as a tiny man, seemed beautiful, though it was too hot near the. It turned out that being small was still not easy. The mayor saw the young master, told him he looked very nice, then asked what he was doing here. Noct said he was just testing his new skill and asked what Mare was doing. She explained that the broken fence had filled all the fields with monsters, so she decided it was better to. Noct agreed to help a little so Joseph would not find the young master, since Joseph would be grumbling and angry, and the young master wanted some rest. The mayor laughed and promised to comply with the young master's request. Noct also asked the girl to block the sun for a while and cast a shadow for him, after all. As a small child he found the heat unbearable. Mayor quickly found a great way to create. He created a shadow and asked how the young master was feeling. Noct said it was much better that way, and the sun stopped baking. Meanwhile, the man thought Mare really is a very strange girl, Joseph said. Someone suddenly appeared and asked what Mare was doing and who she was talking to. Noct realized his plan to sleep peacefully had failed miserably. Joseph was indignant and demanded to know why the young master was forcing the girl to show her underwear. Noct defended himself, saying he had not asked Mare to do this. Joseph said Noct's father would not have been happy about it. Mare told Joseph there was no need to blame the master for everything because she was only trying to shield him from the scorching sun. Joseph did not believe her and asked Mare to cover up quickly. Not. Meanwhile, someone shouted for him to stop stomping around like that. Feeling the real earthquake, Mare was startled and rushed toward the young master to catch him. Noct said he was fine and only had a small scratch. Joseph began to apologize, saying it was unacceptable that the young master had been hurt because of him. Noct told him not to worry and that he really was fine. Mare asked me to show her the wound so she could. Using her cell activation ability, the girl healed the wound instantly. Surprised by the quick care, Noct thanked the maid, since he felt as good as new with not a scratch left, but he also noticed Joseph was still angry with him. There was no need to ask Mare what skills she had, since the girl said she can activate cells to regenerate the body and heal wounds quickly. This use of such an ability had not been considered. He asked her if her cell regeneration skill could work on vegetables, since that would solve the problem with products. Mayor Trider activated his cell growth acceleration skill and happily declared that the plants had indeed sprung up a little. Noct realized things weren't as simple as he'd hoped, but he still praised the girl for her efforts. The young master's mayor isn't going to bed right now because they still have a lot to do, but no. Ignoring advice, he decided he needed more sleep after a short nap, but a strange noise kept him from resting. There she was, trying hard to focus while shouting. Determined, she worked hard to improve her ability to activate cells and make the plant grow as fast as possible. Watching her efforts, Noct was once again. He became convinced she was a very strange girl and decided she might have eaten something unusual that affected her behavior. Mayor kept trying and was glad to see every leaf. The girl said she was trying to coax the plants to grow big and strong so the young master would not starve. The mayor said she should pay with Noctu's gratitude for what happened 10 years ago. Noct immediately. Remember the incident from long ago? One farmer was furious that someone had stolen from his field. Sammy demanded the thief be caught and locked in a dungeon, or he would deal with him personally. Father Noct asked for the culprit to be brought in and punished, but did not intervene and tried to explain to Sammy that it was unlikely the girl had entered the using the field for fun. She acted only to survive, so you must forgive her. But Semi was indignant and demanded to know how the young master expected him to survive after what had happened. Noct promised to pay the angry farmer for the damage and said he would sell one of the souvenirs his mother had given him, then asked if the farmer would accept the offer. Sammy calmed down and told Noct not to make that sacrifice and promised he would handle his own problems. Noct thanked the farmer for his understanding, and my father asked why Noct had done that and defended the strange thief. Noct reminded everyone that the big small family must protect those they consider subjects, so the girl was under his protection, and when my father asked what he would do if she misbehaved again, he said he was confident it would not happen and that she would now be his personal maid. Though surprised by his son's choice, the father did not oppose it. Noct asked the girl her name. Seeing she was not in danger, she gave her name. Noct immediately told Mayor he had an important job for her and that she would now have to deal. Noct said Mayor would have to prepare the bed for him, then asked if she could manage it. At that moment, everyone was stunned by the young master's action. After all, he had saved a little girl whose days were practically numbered in this situation. World, the mayor said it was her turn to take care of her mask. Trying to grow an edible plant as quickly as possible, she was frustrated that it couldn't be done. Quickly, Mare felt upset because she could not do anything at that moment. With the young master needing help, she felt her existence was useless if she could not assist in such a difficult situation. Noct watched the girl and saw how much she was trying to help him, remembered his father's warning to protect his people by any means necessary, and immediately began to think how to become a worthy heir and a good ruler for his people. The mayor noticed the young master and asked why he was awake, and told her not to ask without explaining. Eager to test her skill on the plant, the girl tried again to activate the plant cell. Seeing the result unchanged, Noct decided to help. He quietly used his magnification skill, and the plant immediately surged in growth. Noct realized God had given him the perfect ability for important needs, and he now clearly saw the right way to use it, after all. Adjusting it up or down reveals the desired object's full potential. By linking with other skills, his power became limitless and showed what those abilities could really do. The maid was pleased with the result and did not know he had merged his augmentation skill with her cell activations. At first he was unsure it would work, but he told her not to worry and said his suffering was less than she imagined. His family is still missing, and they have no money or food left. Even now, he feels happy just thinking about having wonderful people like Mare and Joseph around. Oct said he depends on them completely and wants to trust them with everything. The mayor remembered her first meeting with the young master and vowed to stay loyal to him forever. Joseph asked why the young master was awake and acting oddly. Noct said he'd been busy and that they had now settled the food. By the next day, everything was back to normal, and toward noon the mayor called everyone to dinner. On the table this time were fried avocado and arugula without breadcrumbs or dough, toasted asparagus, beans, and pepper, and a hearty vegetable soup promising maximum nutrition. I said the meal would give a wonderful balance, while Noct ignored the health benefits and admired the taste. Pleased with the result, the mayor offered everyone a supplement. Noct, already full, thought this was probably too much for just once. Joseph told the girl she was acting improperly at the table because she was reading while eating, but the mayor said it did not matter, since they have plenty of ingredients and she has no excuse now, or rather, he will. Joseph asked her whether the young master was forcing her to do this. Noct said he had nothing to do with it and asked Mary not to overdo it. Mare said she intends to work harder and achieve better results for the common good. Good, Noct thought the girl's attitude would be useful, then said vegetables were fine, but he wanted meat now. Mare said at once she would do it right away, but Joseph, frightened by the sight of the blade, asked her to stop joking like that. Noct began restoring the estate and used an earth shield. This world has both skills and magic. 6 elements govern the world: fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Noct has a natural talent for earth and fire magic. Noct created a fireball. Everyone rejoiced at the result. Mare praised the young master for lighting the fire and called him a capable decision-maker. Of the fire god, Noct said starting a fire in the furnace was the easiest task for him. The water warmed quickly, and he thought it had been about a month and a half in heat. At last he could enjoy a hot bath. The young master felt a real spiritual joy lying in the warm water. Joseph, on the other hand, continued to grumble as usual, saying nah. The guy paid no attention and enjoyed the view of the shining water and the endless blue sky. I asked what else was needed for complete happiness. Joseph looked surprised and asked if anything more was needed for the young master, and the mayor admitted it. She wouldn't refuse chamomile or apple and wants a sweet, fruity scent. Joseph said he would really like to see perfectly without glasses, since his lenses are so fogged up that he is always looking for something to wipe them with, and he said not to ask me to calm down and stop daydreaming about the impossible, because that would only make things worse. Mur explained there would be a sale tomorrow, and Noct said he did not understand what she meant. Joseph clarified that, to be precise, the merchant Raphael was coming tomorrow and had a good relationship with the young master's father. Merrick said the merchant was amazing and could get you anything, but Noct had always missed the visits because he slept in the afternoon, and he later grew interested in the merchant's arrival. He said he wanted to buy a memory pillow from him. Mayor wanted chamomile scents. Joseph reminded her about eyeglass wipes, and everyone agreed these items would make their lives much more pleasant. I did not ask the merchant Raphael if he was tired after his long journey. I suggested he have lunch first and then, if he wanted, take a bath. Raphael asked Noct whether he was the new owner of the land. Noct introduced himself and said that, with his father and brother away, he was running all the estates of F. Raphael greeted the new lord and rightful successor of these lands, and was surprised by such measures since he had never encountered anything like them before. Raphael said he had a good relationship with his father for a long time, and they did a lot of business together. They stayed together, and even now, many years later, he still follows Father Noct's trading advice. Noct smelled Raphael's pleasant peppermint scent, and the merchant apologized for talking about him too much. Raphael suggested they get down to business and asked if they would like to buy something from his possessions. He did not think the man was particularly elegant or pleasant to deal with. Raphael said they can ask for anything, and he has everything each person wants. He asked me if everything I needed fit in one suitcase. Then he worried the merchant might not have the pillow he'd been looking for. Joseph wasted no time asking about the glasses and napkins, as merchant Raphael had his assistant perform a drum roll. Then he solemnly pulled a beautiful napkin from his suitcase for Joseph's glasses. She asked for chamomile flavoring. Raphael immediately granted her wish and pulled the chamomile fragrance from his suitcase. Not asked for a memory pillow and said the slime pillow was not comfortable. Merchant Raphael considered the young master's request, not decided they certainly did not have one. Suddenly Raphael asked his assistant to do another drum roll. Then he spoke in a solemn tone. He has a pillow fit for the young master. Noct couldn't believe it had actually happened and admired the merchant's skill. Raphael quickly totaled the cost and said he wanted 200 rubles for all 5. Noct counted his coins and replied. He looked disappointed that he did not have the required amount, and Raphael the merchant said he must choose either a pillow or the chamomile scent with a napkin. His desire knocked him over, and he made the difficult choice to buy the supplies they needed for his subject. Tonight the young master could not sleep at all because he could think of nothing but that beautiful pillow. Not decided to visit the merchant in his tent, but Raphael said it was not necessary. You could just call him to do this, not to explain it was all an accident and he was just Pat. Passing by, the young master offered the merchant fresh vegetables and the use of the mansion's beds. Noct considered it and said the service would cost only 3,000 rubles. Raphael refused, explaining they were already used to overnight stays like that. Noct was disappointed that his ruse had failed. He then offered Raphael use of the bath. The young master said he had only recently finished it, so there would be a special offer for Raphael, and you could use the bath for just 3,000 rubles, or in exchange for Raphael looked visibly sad and asked whether his destiny was really meant to be in the future. The second point is the creation of. The young master thought about the merchant's words and replied that building the bath was the will of heaven. The merchant said that if that was the case, he had no intention of going back to the manor. Rafa. Kyle's assistant asked me to put out the light and my cigarette because it was long past bedtime, and when we parted the merchant declined to take a bath. Saying he was very tired, Not was saddened by his failure and couldn't understand why Raphael would no longer visit him at the manor. At the same time, he and I could still smell the pleasant mint sent from the merchant, but then he thought the smell was coming from some monster. That explained why Raphael had always been wary, since entering the bath would leave him defenseless against any possible threat. After knocking, he scanned the area and saw only a small slime. Mare and Joseph was upset when they heard the merchant would not return. It turned out Raphael had decided not to come after seeing monsters in the fields. Also, there are no residents you can trade with. The young master said their land is very dangerous. They don't even have a fence, so no. No one will come here to trade or to apologize to Joseph and the mayor for choosing the wrong priorities and building the tub. They had to do something useful first. Joseph agreed it would be very bad if Raphael did not visit them again. The merchant was a crucial link, and if trade with him stopped, their lands would completely stop developing. Noct realized that if Raphael stayed away, he would never be able to buy the right pillow. The young master promised they would build a sturdy fence so Raphael could visit them again. Mare asked if the three of them could handle it, and Not urged me to trust him, saying he had a solid plan. Joseph used the power to enlarge his muscles and easily lift huge weights. Noct admired his butler, who, it proved to be a real titan. With it, they could build up to 10 meters of fence in 1 hour. Noct realized they would not have enough time or resources to complete. The fence was finished before morning. At first, this plan seemed perfect. The mayor asked if she should help Joseph too. Joseph admitted that after all that hard work and sweat, a bath would feel especially good. Noct thought about the butler's words, and the mayor didn't understand why the young master was so in. He did not tell Joseph then that he had the perfect idea. At the same time, the merchant Raphael asked Pico's assistant to wake up because it was time to get ready for the. At the start of the journey, Pico said good morning to his master, and Raphael asked him to collect his drumsticks, so the kid picked up his chopsticks and promised to get ready quickly. Remembering how much Mr. Rutherford had done for him in the past, Raphael was happy to help him with any problems. But it is hard to look at his ruined land, and it is much worse than he expected, and it is not clear why his youngest son Noct is creating a bath in such a difficult situation, and most likely for. The weight of ruling is too much for this young man, and without fences, this place can hardly be called any sort of possession. When the merchant stepped out of the tent, Raphael apologized to Pico for bringing him to such a dangerous place and promised not to do it again. The merchant thought he was still sleeping because he could not believe what he saw. Raphael insisted it was impossible to build such massive walls overnight. The merchant tapped the wall and found it extremely strong and sure to offer excellent protection. Mare informed the dozing Not after Mr. Raphael had already arrived. Surprised, the merchant asked how it had happened and where such a powerful wall had come from. He didn't explain that he'd combined his skill with earth magic, and they were a little lucky to finish before morning. Pico admired that it was an incredibly handy skill, but Raphael thought it was not as simple as it first seemed, and the cost of forces for some. The work will be enormous, since it is impossible to complete a job of this scale in such a short time. Raphael asked why Noct wouldn't put off such a difficult task until tomorrow. Resting at night made more sense. Noct said tomorrow might be too late, and he thanked Raphael for helping him get his priorities straight. His settlement was far too dangerous. I don't want to believe it is impossible to protect. Merchant Raphael said Noct truly understood his purpose. The young master offered to show the merchant something else. Noct asked him to stand with the others and join hands. He didn't use the magnification ability, then, and said Mordecai had been acting as the elevator merchant, and Raphael admitted he hadn't expected him to be so surprised and had not explained it. The merchant realized he was about to see a large open-air bath on the wall. Raphael was stunned to see the beautiful bath again, and the young master reminded him he had not had time to bathe, but now in this place he could feel completely safe and indulge in the pleasure. Refusing to admit he really wanted that beautiful pillow, he asks on behalf of the others that Raphael return to the estate. Raphael replied that every merchant must have one important quality. It means the merchant must be able to determine the value and clarify what he meant by the item's price, but Raphael said anyone can assess its monetary value. Price, here you must determine a much more important value. Raphael admitted he had only been concerned with the property's security, but he was surprised the young master was thinking beyond that and trying to bring joy to someone even in such difficult conditions. Raphael said that when he looked at the faces of those served by the Noctis, he immediately understood the young master's true worth. Now the merchant said he no longer wanted to end contact with such a good person. Raphael promised he would definitely visit next time and bring many different goods. Knox says he will have created the safest sleep park by the time the merchant arrives, where anyone can stay as long as they like. Raphael called it wonderful. He still wanted to take a good bath first, and he wasn't glad. He had pleased the merchant, so trade should improve now. Raphael welcomed the warm water's pleasant embrace and thanked the young master for the opportunity too. Nock told everyone not to be shy since they were at home, not in a pool, and Joseph reminded her she still needed to act more modestly around girls and guests. Pico asked Raphael why the young gentleman acted so oddly and openly. The puzzled merchant agreed with his young assistant, because the young master does not resemble his serious father and is therefore a much more interesting person. It will be interesting to see how he, as the new owner of these territories, will set up and present his native home. A month after Noct began rebuilding his domain, his work with the mayor had solved the food problem. Noct. With his land magic and skills, he rediscovered the walls and protected the manor, and the merchant Raphael promised to continue trading. With him, the young master considered the next step in developing his settlement, aiming to restore the human resources the settlement badly needed. The mayor said merchant Raphael was approaching from a distance in high spirits, and new migrants were arriving to settle. Noct asked the merchant Raphael for help, and to secure it, he used his skill to increase the gems and took half the revenue as his fee. Raphael was pleased with the deal, though the young master chose not to abuse his skill's power, and he was overjoyed, declaring the estate's revival complete and hoping that once things improved he could finally laze around and sleep as much as he wanted. Noct met Raphael, greeted him, and then asked how he was doing. The merchant said he had brought 4 migrants and, as usual, asked Pico's assistant for a drum roll, and Noct was surprised and wondered whether the merchant had decided to take the migrants out of his scent. It looked like a suitcase, but actually Raphael pulled out a special souvenir from the capital and gave it to the young master. More migrants emerged from the. Noct was surprised to see they were real beastmen. Raphael said there was no need to. Noct replied that the beastmen weren't former slaves, but still faced unequal rights and ongoing condemnation, their eyes full of sadness that showed what they'd been through. Without greeting the new residents of his settlement, he asked their names, and the older woman introduced herself as Olivia. Embarrassed, the little girl said her name was Kuklua and did not explain that he was the owner of the estate and was glad to meet. Another migrant told you that Noct was too small and young to be a feudal lord. There were 2 migrants. Judging by their conversation, they were relatives, startled by the height, decided the others were children, and urged them to come down quickly because it was too dangerous to be so high up. The migrants immediately jumped off the wagon and realized they were dwarves, and despite their small stature, they were fully grown. The dwarves explained they had not been adults for very long and that they were 121 years old this year. The dwarves named Rog and Jalma. They were surprised when the ground gave way beneath them as they jumped down from the wah. Outraged, Jilna said they had a perfectly normal, average weight for their age. Joseph immediately told the young master not to use sloppy language toward girls and to mind his manners, and the young master immediately apologized for his tactlessness and promised not to do it again. Jilna explained that their weapon was too heavy, and that was why it had that effect on the. Merchant Raphael said many people in the capital wanted to move to this estate, but this family of dwarves helped build the capital's tower, and as first-class carpenters, they will do an excellent job constructing the estate. Noct admired the dwarves' skill because the Tower of Light was exceptional. The young master wondered why such top craftsmen would move into his mansion. Jalna quieted her noisy brother and explained. They only wanted to see the world around them, so they left the capital. Noct still didn't understand why the dwarves had come, but one thing was clear. They had their own motives, and thanks to their skills, they will be able to restore the houses on the estate and improve the settlement. The young master admitted he had seen the capital's tower before, and it was very tall and beautiful. The dwarves said they could also build small structures, and that all their work is a divine act. They were happy to do it. The young master was surprised to see the tiny people's huge weapons and realized they really liked big things. Rog said his sister developed the capital tower's design and suggested we look at the model used to build it, and he was not surprised by its quality because it looked perfect. I hadn't noticed how happy Jilna was, and he decided this was a good sign for future cooperation. The young master admitted he was deeply impressed when he saw the capital tower in person, since he had never seen such a large, striking structure before. Nock then noticed Ghislaine's expression shift slightly, but he could not tell what caused it. The young master said he admired how a precise model could make such a huge tower. Jaelna irritably told him not to talk about it anymore. Nock noticed how quickly she got angry, and he promised not to bring it up again. The young master thanked the new tenants again for choosing to continue their lives with him. Nock said he would begin by explaining the situation and the guarantees it offers. The young master promised each resident a 3-month supply of food, housing and work fields, and open-air bath tickets valued at $5,000 each. Olivia asked me to clarify exactly what a supply of food means. Nock said that was no problem. It was for him and immediately showed his ability to grow stronger. The young master explained that this is how the skill works but apologized because, so far, it can only turn food into vegetables, and Nock noticed the doll's fangs and wondered why it had changed so suddenly. The Beastman girl raced forward, animated, not TR. They tried to figure out what she was up to, and Nock was surprised at how strong she was. They called it a doll because it easily tore the vegetables out of the ground. Kuklua asked the young master if he could grow more of these vegetables. Olivia asked Kuklua to act more modestly and not do that again because it is rude to demand something from the young master. Nock assured her there was no need to worry and that it would be easy for him. Then he easily produced the requested vegetable, leaving Kuklua delighted and Nock pleased to have made the young girl so happy. Kuklua happily began eating the fruit and enjoyed its excellent taste. Then she called and knocked for her daddy. Olivia apologized for her daughter, saying she really liked vegetables and that the girl looked a lot like a little fox, and she admitted they were very happy the estate owner was such a good person. Olivia asked how they could repay the kindness. The master explained that the most important rule in his land is that only those who truly want to work with him may do so. There is no point in doing something you really do not want to do, even if others like it. If they like vegetables so much, they can try growing them for themselves. Little Cuckoo said she would definitely grow vegetables and did not thank the girl for her good intentions. He promised to rely on her in this matter. The dwarf Horn asked his sister what they should do. Jilna replied immediately that she would personally take care of her sides every day, and Noct was surprised by her eagerness. He had not expected such a reaction. The young master admitted he had expected the dwarves to help rebuild his domain. Jaelna asked what the problem was. She quickly pointed out that Not had said only those who really wanted to work should do so. Not thought it would be completely unprofitable if they did not work for him, so he should not let them be idle. Therefore, you must act more cunningly. Not said it was strange that they could be so dismissive of their incredi. He can't believe they refuse to work. They really need to keep creating and should not give up. Jilna told Noct to stop talking and trying to persuade them, saying that as the owner of these lands, he should be fully responsible for his words, and Noct was upset by this. Kuklua told the dwarves not to mock the young master. Jaelna reminded the little girl that children should not interrupt adults' conversations because it is impolite. Kuklua did not back. He said that since they see themselves as adults, they should work for the common good. Jilna said it was not a bad persuasion attempt for a beastman. Kuklua immediately called Jilna lazy, idle, and a pest. The young doll then explained. Anyone who only takes gifts for granted is no more than a walking corpse and a useless creature. Olivia quickly stepped in and told the girl this was too rude to others, but Kukulua replied that she couldn't afford to tolerate such treatment of the young master and was too tired of hearing different excuses from people every day, since nothing happens without reason and you have to make things happen yourself. Olivia calmed her daughter and told her to stop saying those things. In the end, her words helped, and Jilna said she would work like everyone else. Noct admired the little girl's public speaking and praised her success. Nut thanked the dwarves for agreeing to help and said he had something to ask them right away. Jilner replied that the young master did not want them to build a house for him. Nut said he did not mean that. He asked them to go to his father's office, the young master XP. Jaelna explained there was a crack in the wall and that it should be repaired to prevent further damage, asked whether they would really start work without breakfast, promised to look into the matter, told her brother he could get some sleep in the meantime, and then asked the young master to leave the office because he would only interfere with her work. Noct recognized his father and realized the cracks were weighing on him. The young master was immediately flooded with memories of relatives who were no longer there. He was relieved to learn the master who had built the Capitol Tower would renovate his father's study. After all, the house was the only place that held his family's memories, and he could not let it be destroyed. After a short walk, Not decided to return to the off. He entered the office and heard a loud noise. He asked if it was too noisy to fix just one crack, but wondered whether he should. What he saw inside the office shocked him. and he could not figure out how it was possible. Leaning against the wall, Chiana muttered that things had turned out differently than she had expected. The young master could not bear to see the destruction. Direction and asked what was happening here. Jilna said calmly that she hadn't done anything and that the wall had simply collapsed. For Noct, his father's office was always more than a workplace. Noct had loved visiting the study since childhood. My father was always happy when Noct came to his study and asked him to hop onto his chair and sit in the owner's seat for a while. Noct was delighted and said the chair was, as always, the softest and most comfortable in the house. Wishart, the older brother, was always indignant and kept saying that when he grew up he would be the one to sit in that chair, and their father told them that when they became adults they should help each other in every matter and that Orth should treat his brother with respect. My father's office became the place where the three of them spent a lot of time, and the memory of it always warmed and knocked at my soul. The young master was stunned by what had happened to his father's office. Jilna tried to explain it was an accident, that her hand had shaken and she hadn't counted. Raphael, the merchant, and her strength ran toward the noise and was horrified by what Raphael said some hunters here had agreed to join the young master's settlement, provided they had a roof over their heads. If you got those hunters to join you, you would not need to worry about meat. Noct wondered what it really meant to be a feudal lord. No matter what kind of person he is in this role, he must never turn his back on his people and should always know their strengths and weaknesses and do everything possible to keep them happy. Noct wondered where Jilna could have gone so quickly and was also curious about the dwarf's actual average weight. After a while searching the area, Noct spotted Jilna and asked. He asked if he could sit down beside her. The girl asked whether he had come here to reproach her instead of explaining. It turned out everyone had been wrong, and even he, the owner of these territories, did nothing but make mistakes, while Noct asked whether the gile in his hand was really shaking. Ghislaine said Noct wouldn't fall for such an obvious excuse, and the girl then admitted she really didn't know how to do anything and felt deeply sad. She can't even get where she needs to go with a hammer. The real problem is a total lack of control over her power. Everyone thinks the highest divine achievement is building something grand, and for every dwarf the ultimate goal in life is to do something remarkable, which is why she ran away from home. Jilna said that, in reality, she can only create beautiful layouts, and that is the extent of her abilities and achievements. He didn't think this was unexpected news, and he didn't even know. Because the young master really admired the built layout, he asked me what it would take to make the bridge sway a little, since it looked incredible. Jaelna said the layout is made of sand, but represents everything accurately, just as it is in real life. Jaelene does not like large buildings, even though, as far as we know, favoring big structures is a common dwarven value, and she differs from her fellow tribesmen by enjoying making small layouts. You can see that by looking at the beautiful sand castle. Jelena agreed it was odd that dwarves were different, but she did not think being different from everyone else was bad. Noct said he wants to create a place where everyone can only do what they like. The young master added that he, for example, always wants to sleep for days at a time, even if others do not like it. Jilna was surprised by the young master's admission when Noct boasted he could fall asleep in 3 seconds and called that his talent, and she said it was a dubious skill for a feudal lord, and against that background, even her unusual ability turns out to be much more useful. The girl showed the house layout down to the smallest detail. Surprised, the young master admired how beautiful the model was, noting it even opened windows and doors. Jilna said she was always meticulous about the smallest details. Noct considered using non-abilities. I decided to surprise the girl by using the item magnification skill. Jilna stared in shock when her small model turned into a huge house. Noct admired how well he had used his item augmentation skill. The young master told Jilna that even her layout could now become a full-fledged house. Jilna was relieved that someone finally recognized her talent. Her family had only ever scolded her for those pathetic little layouts. The young master told Jilna she could now build a real house and that it was almost entirely her fault. Delighted, Cucula said she would live in the house, and Olivia said she was equally thrilled with the home. The interior decoration of the premises looked simply incomparable. Jilna was glad because it really became a place where they do their favorite thing, knock. As usual, he first looked for a bed in his new home. Gaelna told his brother it was the right decision to come to these lands. A few days later, young Master Noct took up hunting as a new pursuit, and while chasing the rabbit he believed he had finally caught it. He failed at the last moment. Luz and Greg wanted to know what the young master was. Doing so, Noct realized hunting wasn't his strong suit and said he left it up too. Luz immediately used the vision enhancement skill. then added the accurate shot skill to it. Greg achieved his goal and solved two problems at once. Luz said things didn't turn out exactly as she wanted, but the result was what mattered. Greg reassured her that everything went according to plan. Noct said this wasn't what you'd expect from real hunters and praised them for their excellent work. Spotting a honey hive, Greg used a fireball neutralized the aggressive bees. Luz fixed her gaze on the deer standing right beside her. Noct admired their skill and said he relied on them in this case. Thanks to Jilna, Noct's domain instantly became much more beautiful and comfortable, and we gained many new, wonderful buildings. Two new residents were also hunting experts, with Luz a skilled elf and Greg an experienced adventurer. After they finished hunting, they both bragged about their good catches. Because of that, everyone could eat fresh meat, and Noct was glad because he had been dreaming of meat for a month and a half. Just vegetables made him feel sick. Luz and Greg said they were going home now to cook something fresh and delicious with the meat. Noct felt a little disappointed because he had followed them on the hunt hoping they'd cook and eat the meat right away. The young master suggested they eat outdoors because the view was beautiful. Luz agreed with Noct's reasoning and admired the view, and Greg said he would call the other residents to lunch in the meantime, but Noct told Greg to stay and start a fire while he went down to call the others. With everyone gathered, Noct felt happy because they were all busy with interesting, important work and were a friendly team. The meat smelled wonderful, and he wondered if this was the pinnacle of bliss, feeling the joy of simple things. Mare grew tired of waiting and said the meat was medium rare and ready to be tasted. The young master asked for some time. He used his augmentation ability on the roast, and the piece of meat became huge. Joseph, deeply moved, said he would follow the young master anywhere. Everyone was happy with how much meat they could eat. Joseph said he had cut the largest piece of meat especially for his beloved master. Noct thanked him with a gift for his help and called him the best butler in the world. Hungry, Noct stared at the meat, thinking he had finally been waiting for this moment. A hot piece of meat suddenly slipped out. His hands were knocked, so he had to run after it. The mayor only had. It was time to shout that she didn't need to do this, but Noct was so intent on catching a fried piece of meat that he didn't notice when he fell off the cliff. Noct. Even if he died then, he thought he would have no regrets. Then the land. When it was over, the young master realized it was too unlikely, since he hadn't even felt any pain when he hit the ground. At first he figured he was probably in a different ravine, but then I realized reality was completely different, more like a paradise. The huge girl said she felt a little ticklish. Stunned by the huge girl, Noct couldn't even tell who she really was. Fixating on hot roast meat, the young master fell off a cliff, but colliding with a huge girl let him squeeze free during the fall, and Noct doesn't understand why she is so big or how she got here. Mare shouted from above to check if the young master was okay. They all saw a real giant down there and shouted. The big girl saw the roast meat and said it was exactly what she needed, while Noct watched with regret as she ate and realized the meat would be gone soon. The giant girl said the meat was incredibly delicious and wanted more, so the young master decided he could not let her because they would all be left without lunch. Noct activated his ability and grew to the size of a giant girl. Surprised, the giant girl said Noct was the same as Bear, and Noct then asked her not to eat any more of their meat. The young master said the meat should be shared, not kept for her alone, and each resident should get a proper piece. The giant girl apologized, saying she hadn't known it was their meat, admitted she just wanted to eat because it tasted so good, then immediately felt bad and Noct moved to fix the situation. Using the magnification ability, he once again enlarged the meat to a massive size. People were delighted by his deed and praised the young master for his remarkable ingenuity. They continued their meal together, and everyone ate their fill. The giant girl said it was an incredibly sweet, delicious liquid, and Mare explained it was a fruit-based sauce for meat. The giant girl realized it was her first time eating such tasty food and asked for more sauce, and Noct asked if it was her first time eating meat and wondered what she had been eating before they met. The giant girl said she had to eat different things, sometimes fruit, sometimes animals, and sometimes monsters, and Noct was surprised that even monsters were part of her diet. Merchant Raphael said she came from the giant family and told the young master their name fit because witnesses described giants as very large and brave. Young Master Noct realized that because it was a giant girl, she had been absorbed by the low. That means she protected his possession without realizing it. The giant girl kept asking Noct for more food as she ate, and the young master did not refuse, pleased to watch her satisfaction. In the end, everyone was happy with the food. Everyone else was full and satisfied, but the young master felt incredibly tired. Mare said Noct looked exhausted. the young master admitted he felt sluggish and had probably overused his ability. Noct announced it was time to go home and said goodbye to the giant girl Birdina. Visibly upset, the giant girl watched the noisy group walk away. Birdine, tired of being alone, did not want to be alone again, so she told the young master she wanted to go with them, and Noct, surprised by the giantess's wish, asked whether she truly wanted to live in his domain. The young master decided he could not take care of this huge girl, and Noct warned her not to, saying her family would be worried if she left, but Birdina was. Angry, she began shouting that she wanted to go with everyone. Noct feared the giant girl's anger and urged her to calm down at once. The young master said he had no problem with her living with them. There may be many problems with her size, and he might try to make it a little smaller. Noct asked Birding to relax and not fight back, and in the end everything went perfectly, and the giant girl returned to normal size. When Birdina entered the settlement, she admired how well the residents lived. Noct explained that the big small family owned it all. Birdina, delighted by the new sensations, she admitted that being small is great because she can get into any house. Noct kept thinking after bringing the giant girl back to his house from the barbecue, and he couldn't tell if he'd done the right thing or what would happen to her family now. Noct also noticed that when he used his ability on the bird, there was no rejection like with the slime, probably because the girl did not object to being reduced. He decided that if Birding suddenly wanted to, he would simply return her to the reverse state and there would be no problems. After that, the young master admitted he was very tired and would go to bed. Birding demanded an immediate tour of the settlement, but Noct refused until tomorrow. Meanwhile, the mayor told Birding to wash and get the dirt off. Olivia said it would be nice to change into something cleaner. Birding did not understand and asked what a bath was. He did not suddenly wake up in the night to feel a pleasant softness in his hand, he thought. The pillow was beautiful, and he had never noticed it before, when the young master. He opened his eyes and saw Birding lying next to him. Birding said good morning to the young master, as if nothing had happened. Surprised, he tried to figure out when the girl had slipped into his bed unnoticed. Birding was completely at ease and looked pleased. Mayor greeted the young master and said she had brought him some fresh fruit she had picked. Once inside, his governess did not know what to say about the whole ridiculous situation. Mayor grew angry and asked whether the young master would even make excuses for what she had just seen. Birding brightened when she saw the fresh plums, and before Noct knew it. The girl dragged him out of the room, Mayor shouting indignantly from behind to remind Birding about her clothes. Noct asked Birding where she was taking him so quickly. Reminding him, the girl said he had promised to give her a tour of his estate. Olivia and Kuklua met them on the street and warmly greeted the young master. Noct showed Birding the vegetable garden, where the little doll grows a variety of vegetables. Kuklua immediately praised the huge root vegetable that grew thanks to her efforts. Birding had never seen that vegetable before and asked if it was a tree root and why it was so white, and Noct explained they weren't tree roots. The young master was surprised the giants knew nothing about vegetables. Noct said vegetables are tasty and healthy when eaten in moderation. Kuklua agreed with Noct and suggested Birding try one herself. Birding agreed, saying she really liked the sweet taste and asking what kind of fruit it was, and Kuklua replied that it was not a fruit but a vegetable called daikon, and Birding said the Kuklua vegetables were very tasty and she was glad she had tried them. Praising the little girl, the young master said this was the reward for her efforts. Kuklua replied that this was exactly what she had hoped for because she wanted to grow her vegetables with care. The young master then asked Birding whether I really liked the daikon that much, since she had eaten it in a matter of minutes. The giant girl admitted she did not like the vegetable but enjoyed eating with everyone else, and Kuklua was not far behind, tasting the daikon and saying she was satisfied with its flavor. Birding explained that the real pleasure of eating is sharing it with others. The young master remembered how hungry the girl had been when they first met and how shabby she looked. It was clear Birding knew nothing about the child. In the kitchen, Noct wondered if she had been alone all this time, and he reminded her that her family would be worried. It wasn't worth mentioning because it must have made her feel sad. Kuklua said everything happens in life and nothing can be done about it. The young gardener then invited the giant girl to try her pumpkin. A strange sound cut through the pleasant conversation, and everyone became instantly alert. The young master asked what had made that terrible howl and whether it was really a silver moon, a wolf with blood-red eyes and dazzling silver fur that is an extremely dangerous inhabitant of the great forest. It should never have come this close to Noct's domain. The young master recalled that hunters Luz and Greg were outside the settlement right now. Kukua grew very frightened and began to cry, and Birding quickly comforted her, reassuring her that everything would be fine. Birding told the young master they had to leave immediately. The young master asked where they were rushing to. Birding said she could clearly smell Greg and Luz somewhere nearby and was completely sure someone had attacked them. They were not far away. Greg and Luz tried to figure out how to get out of the difficult situation they faced. Angry, Greg said no one would have expected a silver moon here, that they had been terribly careless, and that we should distract the wolves somehow and try to retreat to young Master Nock's domain. Birding screamed that they had finally found them and that wolves were really attacking them. Seeing the wolves attack, Nock tried to help by using his reduction ability on. He was surprised that it led nowhere and the wolf repel. It happened like magic. Luz and Greg fought back fiercely, but they were outnumbered. Birding shouted she was coming to help. After a moment, the young master was surprised by how strong Birding was. The frightened hunters Luz and Greg asked if the young master was all right. He said he was fine and that they were rushing to help. Birding said she could move much more easily now than when she was huge, and Nod said it was great news and he was happy for her. The young master asked the giant girl Birding to deal with the vile wolves so they would never trouble his domain again, and Birding on courage promised him he could rely on her and she would not leave a single wolf unchallenged. Noct shouted to Birding that it was time to finish this. The giant girl said the vile wolves watched her constantly. Now it's time to end everything. Out of nowhere, a pack of wolves howled. Scared, they ran away. The young master said it was hard to believe the wolves would simply flee from fear. Birding called out that she had completed the young master's task and that everything was fine now, and Noct praised her, saying this was exactly what he expected from his student, leaving Birding overjoyed and proud of herself. Someone asked where Silver Moon could have come from in the first place, and Greg guessed the orcs had driven it off. Nock said something could have happened in the woods, and until they find out why, they won't sleep well. Birding. After thinking about the young master's words, he started looking for a solution to this problem. Nock said it was Birding's abilities that kept everything fine this time, so he doesn't mind getting some sleep. Birding told the young master not to rush to sleep, and said she knows where a very tasty fruit grows. Birding explained that because she had frightened Kuklua and the other residents, she wanted to treat everyone to this incredible fruit, and Noct asked why she was suddenly thinking of a fruit. In the woods, Nop said Badna had a wild-looking house. The giant girl said the fruits grow in the garden, and she will bring them now. Seeing the furniture, Noct and the others were surprised by how large it was and realized it would not be easy to settle in the house. There were, of course, 3 chairs, and the Noct told the elf they were there for a reason. Birdie apologized for the weight and explained she had been carrying fruit. One of them noticed they looked like grapes and asked what they were called. Birdna said she didn't know any names and just called them either fruit or delicious fruit. Buzz admitted she was also seeing such berries for the first time. After tasting the fruit, Nock said it was slightly sweet. Birding said it had been much tastier before. Nock decided to test something, then apply a reduction to these berries. Birding said they tasted the same as before. The young master explained that larger fruits have a lower sweetness concentration, so if they are reduced their taste will change. Noct admitted he had never eaten anything like it before and thought it could be used to brew excellent alcohol. There was suitable equipment in the mansion. He asked Birding to experiment with the berries. Yes, Kuklua will gladly try something new. Birding thanked the young master for coming, since they rarely spent time together and she had a lot of fun. The girl said the wolves had always watched her, but they had never come this close. Even this time, when she came out to them alone, they ran away, and Birdina said that something had happened in the forest, that she had become small and maybe people were no longer afraid to enter these lands. It should stay here to protect these territories. Using the magnification ability, Noct restored Birding to her original size. She chuckled at how small Noct looked now, but Noct said it was still too big. Birding offered forgiveness if I agreed to care for everyone on the estate. Noct decided that since she had made that choice, it must be better this way. He saw that Birding was clearly too upset. They said it shouldn't be this way. Birding asked what was happening and why they were not leaving. Noct warned that Kuklua would be very upset if she didn't come back with the rest. Birding warned them it would be dangerous if she went with them, and she might not be able to protect them next time. Noct vowed that if danger came, he would personally protect every settler because it was his duty as the ruler of these lands. Noct reassured the giant girl not to worry and offered to go home with everyone. Birding burst into tears. She was filled with happiness and thanked Noct for his trust. Birding shouted that they had forgotten about souvenirs and grabbed a whole bunch of strange berries to take with her. Knocking them down immediately made them easier to carry, and everyone was ready to go. Noct suggested they give the fruit a name since it had none. It was inconvenient not to have one. Since Birdine found it, she should give it a name. The girl thought for a moment then. Nick said she would call him that here. Mocked praised the idea of using syllables from his first name, saying it was very convenient. Birdina admitted she is happy with the title and glad to be together with everyone. To grow a real tree quickly, Marin and Noct combined their cell activation abilities. They added item augmentation. The mayor was pleased and said that with Noct's skill, you can do anything you want. The man oddly said he no longer wanted to work and needed to rest. Mare admitted she truly believes they are perfect for each other. Embarrassed by the admission, Not joked that he also needed to check compatibility with the others. Agitated, Joseph spoke to his laptop. He told it he had very important news. The devoted butler explained that a tax inspector had arrived at the estate. He was surprised by the visit because he did not know how to act around the tax inspector. Mayor said the inspector had likely come to collect taxes. Noct agreed, saying even his father was always annoyed when tax inspectors came. Joseph said landowners must give part of their profits to the kingdom, but they still sent an inspector despite knowing about the devastating orc attack on the manor. Joseph said the tax inspector must determine the annual tax amount, and taxpayers have no legal right to refuse to pay the prescribed amount. The state-established tax Noct told Joseph and Mayor not to worry, and then the young master said he would not pay a penny for land that rightfully belonged to him and would try to settle it now. Noct greeted the tax inspector solemnly and asked if the inspector was likely very tired after a long journey. The young master then formally introduced himself and explained that he was currently managing these states. He will ask the tax inspector to exempt them from this year's tax because they are rebuilding after the orc attack. The tax inspector asked why the lord of these lands bowed so low and whether he had any pride left. He said that if it would protect his people's quiet lives, he was willing to make those sacrifices despite his pride. Seeing the tax inspector's dirty shoes, the young gentleman offered to clean them right away. The tax inspector admitted she had heard about the attack on these lands and wanted more details about the incident. Noct briefly explained the whole situation and how difficult it was for them to carry out land restoration, and the Podax inspector knew the residents had done a great job. She doesn't understand and wants to clarify a few points. The tax inspector asked why there are such huge walls around the estate. Noct explained where they came from, saying they were built by all the residents. The female inspector asked what that means in this case. The recovery is successful. Noct agreed and added that they are not yet ready for export and are currently focused on providing for themselves. He is definitely considering supplying unique goods from his lands in the future. Scott suggested the tax inspector try the wonderful fruit called nader. The strict girl admitted it was the first time she'd seen anything like it, yet she was intrigued by the mysterious fruit's unusual appearance. The tax inspector agreed to try the product and carefully bit the fruit, saying it tasted very sweet and juicy with a pleasant aftertaste and seemed to relieve fatigue and headaches. He once again adopted the air of a stern tax inspector and kept listening to the young master. Noct said they were considering growing those fruits, making sweets, and producing their own alcohol. Surprised by the prospect of such production, the tax inspector paused, after a moment's thought. Because she said she would consider the current situation, I am ready to exempt these lands from taxes. That year, as they parted, the tax inspector said she wanted to warn the young master. The strict woman told not to be careful, because it's very dangerous when all important things depend on only one person, not thought. She had really hit the nail on the head and showed clear insight. The tax inspector said a country that depends on one person's power will eventually be destroyed. The mayor said the girl seemed scary, but the young master disagreed and called the tax inspector kind. Noct warned it was wrong to rely only on his skill for everything, because if something happens to him, it will ruin everyone else. Although the estate now has many more residents, the inhabitants should be able to cope without his skill if he suddenly disappears. Joseph said Not had grown up too quickly, become a wise man, and now the young. The master looks very much like his father, and Noct said this would let him keep living quietly and sleep for days at a time if he trusted the others to manage. So he asked Joseph why he compared him to his father, but the old butler said there was nothing to worry about. After lifting the hunting ban and beginning its own production, we established a steady supply of food, clothing, and housing in the settlement, and as a result, the number of inhabitants grew. Young Master Noctu's lands also became more productive, and Noct enjoyed the result while watching Mare's efforts with pleasure. As usual, everything continued, so the young master took the chance to relax and sleep for his own pleasure. Only the old butler Joseph was outraged. and he scolded the young master for always lying on his side on the bed after dinner, since the number of new residents had grown significantly, and the owner of the manor was not setting a good example to his people. Joseph asked what his father would think of the young master when he came home. Nock said he worked hard through the morning, so he was no slacker. He and Mare worked together, and their combined effort and skills produced a new sweet seed. Their task was to grow the sweetest onions and tomatoes, something they could achieve even without his skill, and the process was now at the pollination stage. Joseph listened to the young master's excuse and warned him not to lie. Nock told Olivia that Joseph didn't believe him at all and that this was very cruel to him. Olivia admitted it was very painful for her to hear. Not sharing Joseph's opinion, little Cuckoo hurried to reassure the master and called him a good person. Olivia tried a new variety of grown onions and found them very sweet and delicious, and Nock was pleased with that assessment and again. Someone complained that Joseph could not see the results, and Olivia Youngmaster, acknowledging his incredible efforts, reassured Nock that everything would be fine. A moment later, Olivia apologized for acting like a doll toward the young master and let herself pat the laptop on the. Not discussing his feelings, he pulled himself together, and then the young master got a new kind of tomato. Media and Kuklua were surprised by the strange look of a very familiar vegetable. Noct said that if they suddenly got hungry, he had plenty more vegetables. Olivia smiled and said she was ready to solve the problem if the young master suddenly wanted lunch. He enjoyed watching the beautiful girl and said he would be happy to join everyone for lunch. When someone asked why they were cooking outside, Olivia explained that cooking in the sun is much more pleasant. It was quick and convenient to start a fire in the oven with a fireball. Cooking sped up considerably. The young master was hungry. He was looking forward to some home-cooked food. In the meantime, Noct lay down to avoid disturbing the skilled cooks, and a lunchtime nap to the sounds of food being prepared seemed like a perfect, convenient idea. They started eating as soon as they woke up. Just as the young master was enjoying lying down, he heard someone running toward him quickly. Birding arrived immediately and admitted she smelled as if she'd been knocked. Birding was followed by the merchant Raphael and his assistant, and Raphael said it should not be repeated. The young master reminded him it would soon be their secret, and then the dwarves appeared shouting that they were very hungry. Delighted by the noisy company, Olivia made a Napoleon of sweet onions and tomatoes. Pleased with the home-cooked food, everyone began a real culinary holiday. Doc praised the new dish and commended Olivia for her culinary talent and ingenuity. Even Joseph admitted creating this flavor with only onions and tomatoes was an incredible success. Olivia told the picky butler she was very glad he liked it. Olivia said this vegetable was invented by a young master and was only used in the kitchen. They were grown without the Nocti skill, so anyone can now safely grow these unique vegetables in their garden. Joseph finally realized the young master had not been deceiving him, but had been trying to do something useful. Joseph said the new variety of tomatoes and onions is unusual, but very tasty. The old butler asked the young master to apologize for what he said this morning. Nock looked surprised and said he couldn't remember anything that happened this morning. Sylvia said she loves a noisy, fun atmosphere because people come together and enjoy simple things. Nock. He noticed with some regret that earlier in his father's reign there had been many more people. Olivia told him not to be upset, saying she had been to other places and had something to compare it to. Their frequent travel had made Kuklua very shy, but once they were in this place, everything changed when they finally found a place to breathe deeply and feel free. Olivia said she was very happy to be here, and all the other residents of the settlement are deeply grateful to the young master for his efforts in King. The young master realized he should be the one to thank everyone around him. Nock resolved to pray that his people would always be happy, and to make every effort to ensure the terrible story of his estate's destruction would never be repeated. Hunters suddenly appeared with disturbing news. After studying the orcs' tracks, the master said it must have been a reconnaissance mission after all, judging by the tracks. The orc advance party stopped here and turned away. Turning in the opposite direction, the young master realized his brother and father could not survive. He immediately remembered his conversation with Joseph, when he had been sure his father and brother were alive, and Joseph had not insisted but had convinced them otherwise. Noct saw history repeating and knew the orcs were once again approaching his. The young master believed he could not avoid the orcs' attack on his manor, and now you need to act. Make a decision, since he has never handled this kind of problem alone before. He had not thought about what his father and brother would do in his place. Joseph said that if the orcs came to investigate, it was a sure sign an attack was coming soon, Mare asked whether those orcs could think so well and plan their steps, and Huntress Luz said she had found the small footprints the orc scout left. That's strange, the girl hunter said. Orcs come in several types and have a leader with special intelligence. The most unusual type is usually the general, but above him is the king, so they're likely facing a general who can perfectly organize an attack. Birdine said orcs were terrifying, and she had seen them eat animals. They even came with children and bit off small pieces of raw meat, making it clear the orcs were true savages who would spare no. Birdine asked whether the orcs had attacked the young master, and the butler replied that the last attack had been terrible. Birdine said she was furious and vowed to destroy all orcs who tried to approach the young master. Noct moved to calm the enraged giantess and asked how she planned to do it. Birdine replied. She used her power and showed the young master how to do it, and Greg, fearing for Noct, urged Birdine to calm down immediately and not do it. Hunter Greg told Birdine that all decisions must be made by young Master Noct. Fearing for Noct, Mare hurried to heal him by activating the cells. The young master said everyone should decide for themselves whether to stay in the city or leave the settlement to save themselves. He didn't realize he couldn't give orders like his brother or father. His men backed the young master and asked what the defense plan was. They said everyone is waiting for the young master's decision and is ready to support him in any situation. Noct remembered his father's words telling him to protect his people. The young master decided to protect his people. Noct said he couldn't do anything on his own, so he asked for help to protect their shared land. Together we must protect all our families. The residents heard the young master's request and agreed to come together for the same purpose. Birding reached the sea and knocked the young. The master asked if she really wanted meat again, since she'd only recently eaten, but the girl said that wasn't why she'd come. For that, Birding asked the young master to make her big again. The girl explained that in this state she would be much stronger and could protect the settlement more effectively, but she did not say it would be great. Then he asked whether Birding was certain of her decision and whether she would join the others in protecting his estate. Birdina said this mission is crucial, and the main thing is that everyone stays alive and healthy and wanting to be part of it. She asks to make it big again for the S. For the sake of the rest of the inhabitants, the young master admired the girl's desire and said that she was very knocked down. She used the item's magnification ability to make Birding the giant she had been before. Noct asked Birding to take care of the wall defenses and be careful. Mare asked for a big one so she could fight and go birding, but the young master said it was a bad idea because she would not be able to control her body when she grew, and that was not natural for her. Meanwhile, the giant girl finished setting up her defenses and wondered if she could protect the young master. They heard a noise approaching, and the young master said the orcs were already close. Minutes later, the first squad appeared. Vicious orcs emerged from the forest. The unpleasant part was that a huge monster stood in front of the advancing orcs. The merchant Raphael flinched and asked what it could be. Residents began to panic when they saw the incredible beast. People shouted that the orc general had personally led the charge. The young master now remembered his father and brother, which filled, driven by rage and a thirst for revenge. After all, the huge orc wore the missing brother's sword and Noct's father's cloak, and Noct realized the orc king himself was advancing on them. Merchant Raphael said it was the orc king, both a monster and a supreme being with intelligence and divine protection. They were wrong and had underestimated the threat, since no one imagined such a creature. Young Master Noct said he had expected this outcome, and he finally understood why his brother and father hadn't returned. Raphael's little assistant quickly counted the incoming orcs, and very soon she counted over 500 opponents, while the settlement had only 28 defenders. The young master said they didn't need to fight every orc, and all they had to do was they killed a king so the other orcs would lose morale and stop attacking the city. Noct said they would definitely win this time. They will do it without any sacrifice because every life is precious to him. So far everything was going well, Noct said, since the orc king had come to them on his own. At the same time, the young master warned that things might not go as smoothly as he hoped, but everyone must stick to the plan and delay the orc king for a while. Next, Noct was deeply surprised and saddened by how it happened. The orc king smashed the fortifications with a single blow. Merchant Raphael exclaimed that they were preparing to push through the gap in the defenses. Noct said he was now completely relying on Birding. The giant girl replied she was ready to do everything in her power. The young master thought there were indeed many orcs, and that it would be very difficult to withstand such an attack. They then said everything would be all right, and that they had a backup plan in place. For defense, a prepared trap of sharp stakes will help, and make it easier to deal with those who. He arrived, but what followed upset the young master. Led by the Orc King's skillful guidance, his army found an effective way past the trap, not realizing the orcs. Alone they were not so dangerous, but now someone could command them effectively. The orcs now moved like ants, acting smoothly in every situation. Knopf decided he would stay at home and would rather die than run away. Realizing how serious it was, Greg shouted what they should do. Now Jilna called out to Noct and tossed him a small bag. At first, the young master didn't understand what Jilna meant. Realizing it quickly, he decided to do everything he could. Nog arranged the small mock-ups Jilna had made and prepared to face the orc. Joseph did not understand what was happening and asked why the young master had fallen to his knees before the orcs, but at that moment, Noct had already activated his item augmentation ability, and in the next instant, the mock-up defensive structures became a real barrier to the advancing orcs. Jilna shouted that she could make as many mock-ups as she wanted, and Noct ordered her to continue this work. The mayor gathered all the victims to offer assistance. The girl urged the young master to withdraw to a safer place. Mayor said that if anything happened to the young master, even winning would mean nothing, and Noct agreed with Verna Mare and chose to follow her advice. Then the young master remembered how previously he had avoided trouble and relied on protection from the young mayor, not realizing he could no longer do that, and now it was his turn to be the protector of his people. The young master used his magic on the orcs, and the villagers should not be valued more than their master. Frozen in surprise, the mayor watched Noct charge the orcs. Noct extended his sword only for the strike, and that trick let him keep his balance while increasing the blow's power in creme. Merchant Raphael noticed the young master put a lot of effort into using the skill on complex things, yet he could wield the simplest sword very effectively. With minimal effort he achieved the greatest effect, showing Noct had perfected his rare skill, and Joseph admired the young master's efforts to protect his. Back home, the merchant's little assistant kept reporting how many orcs remained, and at that moment she counted only 84 monsters. Young Master Noct was delighted and shouted that they would be able to repel the attack. Noct realized he also had to defeat the Orc King, the main monster. This is a much harder task than the usual stupid orc. The mayor screamed in terror as he tried to warn the young master about the approaching danger. Noct had no time to react to the Orc King's quick strike and took a heavy blow to the. Seeing the wound in his stomach, Birding said she would help immediately and rushed to the young master's aid. Annoying orcs tried to stop her. Birding saw the Orc King himself coming toward her. At the last moment, the giant girl tried to shield herself from the Orc King's attack. She could not resist the young one's incredible power. Using the last of his strength, Master Noct activated the item augmentation skill and enlarged his sword. Desperate, Noct lunged to strike the Orc King with the tip of his sword. Young Master Noct figured this had to be some kind of joke after all. No one thought a steel sword could break from a single powerful press, but it did, and the Orc King attacked the young master with a wild. An ancient roar echoed. Noct felt the monster's hideous paws on him and screamed in pain. Merchant Raphael shouted that the Orc King was picking on the young master. Noct felt he had lost consciousness because of the pain and his body was filled with unbearable fatigue. The young master really wanted to just. He wanted to sleep and stop worrying. The young master's fading consciousness wanted to believe he had met every expectation. His only regret was Noct never managed to get his father's cloak back. He remembered how small he was, sitting beside his father. He gets another bedtime lesson about monsters every man should know. My father told me about a. Caecella is a very rare plant whose pollen can cause hallucinations and which literally eats all living things, including people and animals, but pouring water on it makes it completely harmless. My father asked me what the orc's greatest weakness was, and little Noct answered obediently that orcs were terrified of fire. He praised the child for his good memory and knowledge. Then his native voice said it was time to wake up, but Noct didn't understand what his father wanted him to do. An unknown force pulled him back to reality as he tried to act, and when he opened his eyes, the young master saw Birding fiercely confronting the orc. The agitated mare shouted that she was relieved the young man was still alive, and that she was trying to help him, not. She wondered what he was doing right now, and how anyone could sleep in such an awful place. Gathering his thoughts and using his last strength, the young master decided he would sleep only after finishing all the work. Immediately, Noct formed a fireball and readied it. Grateful, the young master thanked his father and brother for helping him remember something important, because now he understood who he really was. Noct released a fireball while applying multiple magnifications to the item. Toward it, the young master declared he was the fire god's pet and a true flame caster. Everyone watching was extremely subdued. The orcs were terrified by the huge flames, and the settlement's inhabitants felt. Hope rose because they could now defeat the orcs, and the young master kept increasing the size of the. Suddenly the orc king turned and ran away in fear. Excited merchant Raphael shouted that the orc king was about to flee into the forest, but that was not true. It was going to happen. The orc king felt something sharp pierce his legs and roared in agonizing pain while she was pleased with herself. Birdine said she was simply returning the favor. The king of York decided to launch another attempt too. He aimed to break the people's resistance, so he gathered all remaining forces and used the rest of the orcs as a shield. Joseph said the orc king was too clever for a monster to have set up such a shield for himself. Jilna called the monster a complete bastard. To do that, young Master Noct kept enlarging the fireball. The monster king decided to mock Noct and started showing the young master his father's clothes. I did not feel a surge of rage, knowing full well what it was. His father and brother were likely killed by this huge monster. The orc king then decided to strike the young master and hurled his brother's sword at him. Mare saw the threat aimed at Nocta and begged him to lower his hands immediately. The young master decided that quitting now would ruin his entire plan, but at the last moment, Noct pulled his hand away from the sword's sharp blade and managed to hold the fire. Holding the ball in his other hand, he did not realize it was now his turn to, and launched a fireball at the orcs. In his final moment, the orc king felt unbearable heat from. He was engulfed by the fiery flames and could not scream. Residents of the settlement cheered at the sight. The orc king was vaporized by the fireball, and the threat was gone. Noct, the young master, felt utterly exhausted and weak, his legs gave out. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Birdine rushing toward him. Slowly regaining consciousness, the young master tried to figure out what had happened and why he was unconscious. Noct steadied himself and saw the loyal mayor beside him. The girl did her best, using cell activation. The mayor wanted to help restore her master. Using all her strength, Mare did her best and finally noticed Noct was awake and felt glad. The young master asked him how long he had been asleep. Joseph, the butler, appeared at once and asked what was really wrong with Knack. When the young master discovered he had slept for 3 whole days, he was stunned. Noct hadn't even noticed and thought he was a true dream genius after setting the record, but Joseph said that while Noct slept, Mayor had been using her cell repair skill the whole time. The loyal maid said the young master needed to fix his hair, and Noct told the girl to rest since she had worked hard. The girl said she was fine, and Noct watched the maid use self-healing. Mare said that, as the young master's maid, her work was only just beginning. Noct agreed and said Mayor owed him lunch for the 3 days he had missed. First, Mayor needed to get some rest. The maid agreed to rest and said the painting was only half an hour. Noct suggested she lie down in his bed. Mare instantly fell asleep beneath the covers, and the young master thanked the faithful maid for all her efforts. Butler Joseph asked where Noct was going, and the young gentleman explained he wanted to check on the other residents of the settlement and to find out something important. Kuklua was glad to see Noct and said he was finally awake. The young master replied he was all right now and he had fully regained consciousness, all thanks to Dr. Kuklua. Embarrassed by the young master's words, she blushed and said she only wanted Noct to recover sooner. Les said that since Noct was fine, it was time to get some better meat and throw a party. A moment later, it felt like an earthquake. Only the giant birding girl was rushing toward the young master. Noct was startled and hurried to use his shrinking ability to bring Birding back to normal size. The young master apologized to the girl for leaving her in an oversized uniform for 3 full days, but Birding said she was very hungry and kept dreaming of meat, so Noct hurried to reassure her and brought the first batch of sweet onions he could find to soothe her. Birding's hunger showed as the giant girl chewed greedily on the vegetable and apologized for being too weak in the battle with the orcs, but the young master said Birding was absolutely. That's wrong. If she hadn't been there then, he would have died at the York King's hands, not been asking where Jelona was now. With Jelna's help, the young master arranged graves for his father, and his brother went to pay their last respects. Noct thanked his fallen relatives for their care and help, then carefully and lovingly he decorated the burial site with his brother's and father's belongings. Noct quietly apologized to his father for what had happened. He had been weak since childhood and could not help his family sooner or save the settlement from being destroyed. Noct remembered he'd never seen his father take a vacation since he was a child and my father always refused to let my older brother sleep with me when he felt lonely. Young master resolved to do his utmost for his family and for everyone in his settlement. That was exactly what his father wanted. He did not realize he carried the blood of a man everyone loved and respected. Thus he will become the same worthy defender and lord of these lands. A true celebration was held to honor the beloved Mr. Knack's flawless victory and the settlement's successful restoration. Merchant Raphael said he was very relieved that everything ended safely, since they managed to defeat the strongest orc, and now there is hardly any threat left. In this forest, the young master said it was all thanks to his own efforts, including Raphael's. Merchant Raphael said that now it was completely safe, so they only had to carry out their plan. Chico's little assistant clinked glasses solemnly. Raphael suggested we open the store immediately. Noth. He had not expected such a sudden offer from Merchant Raphael and asked why he had decided to open a shop in his. Merchant Raphael said that thanks to Knox's efforts, these lands had become overflowing with. The city has trade opportunities and is ready to develop and organize trade. The young master thought he'd done a good job, but then he realized that it seemed unlikely he would shake off the new worries of his settlement so easily. Therefore, he should try to make his father and brother proud, and as a result, he knocked while surrounded by all the city's residents. He said they should now record how the first store came into his possession. Discussions began immediately about which store to create. Best, Jilna said they urgently need a tavern because alcohol is a cure-all, and she began to explain her suggestion. The young master felt there was some truth to this. He could not remember how, but earlier in his unemployed life he would get drunk, collapse exhausted on the bed, and fall into a sweet sleep. That feeling of complete serenity was B. It's beautiful, but Luz disagreed and said the settlement should build a farm first. They can catch rare, tasty animals and then breed them, and with enough meat, everyone will be happy. The young master agreed with Luz because eating tasty food and getting a good night's sleep sounded tempting. Noct wondered which choice would lead to the most restful night. After a night's sleep, Noct really wanted to wake and see a beautiful maid, and at that, it was time to get a delicious, healthy breakfast. A solution popped into my head thanks to a wild. On a whim, the young master said they would open a fine inn in their settlement. Joseph was surprised and asked why Noct had made such a strange decision. Heated arguments broke out immediately, and everyone insisted on their own project for the new business. A little doll suddenly said that every bright desire a person has is always followed by the invisible hand of God, not. He thought about the young fox's words, and another project idea came to mind. In his head, Noct thanked Kuklua for the excellent tip, then he said that his city's first institution will be the best retail store. This decision. It came as a surprise to everyone, and there was an awkward pause. Jalna finally said it was too easy, and Huntress Laws asked whether it would be of any use. Jilna reminded them they could buy everything they needed from Raphael's merchant or from what not planned to sell in the shop, and Huntress Luz confirmed they really had nothing to sell. They even share food with each other. Noct said he didn't mean it that way. The young master said they should begin circulating gold coins in their domain. Noct explained, for example. Love brings his loot to the store, sells it for a profit, and the store then sells the meat to people who need it. This will create a stable economy and put another way these possessions. The financial system will return to the version that existed before the orc army attacked. Joseph agreed it would be good if the old days came back and things were like they used to be. Not said they would all work together to restore a free market to their city. The young master said they would trade exclusive goods, which will boost the settlement's appeal. Over time, merchants from neighboring lands will come and bring even more gold into the economy. If necessary, they will definitely build a good hotel, and on the first floor they can set up a dining room where food is prepared from unique products not found anywhere else, and Noct said he wants to organize a fair distribution of profits among. Everything they own and everything they've valued so far will be shared equally. The young master explained that they had done well in the fields, and now they even had a carpenter, a hunter, and a cook, and together they had become true masters of their craft. If everyone uses their skills together, they'll get excellent results, and once they earn a lot of money, they'll be able to introduce a land. Jaelna was indignant and asked why they needed a land tax, without being reminded that they had avoided paying tax this year. Next year they will have to pay their bills without this tax, and living together and prospering will no longer be possible, so to protect their homes and lands, they must restore a stable economy as soon as possible. He didn't notice the residents' confused looks. Someone asked whether anyone wanted to participate. Little Doll asked if they could all eat together now. Noct replied that this was not the case and that they could do it at any convenient time. Jaelna's brother asked her to build a tavern exactly as they wanted, and she said he probably could not handle it alone. Noct remembered how Jaelna had run away from her family and been humiliated for her wishes, and Huntress Luz reminded them they couldn't afford to spend money on unnecessary problems right now. The young master believed they needed startup capital. Noct turned to Merchant Raphael and said now was the time for their plan. Raphael replied that he had already waited too long to. Hear this? The young master poured out a pile of jingling coins and told his surprised friends he had received all that money for a small favor for the merchant Raphael, who said, satisfied, that there were 50 million people here. That was enough for many things. Young Mr. Noct said everyone would now receive a gift of 1 million rubles. As mentioned earlier, everyone has enough money and extra to fund every idea they want to pursue. Noct also said that if anyone suddenly needs something, they can turn to him for help, and he will provide full cooperation in any case. Jaelna looked at the money and already pictured herself in her own tavern. The young master reminded them that everyone in his land came to live with him for one reason or another. Each person pursues their own goal, some know what they're running from, and all of this. Working together, they helped bring about this beautiful day and repelled an attack by a horde of vile orcs, and unlike many others, they endured great hardship and suffering. Now they are all much stronger, and every resident deserves their million. It's a lot of money, but everyone has truly earned it. The little doll shouted that the free market was cool, and Huntress Luz agreed it proved to be a very lucrative business. The young master did not thank Raphael for his help and said he never would have managed on his own. Noct was very happy that he had still convinced his friends his decisions were right. The young master announced that starting today, he was making his domain a free market zone. Noct told young Mr. D that only the location to start construction remained to be decided. Jaelna asked to see the map of Noct's domain, which she had compiled in some detail. The map was excellent, and Noct said he now understood his domain. Jaelna advised studying hard, because knowing the lord of these lands is useful. Noct was very glad he could visit the capital, and although he would not copy its structure exactly, it was useful as an example. Noct chose to build his own city from scratch, and the young lord said they would do it together and put all their love into it. Noct pointed to a spot on the map and said it would be a great place to start, but Jaelna replied that it looked rather small. Jaelna asked why Noct had drawn the project so small, as if he were a poor man, and she was outraged that everything was placed so far from her home. Noct. It noted that if the site of the first field was vacant, developing there would be the best option. The young lord chose a different location, and Jaelna admitted it was perfect, but Noct then said this place would not do after. Noct pointed out that the place was too far from Kochlua's house, so Olivia would have to travel a long way. The young lord began to explore other development options, but each choice left Noct increasingly disillusioned, since what seems convenient now could cause problems later, and he admitted it was very hard to resolve this issue, so after much thought Noct still hesitated to make the right decision. A stranger then appeared and offered another option. Noct was surprised that this was his very first decision about the building. The young lord asked the stranger who he was, but the man remained silent. The man had just left, which surprised the young lord, but Pico said he was a new resident of the city of Runner and not dangerous, only a little strange. Pico said Runner would be a new hire at Raphael's branch. Gates said Raphael would open his own shop here after all, and he promised to give good publicity to the settlement of Nacta. At the same time, Pico became the store's leader and will serve as director, and I was not surprised. Checked the distribution and asked the runner if he was sure. Because he was much older and more experienced, Runner said he didn't care. Runners. He said a merchant's main skill is selling well. Though he knows other things, he has never sold anything yet. The young lord thought this was probably because of Runner's scary expression. Noct asked why the runner had chosen this particular construction site as the best runner. He explained the main goal of opening a store is to pick a place where many people gather, so he chose the spot most visited by locals and foreigners. Runner said Not had wanted to choose this place first, and Not agreed, while Jaelna again called it Tashela. Not said he wanted to recreate a capital-like city, so he does not want to focus only on current plans and needs to think through everything for the future. Runner explained the capital was built over many years and only became what it is now after a few decades, so residents must focus on solving current problems and concerns first and only then address everything else. The young lord agreed with Runner's remarks and said he had already made his choice. Noct thought Runner only looked scary, but his words were full of wisdom and meaning. He said that if the development succeeds, they will need to prepare for major changes in the settlement. Although this is a difficult task that will require a lot of effort, Runner said there was no need to complicate it. This works because the laptop has a powerful feature he heard about from Raphael. Runner explained that if you shrink a finished building, it will be easy to move it anywhere. Noct realized the man was right, and that this brilliant solution would easily solve the of perestroika, though it reminded him of an ordinary video game from his previous life. The young lord saw that Runner wasn't very attractive, but he was dependable and full of good ideas. Pico, however, is much less hopeful because of her fervor. Her charm is her main trait, so they complement each other perfectly and will make a great team. Noct said that since he can now easily move any building in the city with the help of a scale-down, he has an ideal site for the first store. The young lord said he would move the field to the west and build the first store in its place, since you cannot completely get rid of the field as it gives a lot of plenty of food. Do not use the reduced skill, and showed the field as a single block. The young lord carefully moved the field to a new location and restored it to its original size, producing excellent results. Noct realized the object was simple, required very little magic, and could be used many times without any consequences. Soon the store was built using the layout and zooms, a skill that is not enjoyable. Looking over his results, Kuklua asked whether Noct had already opened his shop. Noct wanted to be the first buyer, and Pico gave the young lord the goods for free to show she was the first buyer. The carrots turned out very tasty, and Kuklua admitted she had worked hard growing them. Noct realized trade would be better now that Raphael had a demand for cuckoo of vegetables, and thanks to the steady turnover of goods, their settlement will soon be visited by many people happy to spend their coins on tasty vegetables. The young lord explained that this is called creating a good economy. Kuklua promised she would do her best to provide the store and the people with plenty of delicious vegetables. Noctis claimed the city's first big small store would officially open from now on. Noct said the first store in their city has become very popular, although so far only with local residents. Under normal conditions, its visitors stay. The breeding method takes at least 10 years, but with Nox's skill and the mayor's abilities, they managed to finish a journey that normally takes dozens of generations in just 7 days. They successfully reproduced many product types and set up a strong, stable production. Raphael the merchant said that even in the capital you cannot find vegetables with such high sugar content, and he promised he would definitely sell a batch at a very good price. Those who knocked thanked him and wished him luck, and the young lord said a large influx of new visitors was expected in the coming days, and there should also be merchants who want to buy there unique products. Noct decided it was the ideal time to put his plan into action. Ultimately, his greatest dream is to build a beautiful hotel. Ghislaine asked whether Noct had been working all this time just for the inn, and Noct said that if they'd built it earlier, butler Joseph would have been grumpy and indignant, but now he cannot oppose it and the hotel will be very useful. Jilna said she really meant it would be very hard to make progress in the free market, and Nak reminded Jilna he would support Ghislaine in all her affairs. Then the young lord said he had something to tell Jilna, but it was not to explain that he wanted to ask Jilna to help her build a beautiful building. Jilna reminded her that she was a dwarf and dwarves build houses, not boxes, then added that she was unusual. As a representative of her people, if she chose, she could create anything. Jilna promised she would also make furniture, since she is clearly the best at it. Noct replied that he knew exactly what Jilna could do and suggested he start an important business. The young lord said the first task was to decide who would run this place, because doing the calculations himself would be very tiring, and he needs more time to rest and sleep after lunch, and Jailner agreed that taking on the role himself would be the worst option, so it would be better to appoint Joseph. Noct greeted the mayor and asked where Joseph was. The maid explained that Joseph was watering the fields, and Noct said the mayor didn't have enough training to do complex calculations on her own, so it was best to discuss it with Joseph. The young master asked the maid whether anyone in his land met all the requirements and was currently available. Mayor said she had just prepared a list showing suitable candidates. Noct grew interested and began to study the key information. Soon Noct went to see Olivia, who was pleased by his surprise visit. Olivia admitted she was glad to see him at her door and asked him to wait a minute while they prepared the treats, and Olivia said that if Noct had arrived a little earlier, he might have joined them for lunch, but Kuklua said she still would not. Keep in mind, Olivia suggested we try a cake with rare Nankali cheese and deer fruit sauce. After taking a small bite of the beautiful cake, Noct tasted a firm sweetness with refreshing fruit notes, and the food pleased more than just his stomach, but also for the soul. Olivia asked if the young lord truly wanted her to manage the new inn. Noct said this was the best solution, but only if it would not be too burdensome for Olivia. Cuckoo said she would take care of her mother and be fine. Nock then asked Cuckoo what she had been doing before she arrived. Olivia said she was just taking different medications, and the girl added that there is no doctor on their land now, so if anything went wrong, they could not rely on the mayor's abilities alone and should protect themselves with medicine. Olivia admitted she had thought about opening a pharmacy once she had everything in place. Noct immediately pictured the beautiful Olivia as the local. The young master's blood pressure rose from a rush of wild imaginings, and he felt everyone had noticed, and Olivia said she could find a suitable hotel manager and introduce you to the candidate if he needed one. Soon, Not met the girl's friends and Anna together with the Levy family's father, who looked very experienced. Olivia said the Levy family had run the hotel successfully and were the most knowledgeable people in the business. Levy admitted it was a long time ago, and even before Hannah was born, the young lord said they were an excellent candidate and fit to take over the first inn on his land. Jaelna said not to overreact to the goodies issue, since the hotel staff will mainly handle guest reception and cleaning the premises. Levy and Noct disagreed with little Jilna's remarks, and we explained that a good hotel is the face of any self-respecting city, but Jilna refused to back down and asked who even decided that a particular hotel deserved that title. He was becoming the face of someone else's land. Noct said all is well and all ends well, and that whether people are working, drinking, or traveling, they tend to remember only the last thing that happened to them. A hotel marks the end of a long day for every traveler, so its quality reflects the city it's in. Noct realized Mr. Delived was the ideal person to manage the hotel well. Levy had a. With a lot of experience, Levy clearly understood how to take over and organize hotel operations right away, and said the key to a great hotel is heartfelt service, so every traveler will come back to the same hotel. Next time, the most important rooms in a hotel are the bedroom and the dining room. This is exactly what the young master and Levy agreed, and both she and Noct were surprised at their wishes. Their thoughts were exactly the same, but still there was a knock in S. Start with a comfortable bedroom, and Levy said the most important thing was a great dining room. That should be the hotel's priority, and a heated argument broke out because no one would yield or accept the other's opinion. The young master finally decided Levy was a little crazy, but since Olivia herself recommended her, you still cannot upset Olivia in this case. She could not leave things as they were and had to prove she was completely right. The young lord was determined to show Levy, who was actually in the right, when it came to improving the hotel. Noct and Levy agreed to hold a contest to determine which of them was right. Joseph said they were doing something very strange again. Someone asked the young master what they would actually do during the competition. Noct said Jilna would make special models and then enhance them with her skill. That way they could create their dream hotel in less than 1 A. Noct said he will use this paper to describe in detail what his ideal hotel should look like. Levy said it would be a lot of fun, and he was ready to compete, and the young lord said they needed to ask people to find out which hotel was actually better in the world. 1 hour later, Noct showed his version of the hotel and offered to evaluate it. The young master said the layout was exactly what he wanted, and that everything followed his plan except the reception area, and Noct showed a place to relax that he thought was ideal for rest. Noticing everything was too monotonous and not working well, Levy suggested changes and explained why they should avoid multi-layer mattresses, since a mattress with shock-absorbing properties would make sleep much more comfortable. The young lord said most people think the mattress is the most important part of a bed, but that is a mistake, because mattresses wear out quickly and lose their original qualities, so springs that distribute weight evenly are more important for a good night's sleep. Noct said these beds have 1,500 springs, so they are very comfortable and durable. Levy went next and offered to evaluate his hotel option, saying the interior was half bedroom and half dining room, and Noct thought this was ridiculous because the kitchen took up 2/3 of the room and it no longer looked like a hotel. Levy said that when someone wants to rest they think sleep is enough, but that's not true and you need to look at it from a different angle, after all. Levy said in business that guests need pleasant memories from good drinks, food, and enough entertainment after a hard day, so they will want to rest and sleep, and that is what fair distribution of hotel guests' wishes is about. Some people win while others inevitably lose, and the winner gets everything they want. Shailna said she had made her latest model, instead of sounding surprised and asking if she had decided to enter the competition too. The little girl said it did not matter how good the hotel's beds were if the person did not go into the hotel and did not want to stay overnight. Most importantly, the hotel already looks like a beautiful castle that draws visitors. The young lord thought Jaelna's project looked very. Jalma said Nock would definitely sleep well and wake feeling refreshed in a hotel like that, but the young lord honestly doubted he could sleep there, since he'd more likely get tired faster walking around such a huge room. Ghislaine was furious that Noct had so quickly taken back her hotel choice. The young lord said they now understood who really had which ideas. As a result, Noct suggested calling the contest a draw and ending it. Levy and Gilma offered to determine the winner, which would be the hotel where the most residents stayed, followed by a competition for the best hotels in the area. Big Small can be considered a success. Goodbye. Mayor reported that 12 of the city's 43 residents checked into the young master's hotel and 14 checked into Mr. Levy's hotel, making the competition fairly even so far. Not thought the other competitors were unimpressive, and he could not simply lose to Levy, so the young lord offered to visit the competitor and see how. He was doing it, and Not was surprised to see the competitor's hotel lively and full of fun. The young lord was indignant because, by every rule, it was forbidden to eat for 3 hours before bed, and he could not understand how the locals approved such late meals. Knox said it was more like a cafe or restaurant, certainly not a hotel. The young master felt all of this was absolute. Finding it unacceptable, he asked the cook for more food. After a hearty meal, Noct lay down to rest, his eyes literally closing from fatigue. Joseph said Noct had eaten too much food. The young master said he had eaten only 1 plate, but Joseph said there were actually 3, and Mare was startled and assumed the food might be poisoned. The young lord replied that this was not the case, and that the food was perfectly fine and in F. Food is what gently affects his stomach, with some items aiding digestion, others best eaten before bed, and everything on Levy's menu carefully planned down to the seasonings. Earlier, Mr. Levy said business has winners and losers, and he had planned every detail. Young Lord Noct said Mr. Levy had presented his ideal hotel not just in words, but also in. Levy acts with real deeds, which makes him an impressive person. He did not hesitate and admitted he had completely lost the competition. Mr. Two's Levy's Inn is the perfect place to. Birdine said she wanted to talk, and suggested the young masters should sleep together. Noct thanked Mr. Levy for the excellent meal and asked if he had any spare rooms. Mr. Levy replied there would certainly be room F. He told Noct he would show him the room himself. It was claimed that the mattress on the bed has 1,500 springs. The hotel owner said the first floor is his dining room, the second and third floors are for recreation, and together they make a real paradise for receiving guests without a single dream. Mr. Levy noted the drawback and said he had put these beds in every room. Noct asked how Levy had won the contest. Levy admitted the young master reminded him of himself, and without weighing losses or gains, he just wanted to ensure the young master would have quality rest for life. Travelers, but once because of that, he caused too many problems for the people he was meant to protect. After all, he had always been foolish to chase only his dream, and until now that dream had been out of reach and had drained all his strength. Birdine said it was long past bedtime, but Mr. Levy asked her to be much quieter. The young master is already asleep, and his face shows he has experienced real pleasure. The young master enjoyed bathing and thinking about his true calling. Knox said a large private outdoor tub is just a beautiful invention. Mares offered a new juice she had made, and the young lord, slightly embarrassed by the attention, said he could have a drink himself. The mayor said that in that case, she would be willing to give her lord a relaxing massage, though she was not happy at the moment, and he admitted the silence around him made time feel like it had stopped, and being away from the daily hustle and bustle was wonderful. The young lord said everyone should feel that kind of bliss and deserves time alone. Mayor pointed out Not wasn't alone and stood right beside him. The young lord replied that Mayor was like the fresh air filled his lungs with freedom. Then the young lord. He noticed someone watching him, and then realized it was the giant girl Birdina, who shouted that she wanted to join the bath, forgetting Joseph's stern warning not to let girls undress for no reason, and the young lord knew Joseph would be angry and indignant again. Nock refused to let Birdine come any closer to the young. The young lord asked what had brought Birdine here and whether she was hungry again. Birdine was already at his side, and Noct realized he had been wrong again. Then the young lord D. They decided to play with the giant girl and tossed a tray for her to catch. Nadine gave it her all, and Noct praised her agility. I asked why Birdine was upset and didn't want to play. Anyway, she's acting strange. Birdine felt a little embarrassed to have Mare's mating right next to them. Then she explained she really wants to work because bored she had nothing to do. The young lord thought it was stupid and reminded her that Birdine already worked as a hunter. Birdine loved meat and was very good at getting it. The giant girl said that still was not enough and she wanted to do something else. The young lord said Birdine seemed strange if she truly wanted to work harder. The giant girl said she simply wanted to be useful to her master and to the whole settlement. Birding asked if Noct had a job that would suit her perfectly. Resourceful Nair came to the rescue and set off. She had her giant try on a maid's outfit. Birdina admitted it was very hard for her to move in the clothes. Mare told Birding that fashion and work clash, and she would need to be more patient with the discomfort. Birding wondered whether giants had any clothes, and Mare told the young master that one maid was more than enough for him, while Noct said children tend to copy what they see, so Mare should let Birding try. The giant girl bristled and insisted she was not a child, and Noct said he understood completely. There was no need to be so offended. Birding said she would certainly give the young master a massage, but the mayor was indignant and said she would not allow it because only she was the real maid. Mare began teaching the giant girl her housekeeping skills, explaining you must first learn the basics, and that calm background music usually helps Mr. Noct sleep, adding that he should feel like he is sleeping in a forest with crystal clear air, and Birding said she understood and would do it properly. Strange, grating noises kept the young lord away. Indignant, Noct asked them to stop the stupid mess they were making around. After leaving his bed, the mayor told Birding she needed to fetch water from the well to water the garden well. The giant girl promised to bring it quickly, but the way she giving birth to a vegetable garden was just awful, and the mayor realized the giant girl had just washed away a lot of tea. She knocked over her plants when she roughly poured out the water. The young lord ended up telling the giant girl she couldn't do something so delicate. After the job, an incredible thing happened when the plant tried to attack people. Knox said Greg's mandrake thinks it's been attacked and is getting very angry. Birding asked no. Hurrying to help while staying careful, the giant girl grabbed the evil plant and said she would not allow her master to be harmed. The plant immediately. She calmed down right away, and Birding asked if it had understood her words. Greg arrived immediately and apologized for what happened, and did not argue that he should be prevented from making such shoots of the plant. Birding was upset because her skirt had torn while running. The giant girl said she couldn't work like that. The young lord knew what needed to be done. He finished and said he had found a suitable job for Birding. Noct offered the giant girl the chance to become. She will be his bodyguard because that is what she does best. Noct said the job is to protect the good from the bad and keep order and peace. In short, Birdina will become his reliable defender if she accepts the offer. Birding said she was happy to serve as the young master's bodyguard. Noct warned the giant girl not to behave foolishly, because a bodyguard must be responsible and serious. The mayor confirmed that working as a security guard is admirable and serves the common good. Birding replied she would be happy to do something useful. Meanwhile, the mayor cleaned the scratches on the giant girl's hands with her cell repair. Noct asked if Birding was happy with her new role, since she already has to go to the mountains for meat, and the new job will take even more time. Cardine said she needed a job that would let her spend more time with the young master. Noct looked embarrassed. Following the giant girl's revelations, they asked the mayor to take care of the rest. Noct himself was once still convinced that Birding was acting like an innocent child. Mayor asked where the young master was headed. Noct said he was just going back to bed to get a good night's sleep. The young lord thought maybe Birding should learn some common sense instead of just doing her job. After all, she's still a child at heart. It's hard to tell if she is a child because she is a giant, and her behavior never shows whether she is wary or agitated. Without warning, an excited Kuklua appeared and hugged Noct, and the young master asked what had happened to her and why she was acting so strangely. When the little girl said she had encountered a pervert, Noct was horrified and wanted to find out immediately. Noct immediately remembered Butler Joseph's odd behavior when he once offered him a moisturizer, and the thought horrified him, but for now he could think of no one else, so it felt unforgivable. Kuklu said someone was watching her and that the man was clearly a scoundrel. The young lord shouted that Joseph had already crossed the line, but it turned out not to be Joseph. Only Levy's innkeeper's little daughter was in the bushes. Anna knocked and asked her what she was doing here and why she was hiding from everyone. Little Hannah admitted she only wanted to befriend the doll, so she went over to it. The young lord was relieved that it had really happened and that Joseph had no part in it. Noct said it was good that Hannah wanted to be a friend. Hannah said she didn't get to talk to Kuklua because Kuklua ran away very quickly, and she didn't explain that there was nothing wrong with that and that Kuklua was just a little. Frightened, the young lord called to the little fox girl and was surprised by how fast she moved. Noct thought Kuklua was very shy and needed to get used to other people since more arrived every day. He said Hannah really wanted to play, so Hannah tried to. Kuklu said she would try to socialize and did not suggest we all play anything special. Kuklu said she was ready to play some interesting games together. The young lord decided it was time to try something new. Noct told the girls to stand by and relax. He then tried the reduction on the girl. He was surprised by the result. On Kuklua, his ability worked well, but Hannah's side showed a repulsive force. Don't tell Hannah to stop worrying or to stop resisting. When power returned, the next attempt succeeded, and both girls shrank a lot. Kukula felt upset about being so small, and Noct promised to come back, but only later. Apologizing for scaring the girls a little, Noct showed them the plum tree. Hannah told her new friend. Praising the plum as very sweet and delicious, he suggested she try it, and Kuklua replied that the young master's skills were amazing. Kuklu told Hannah that Noct is a very cool person, and she agreed. Noct suggested starting the game, and said there are many interesting things around if you look at the world with different eyes, and he realized that. Both girls were children, although they were very different. Abilities matter, but at the same time everything else is not important, and the main thing is that they had fun together. After playing with the children, Noct went home to sleep. But when Nact found Birding asleep in bed, he assumed it was another child. That morning, the merchant Raphael visited Nut. Joseph said the young master worked hard yesterday and was tired, but he gets. It made Noct seem older than he was. He apologized for his appearance and asked what had brought Raphael so early. The merchant said he had found someone useful who could use magic. Noct beamed at the news, remembering that wizards were highly valued even in this world and loved for their extraordinary abilities. Wizards gain a bloodline blessing or learn the wisdom to control magic, study the book of sorcery, and train at the magic academy to earn their mentor's trust. Knowing he was a descendant of a noble family and that the wizard would be useful, Noct dressed quickly and went to greet the newcomer. 3 people met him at once, Saito, Juno, and Lion, who said they used to be part of the Royal Magic Army. Failing to realize that these people must be very experienced and skilled wizards to hold such high. Saito said their lives are very different now. They're looking for a new job. Noct said he would be happy to hire new people. Ryan was reminded they were part of an elite unit, but still agreed to work in the settlement for a while. I noticed Lion was very agitated and trembling, so she needed calming. Noct asked what magic they used in their WH. Lion began telling her they were going on an expedition to set up a base of operations in a certain city. Saito asked me to stop and to stop saying things I didn't need to say about Lionette and the other witches. They began arguing and denouncing their party's name. Then Lynette saw Joseph and felt very confused. Young Lord Noct welcomed representatives of the former kingdom's magical army on his lands, since their abilities could help him in his work. The only thing that bothered him was that Lynette had reacted very strangely to Jay. Joseph's butler, the young lord, asked what the squad had specialized in during their service in the magical army. Lionette kept thinking a real pervert stood in front of her. But she still insisted they were a group of magical cultivators. Bruno said he wasn't proud of it. Saito said it couldn't be helped and that they were just digging in the ground. Noct, surprised by the girls' mixed reactions, decided they were very worried about it. Merchant Raphael explained this group was called Mudbloods, the name for earth mages, and they likely kept it secret so people would not be confused about their abilities. The young lord told the sorceresses he thought they were digging in the sand like ordinary children. Seto said that was not true and that Noct had misunderstood everything. Young Lord Noct said it was actually a good thing and exactly what he needed. The bewildered sorceresses could not grasp what the strange lord of these lands really meant. Nothing at all was clear. Ignoring their confusion, he explained that his land's motto is live what you love and do what you like. The young lord said their skills and experience would allow them to do a great deal of good for the people of the city. He did not ask if their team could help build and maintain a road on their property. Saito thought it over and asked if they shouldn't start by building the wall. The young lord wondered why they were so eager to focus on the city wall. Lynette said she had already inspected all the city walls before going inside and believed they were in very poor condition. Tito confirmed the city's defenses are very weak, and another attack would likely be impossible to repel because the walls could collapse at any time. Juno added that the walls are like paper and will not help in the event of a brutal war was underway. Lion said she did not care who had built the walls, calling the project a total failure. Noct let the secret slip and admitted he had built them himself. Unexpectedly, a group of sorceresses reversed course and said it had been a joke and that the walls were still fairly normal. The young lord welcomed the sorceress girls' honest assessment and professional opinion, and he would be pleased if their invaluable experience benefited his settlement. Bursting into tears of happiness, she admitted she had never heard such kind words about her. Earlier at work, Juno told her friend to stop crying at once because you can't show your tears in. In public, Sita, afraid of her friend's anger, said she was crying only because pollen had gotten in her eyes and did not realize the other girls had already suffered so much. Young Lord Noct said he wanted their party to build a new city wall, and Lionette warned that this was a major defensive project and questioned whether Noct was ready to entrust such a crucial task to the first people he met. The young lord said he was very good at reading and understanding people, even those he'd only just met. Lion did not expect those words and could not hold back her feelings. Noct saw the girl had taken his words to heart. Her genuine tears proved it, and it was likely hard for them to leave their former organization and come to the border of the. In this country, Noct recalled a similar experience from a past life, so results matter more than effort, while people who get to a problem's core are valued even above those results, and Lynette promised her team would do the task as well as possible. Former members of the elite Royal Magic Army can build an impenetrable wall that no one can get through. He hadn't thought about building a new wall and decided he could be useful too. The young lord told Greg about the upcoming construction. Greg was relieved that they would finally have watch walls. He remembered how during the last orc attack he had let Birding handle the fights every time and had been denied any chance to join the battle. Greg felt bad for always relying on the girls. Noct calmed Greg down and told him that he shouldn't worry so much about. It wasn't explained that Birding doesn't value things and can destroy enemies with extreme cruelty, so this is normal for her and Greg doesn't have to worry. The young lord said he would draw on the knowledge of an elite group of wizards and put them to work building walls for the watch. Lion replied they would do whatever the lord of these lands told them to do. Juno reminded her there were too few of them to do this difficult job well. Saito suggested we split it into 6-hour shifts. Greg said there was no need to worry and they were available. Greg displayed his live plants and explained that they can help a great deal if it involved birding. At this point, she would fight them without hesitation. Ryan poked a plant with her staff, and Greg shouted, asking why she had done it, and Ryan replied that since he grows them, the plants looked creepy and she was sorry but found them disgusting. Greg asked people not to offend his plants because he considers them his friends, and he became upset. Greg began burying the dead plant, and the sorceresses were surprised at his reaction since they had never seen anything like it. Nott was also surprised because he could not have imagined Greg becoming a true tamer of plant monsters. The young lord asked everyone to forget it and become friends. Then, to signal reconciliation, everyone started drinking tea. Not. Someone asked if Greg had really served in the military before, and Joseph confirmed it, recalling little Noct fighting with his brother as a child. So Lion and Greg were able to draw up a plan for the defenses, and the girl said she now had ideas on the best way to do everything. Linad said the first step was to build a double gate to set a trap for the enemies. Juno suggested adding sharp spikes to the walls and digging ditches. That way they would be able to attack the captured enemy from one side. CEDO suggested building a suspension bridge over water so that, if necessary, enemies could be thrown into the water, knocked down, their plans questioned, and their military service doubted. Greg said they did not understand anything, and their suggestions were not helpful. He explained that mandrakes. They sink quickly, making them hard to use when digging a water-filled ditch. Noct was once again convinced that Greg cares deeply for his plant monsters. A few days after the sorceresses of the Royal Magical Army arrived, Noct rested in the bright sun. Joseph, the butler, grumbled as usual at the young master for often doing nothing. Noct explained he was resting because you need to be consistent in everything. Joseph asked if it would be all right to guard the area while the young lord lay there so carefree and resting, and whether Mr. Noct truly cared about it. And Noct replied that everything was under control, left the defense to the others, and expected things to go on as usual, while the young lord said people should be able to trust the sorceresses, and that if there was a real problem they would be notified immediately. The young lord said it's better to let anyone with a goal follow their own path than to try to remake them, because when people do things their own way, they usually deliver better results. Joseph the butler said it did not sound bad at first glance, but reminded Noct that as the local lord he needed to pay closer attention to the territories, and Noct, seeing he could not change the grumpy butler's mind, said he would go check how things were going. Now walking through his settlement, Noct saw the residents. They looked content, many were glad they had moved here. Everyone enjoyed the excellent local food, which was delicious and varied. Joseph, the butler, said that at first glance everything seemed to be going well, and he was personally very happy. Young Lord Noct recalled the many rare and interesting items Merchant Raphael had brought to the city from various places. Noct thought the residents would find it interesting to see all of this. The shopping plaza was crowded. Mayor, the maid, was glad to see many unfamiliar faces and new merchants from other cities. Nock said their economy is improving because more people are coming to them from other estates, and that's a good sign. For him, it's not just because of the rare items Raphael brought. The young lord said their city offered many unique goods found nowhere else. Note that even unusual berries are common in their lands, and thanks to his augmentation skills and the mayor's ability to grow cages, you can buy all non-seasonal vegetables at this market anytime. Knox said they had an excellent option for any buyer, and the merchant Raphael ran effective advertising that produced results. The young lord admitted he had another plan in the works. Knox said that by using his magnification skill, he enlarged the glass and could build a great greenhouse even here. Joseph, the butler, found a reason not to be too outraged, complaining it was wasteful to use such precious glass that way, while the mayor said it looked very beautiful and unusual, and the young lord explained that the glass lets in sunlight and keeps the room very warm, adding that it would be nice to build several such greenhouses. Thanks to the greenhouse, even novices can easily grow any vegetables at any time of year. Joseph, the butler, admitted he hadn't expected such clever inventions from Noct. The young master replied they needed to restore the land to its former greatness, and the seeds planted at the start of their journey were beginning to sprout and bear fruit. Soon the sorceress, busy with the fortifications, reported that the final section of the wall was finished. Noct thanked them for their work and thought they were truly capable. The magician showed the layout he had made and was surprised by how heavy it was for its small size. The girls explained that the three of them had built the project from materials filled with deadly magic and could not make the layout any larger. Even so, they were confident it would be enough to increase Noct, and the young lord himself was not entirely sure this section was a good one. Lynette said they developed several ways to kill enemies and only needed a little more information about potential foes. Noct said it wasn't worth discussing now. The young lord said he'd ask the sorceresses when the time came, but for now he needed to look at. Seeing what they had done, Noct used the item magnification skill. The walls suddenly grew enormous, and the young lord admired the result. He decided his city now looked like a royal palace and was guarded like one. The young lioness said proudly that no threat now poses a danger to this territory, because with such a W, the whole city has become an invulnerable fortress no one was happy with. The result, and knew the city no longer feared any attacks. You no longer need to fear demons, because no protective device can get past those walls. Everyone's joy was abruptly cut off by a loud roar from the forest. Something huge rushed toward the city and panic spread as they realized the sturdy protective walls would do nothing against a flying threat. A massive dragon hovered above the city, searching for a suitable target. A young lord was stunned by what he saw and felt it was too much even for his land. After the city's defensive wall was completed, the large but small territory, they became invincible. At least, that's what everyone who lived there thought. A huge dragon appeared and undermined confidence in the full defense, leaving young Mr. Noct very puzzled. He had a problem and the very next day decided to look for a solution. Enough. Noct dug into his books, hoping to find how to resist the flying monster, and butler Joseph grew more surprised than ever by Noct's behavior and asked if the young lord had worked on the fly all night. Noct said he was looking for the needed solutions and would go straight to bed as soon as he found them, so Joseph didn't have to worry. Mayor grew worried for Lord Noct and urged him to rest, but he said he could not sleep while the city's people were terrified and sleepless, and that he wanted to deal with the cursed dragon as soon as possible, since if they did not deal with it soon, this will probably get a lot worse, and they cannot afford mistakes in this situation. The young lord said that in Master Resenford's library, he had found no weaknesses for dragons, and these beasts are so legendary that there is almost no information about them, much less any description of their weaknesses. Jaelna burst into the room and shouted excitedly that they had no choice this time. Jaelna said they just had to build a great pub now. Jaelna said a good drink would help young Lord Noct forget all his problems. Noct reminded her he'd heard that before and told her to be more original. He suggested taking rational steps instead of getting drunk, but Jaelna called that nonsense and urged them to go outside immediately. An epidemic of alcoholism swept the settlement, and everyone found comfort and escape in a bottle of strong drink. Jaelna said people have no other way to cope with stress except drinking on the street, so they need a special place, a bar, to prevent anyone from getting sick when they drink outside. The young lord froze at the sight of a crowd of drunken people who had quit their jobs and were doing nothing but searching for alcohol. Noct could not believe that so much had happened in a single night. The young lord decided he needed. Knowing he had to act fast on the dragon problem, Lord Noct sent scouts beyond his domain, because otherwise his settlement would already have fallen apart from alcohol. The main problem was that it was unclear who to pick for the job. Luz was a skilled hunter and an experienced scout. Greg was a strong adventurer and an expert tamer. Lion was a former elite earth mage in the king's magic army. Sito came from the same army as Lion and was also very smart. Juno was a former elite earth mage well suited to support the rearguard. Ferdinand was a noisy giant girl with great strength. Joseph was the usual annoying butler. Mare was a witty, loyal maid and a capable healer. The choice was difficult, and Noct couldn't decide who to take with him on this difficult test. Greg has solid combat experience and strong taming skills that could help this mission, making him a good candidate for success, but his temperament also makes it likely he could lead everyone into the worst possible situation. City security can be useful if things go wrong, and you must evacuate residents urgently. Of the city, therefore, pay attention to the other applicants for participation in the. Ultimately, the young lord made his choice. Noct assigned Juno to handle communications with the squad during the mission. Juno promised to do it perfectly and to be someone they could trust. Noct told the elf Luz that her scouting was vital to the mission, and he relied entirely on her hunting skill and elven experience, and Luz said she had seen dragons before and would do everything perfectly. Lord Noct believed the team had a great attitude and a good chance to succeed. He reminded them again to be extremely careful, and the giantess Birdie said it would be so. Noct realized Birdie might be the weakest link who could fail them, but she was also very powerful, and he noticed the elf Luz drank a lot of water and seemed nervous, though an experienced huntress might just need to cool down, since Luz is an elf who has fought many monsters and should be calmer than most. Yet none of them had faced a foe as formidable as the legendary dragon, so the outcome was uncertain. Soon Lord Noct's team found the dragon itself. The incident had disturbed the settlement's peace. Everyone was surprised at how this. The fearsome monster neatly eats small nader berries. Juno said this was very strange because the dragon has red scales and should be a predator, yet it turns out to be an omnivore. Noct asked Huntress Luz what she thought they should do. Next, the experienced elf stayed silent and pressed her lips hungrily to her. Her strange reaction surprised the whole team, and Lord Noct asked what was wrong with her. When he took the elf's flask in his hands, he discovered it did not contain water. But it was strong alcohol. Huntress Luz explained that alcohol is very. It tastes great, and because of it she can forget all her worries. He realized he'd made the wrong choice and apologized to Luz for scaring her, but a flustered Juno shouted that this wasn't the time for idle ch. After all, the dragon has spotted them and is closing in fast. As they approached, the hero team remained confused for a while. Lord Noct asked why the dragon was so distracted by the tasty berries and had chosen them as its target at that moment. Birding the giant girl shouted that the dragon was eating her favorite berries and ran at the beast. Luz, the elf, followed close behind. Lord Noct, stunned by the sight, said that this couldn't be. A special wild black Iberian pig's meat develops a unique flavor if you keep adding acorns to its diet, and the same thing has happened now. Anna had eaten nader berries since childhood, and the berry scent soaked into her over time, which drew the dragon close. The dragon approached. No one hurried to help, since it was clear the monster only wanted birding. Instead of heading toward the giant girl, the huge dragon cautiously approached the elf Luz. Lord Noct couldn't make sense of what was happening. It all felt very strange. Then, to everyone's surprise, the flying monster apologized for frightening everyone, saying it had not meant to. Lord Noct said the dragon wasn't actually speaking to them, and Elf Luz said magical creatures can use human speech, but she had never seen that before and hadn't expected it. The dragon laughed and said dragons can talk, of course, and even very loudly. Nobody will sleep peacefully. The mighty beast's cry stunned everyone. The dragon had just asked if they were all right, of all things. Noct thought all of this was very interesting, but such a monster did not seem harmless at all, and it truly fills him with fear as he musters his courage. Lord Noct asked the dragon why he had come to this land, since he had never been here before. The dragon said he had come only to plunder the land. The dragon said not to worry or be afraid if his appearance had frightened anyone, explaining he was only there for the purple berries, and because the Titan's daughter loved them, he had always wanted to try them, and Lord Noct asked why he had not tasted the berries in that case, since he really wanted to take. The dragon explained that Birding always looked very happy when she ate those berries, and he was sorry to take that pleasure away from her. Birding demanded to know if the dragon felt sorry for the elf Luz, who was very frightened when he came so close to her. The dragon apologized and admitted he was strongly attracted to the smell of alcohol, and he held back a sudden surge of desire. He hadn't considered it, since he didn't expect dragons to care about alcohol. The dragon said he had a small request for the humans. The magic monster asked for permission to take at least one sip of the fragrant alcoholic drink. Luz quickly filled a plate with the strong drink, and Lord Noct asked the dragon to wait a moment. Noct used item magnification magic to enlarge the plate repeatedly to get. He gave the dragon enough alcohol. The huge beast was delighted by what it saw, and Noct offered it a treat. They set up a table together and gathered berries, and Lord Noct increased their size so there was enough food for everyone. For the first time in history, a magical dragon and humans sat together to eat and drink. The dragon said he was very pleased to be in such company and that everything tasted delicious. The dragon said that, as far as he knew, the young master had two skills. The one Noct had just used to zoom in on everything on the table, and an opposite skill that reduced things. Noct was surprised by the flying monster's knowledge and asked how he knew. The dragon explained that Birdine had been the giant girl who always ate berries in the forest, but now she was a normal size, which meant someone had shrunk her, and he admitted he'd been waiting a long time to meet Noct, saying his shrinking ability could help them become good friends. Birdine said the dragon could be her friend, since she was Mies. Noct's personal bodyguard stood there. The dragon chuckled at the giant girl's words and asked why Noct was covering for Birdine when she was the bodyguard. Suddenly, the dragon's huge tail lifted, and everyone was terrified. In the end, the dragon just patted him on the head and said he was a very nice guy. In that moment, the young lord felt strange and even remembered his father stroking his head when he was a child. The group kept talking, and Birdine said tiredly that she was very full. The dragon asked the giant girl if she really liked those purple berries that much. Lord Noct asked if the dragon planned to go anywhere after eating all the berries. He explained his plans. The dragon said he had wanted to leave at first, but after meeting everyone he changed his mind and no longer wanted to leave this land. Suddenly, a magical aura surrounded the mighty beast, and in a moment, in an instant, the dragon became an almost ordinary person. Lord Noct was surprised when the dragon suddenly changed into a muscular man. The dragon explained this was one of his abilities, and that he could turn into a human at will. Noct thought that meant the dragon must have other abilities too. He realized abilities were not necessarily linked to magical power. The dragon then asked to live in peace in Lord Noct's domain. Surprised to see the naked man, he asked if the legendary dragon had decided to join the human settlement. Dragon Po knew living alone was dull and no longer wanted it. It would be great if they could take him in. The dragon said it had not tasted such delicious steak in a long time, and it constantly longs for food cooked by people. Then the dragon admitted he was also interested in. They trusted Mr. Knox's abilities and wanted to get to know him better. Clearly surprised, the young lord had not expected the dragon's attention and froze a little. The dragon said people with rare abilities like Noct usually have interesting lives and wanted to know what Mr. Noct could do. The young lord hesitated and admitted he did not even know how to answer because everything was complicated. The dragon said everything was simpler than it seemed, and they should all have fun together. Lord Noct remembered his childhood, when those words were often said to him and life was full of fun. Noct told the dragon he was the lord of these lands, welcomed him to his home, and the dragon thanked him for agreeing to stay and said his name was Hornbeam. As a sign of friendship, the dragon shook the young lord's hand. Noct cried out while the Hornbeam apologized for misjudging its strength because it could not adjust to a human immediately. From that moment on, the big small lands have a powerful new friend in the red dragon, Mr. Grub, and Mr. Grub said a beautiful wall surrounds the city and he admires its view, while Juno said her squad of elite mages built those walls with Mr. Noct. At last the squad returned to their hometown with a new friend. Lord Noct kept thinking Mr. Grub reminded him of his late father. The dragon had a steady, masculine confidence and strength. Lion asked Lord Noct if he had managed to find the dragon. In the forest, Lord Noct said the mission was fruitless and the dragon was nowhere to be found. The young master chose to tell the truth, but did not tell the residents that they had actually met the dragon and brought it into the city, since that would cause more pain. Noct told Lion quietly that the dragon was with them, just as the surprised sorcerers were about to ask more. Noct covered her mouth with his hand, and the young lord asked Liony to calm down and continue the conversation in his office in the. Noct told his closest friends how they found the dragon and how it ended with no witnesses. After the dragon was found, Lynette asked where it was now, and the young lord calmly said it was in the room with them. Assuming it was another of Noct's jokes, everyone pretended to look for a dragon, even in flower pots. Still determined to prove himself, Grab pointed to his hand and said maybe now Mr. Noct will believe him more. The sorceress Lionette cried out in surprise that the dragon had deliberately disguised itself as an ordinary person, and Hornbeam asked if he could return to his normal form, but the young lord hurried to stop him because his enormous size would instantly destroy everything around him. Agitated, Lionette pulled Nock aside for a moment. She asked whether the young master was sure bringing a dragon here was a good idea. Nock thought about it and realized he did not know the answer, since he could not be sure the dragon would not harm the settlement. Meanwhile, Grub grew interested in Greg and said he was doing interesting work. Greg didn't understand what they were talking about and became visibly agitated. Grub, explain. Noticing scratches on Greg's armor and an odd smell, he concluded Greg was probably a tamer. Hornbeam said some marks showed Greg was growing mandrakes, and Lord Noct saw this could be a problem since the dragon might judge them for Greg's infatuation, but his fears proved unfounded. Hornbeam admitted good-naturedly that he knew this well, since he had bred such plants before. Lord Noct sighed with relief, amazed that a dragon would do such a thing. Greg was overjoyed and said he had finally found a friend, and he complained that everyone called his job terrible while only he saw it as his calling. And Hornbeam added that these are beautiful mandrake creatures whose cultivation needs solid knowledge, explaining that their size depends on the soil and how they are grown. Grub the dragon said he once flew around the world searching for the best soil to grow in. From that journey he learned the most nutrient-rich soil was in the south, and that the great forest soil was the most saturated with magic. Noct, listening to Grub's story, was surprised by how enthusiastic Grub was about it. Hornbeam boasted to Greg and showed him a mandrake he had once grown that was much bigger, and Greg said happily it was more than 3 times the size of the one he had grown. Then he asked how Hornbeam had done it. The dragon replied that Greg was too young. Greg agreed he did not have enough experience, but said he really wanted to know the secret of the dragon mask. Grub asked whether Greg wanted to be his student. Greg X said firmly that he truly wanted this and would do his best to meet the dragon's X. Lord Not thought Greg had bonded with the dragon faster than he had expected. Lion was surprised at how quickly the dragon could find a friend among humans. Greg admitted he is especially sad when a creature he cares for dies, and he has to see it dead, but the main thing. The fact is they are there, and whether they die or not, mandrakes still remain in the ground. Even on this point, Greg and Grub agreed. Lionette said she could not believe how quickly everyone became friends with the dragon, and Noct noted this was unusual, but that they should let things take their course. The young lord told his friends that only they would know who the Hornbeam really was, and that the rest of us must be kept in the dark or there may be a panic in. In the city, Lord Noct decided Grub's sociability would benefit everyone, and when he was ready to go to bed, Garb offered to go for a walk and have a short chat. He hadn't been around people for a long time and missed talking. That wasn't true. Hadn't expected this offer, and Grub apologized for acting too hastily. Noct saw it was a good idea and said it would be better to leave right away. Grub asked if they were going outside now. Noct said there was no problem with that and told him to hurry. Lord Noct announced it was time to introduce the dragon to his city. After thinking it over, Garb asked me to start with the market. It was Lord Nox's view that the market was the busiest place in the city, since everyone comes to buy and chat, and Merchant Raphael supplies all the necessary goods, so Mr. Garb can find anything there, including the best sake. Intrigued by the alcoholic drink, the dragon said perfectly made sake is so delicious it relaxes the soul and brings real pleasure. Noct thought about the dragon's words and said the vegetables they grow in their greenhouses are also delicious and worth trying. The young lord explained they built this greenhouse using his magic and the carpenter's careful work. Noct said that using glass and its properties, you can grow any crop at any time of year. Garb replied that Noct. He was a very interesting person who used his abilities well. Next, the young lord showed where the nader berry grows and invited the dragon to enjoy their taste. Garba. Someone asked if he had understood correctly that the sake he drank in the forest was made from these berries. Noct said that was true and that the berries made excellent sake. The dragon smelled something delicious and asked what it was. Lord Noct said it was nothing special and not worth paying attention to. Noct chose to build interest that way, then said there was a small winery ahead and Garb was ready to run toward it. The young lord urged them to follow him and see something more interesting. Lord Noct showed the dragon a heavenly bathhouse that can be enjoyed for as little as 5,000 rubles, and Garb admitted the view is excellent, but he was not entirely comfortable. Garb said he was quite comfortable but couldn't stay long in hot springs, and Noct apologized for putting the dragon in an awkward position and offered him a better job. Herb apologized as well for causing unnecessary trouble to Mr. Noct and for disturbing the peace of his settlement after a heated incident. After the bath, Noct and Garb enjoyed the cold coffee Mr. Levy usually made, but the dragon still couldn't calm down and felt strange because cold coffee wasn't what he wanted at all. In any ways, he made up the emotions he'd been holding in. It hit like an explosion. Levi felt a surge of energy and collapsed, knocking the trays to the floor. Noct realized he had done something wrong. Jilna yelled at Noct that he had made the dragon furious and that he had every right to. Noct couldn't understand why the dragon reacted that way, especially since he'd even missed his afternoon nap, and the young lord said he was only trying to show the dragon the city they'd built together and thought it was better to do it sooner. Jilna said the only thing everyone wants now is to drink good alcohol, and Noct should have known that. The young lord asked Garb if it was true, and if the dragon really wanted a drink, and Garb said it was but told him not to demand a drink at once and to be quick, while Jilna said that would not be enough and that everyone wanted more. Not just to drink, but to do it somewhere pleasant, and Garb agreed with Jilna, adding that such a place would be a pleasure to visit. Noct genuinely did not understand and said it made no difference where they drank alcohol, so Jilna sighed heavily and told him he was ignorant, since as a lord he should understand his people's wishes. Garb told the laptop that drinking at home or in a diner is different from drinking in a great bar. Gile Ned dreamily began to say that, amid everyday worries, the only fairy tale for an adult and the best place to spend pleasant leisure time is a good bar. Saying the last line in unison with the dragon, the girl proved they shared the same desire. Lord Noct realized they only wanted a drink and was surprised that such different creatures wanted the same thing. Garb asked Noct to take him to the best bar as soon as possible. Jilna was sorry to report they didn't have a single bar in town. Furious, the dragon said it simply could not happen and called it a terrible omission. Jilna said they had planned to build a bar but never found the time. Garb said with disappointment that it was a real tragedy and that he could not understand how people could live in peace in a city without a bar. Noct hadn't expected such a reaction and regretted not realizing its importance sooner. Dragon and Ghislaine were asked to organize building a bar as soon as possible to bring the fairy tale back to people's souls. At the same time, Jilna began calling Garb her friend because their desires were identical. Noct was again surprised at how easily the dragon found common ground with the city's other residents. Garb and Ghislaine enjoyed planning the bar and agreed it would be best to set everything up there. While they talked, Garb and Jilna drank tea to quench their thirst and looked forward to drinking alcohol. Their wishes were granted, and the city's first bar was built. The bar's opening drew every resident of the city and created a long line of people waiting to get in. Lord Noct received a message saying a seat at the bar was reserved for him and that everyone would be happy to see him, so he accepted the invitation. He admitted to himself that he hadn't expected it at all, since he'd never been to a bar. In his previous life he knocked, forced open the heavy front door, and found himself in the bar. Dragon Robes greeted the young lord, and she invited him to sit at the bar. Garb found his calling and became the local bartender. Garb did not offer a strange appetizer to start. The waiter brought out a menu that looked like a book, and Lord Noct opened it in surprise, studying the many names and pictures. Noct felt lost about what to choose because he knew little about the menu, and he remembered Jilna and the dragon enjoying a chat about relaxing at the bar, but he didn't understand it, and that annoyed him. Garb asked what Lord Noct wanted to try. The young lord said he wanted something tasty and simple. I thought that was probably the worst thing to order in a bar. Dragon Garb noticed Noct felt uneasy in the bar and told him to say he wanted something refreshing so he'd seem like any other customer. The young lord understood the establishment service and decided to place an order. Noct said he'd like to try something to make him sleepy. Garb replied he'd do everything R. Okay, Noct watched the dragon's death movements and People marveled at Garb's knack for working miracles at the bar. Garb soon offered to try the drink. Lord Noct caught the tart scent and said it smelled very good. Grateful, the red dragon thanked Noct for showing the city its beauty and explained it was a special cocktail made from nader berry wine. It had wine notes. The cocktail also had sweetness and a hint of lemon. Noct took a few sips and admitted it was delicious. The young lord then asked what the cocktail was called. Garb replied they had not yet named many of the cocktails. Naming the cocktail after these lands would be a good idea. The dragon asked whether the original cocktail could be named after young Mr. Noct. Taken aback by the suggestion, Lord Noct paused to consider it. He admitted he had never expected a place like this to be so easy to get to and so relaxing. Noct liked the name and asked for the same cocktail for Ghislaine. Ghislaine grinned and asked Noct if he now understood the bar's charm. Lord Noct realized drinking at home or in a cafe is one thing, but drinking in a bar is very different. Now he understands what the fairy tale Ukrashushi everyday life was saying when Jilnis wanted to visit the bar. Lord Noctis's next drink was for Olivia. A person with beautiful eyes who was also happy to visit the bar. Embarrassed, Olivia said it was a nice bar and asked if he could come more often. Noct replied that everyone was welcome to use the place. Pleased, Lord Noct ordered another drink for the young lady, and Kuklua accepted the news happily. The little doll was upset because only milk had been poured, but the young lady urged everyone to drink it to the last drop. Raphael, the merchant, also decided to come to the bar, which was a little surprising. The young lord quickly explained that Raphael must have misunderstood and that he had no intention of interfering in his subjects' affairs. The merchant said he did not mind and that everything was fine. Raphael then asked if the late young lord wanted to try to get something for himself. Noct wondered what that meant and was curious to learn more. Raphael mentioned the existence of the metro mine and suggested it would be nice too. Those resources were used to develop the settlement's infrastructure. An underground mine linked the lands of Big Small and Hadlet. Long ago, people dug these mines for gemstones and minerals. After the Orc army invaded, the mine was abandoned for lack of workers and production stopped, and Noct realized times had changed and the mine might be worth using. Raphael, the merchant, said the mine would restore the land's wealth as it had in the old days. Once young Lord Noct could master the minerals and gems, Raphael raised a glass to that and weighed the prospect carefully. Noct thought this was a devilish temptation. Raphael had been right about the mine, so Lord Noct said finding new materials would be good and that Jilna would certainly be able to do something interesting, and Raphael agreed and kept drinking. Soon after his talk with Merchant Raphael, Noct felt he had reached a point of no return. Maid Mayor welcomed the young master back. Noct found Greg with Mayor. The excited tamer asked the maid to try her ability again, and Greg explained that if she could get the cell activation from Kabasuk. Lord Noct thought Greg was completely delusional and that his work raising strange animals could cause a biological catastrophe, and he doubted they could kill the monster. Joseph, the butler, listened to the mining plan and said the new skills would let him get rich quickly with gems. The young lord said that was exactly what Merchant Raphael expected of him. Mayor asked whom Mr. Noct would trust to mine the precious stones. The young lord replied that before making any decision, they must study the entire process carefully and inspect the land, since the mines have been abandoned for a long time and the circumstances are unclear. They have not decided to check everything out and destroy all the monsters that are probably breeding there. After securing the mineral extraction site, we will need to send work crews. The young lord said he would inspect the mine himself first, so he had to decide who would accompany him. Noct said Birding would definitely go with him, since a fight with monsters would be unavoidable, and it remains to be decided how many more people to take with you on this mission. Maidmare asked me to take her too, because her abilities would help in a battle, and Noct agreed that a healer on the trip could be handy, especially if someone gets in. Greg said he also wants to join the campaign and help with the research. The excited tamer said he had to collect all the new monsters that might live in the cave. Lord Noct was unhappy and warned that if Greg brought another strange creature into town, the sorceress Lionett would kill him without mercy, and Greg refused to accept the rejection and asked, "Let him take it with him, because that's what he really wants." Lord Noct wondered whether Greg had been saying strange things lately and whether he had really created the tyrant Mandrake, but he didn't bother to torment Greg and let him come along. The young lord suggested bringing the sorceress Juno along too, and Mare reminded him they'd hunted dragons together in the woods before. Noct said Juno notices things and is helpful with small tasks, so you can rely on her in emergencies. Noct remembered Juno's help cleaning up after lunch in the fresh air, a useful skill in that situation. Juno admitted she enjoys ordinary tasks and doesn't mind helping at all. Juno admitted she noticed Lord Noct often pays attention to her, and she is happy to work under such a good person. At that moment, Lord Noct realized Juno was a librarian who kept to the shadows and was always alone. Noct told Juno she didn't need to be so shy around others and that she was better off without a hood, and Lion noticed them getting ready for the hike and asked what they were doing and why Juno was involved. Juno said they were going to explore the subway mines before starting work, and Lion was outraged, reminding her that Juno was at it again, trying to get involved in something dangerous. Not long ago, she went looking for a dragon, and Juno said Mr. Noct had appointed her and that she would be useful on the trip. Surprised by Juno's eagerness for adventure, Sido and Lion watched with interest as Juno set off on the track. Noct tried to explain to Lion that Juno was a valuable team member and that Lion needed her. The sorceress Lion disagreed with those arguments and decided to hide and then lie. It warned that the trip into unknown mines would be dangerous, so she will personally accompany Mr. Noct on this. Nobody had expected this mission, and Nacht no longer knew what to expect from it. Mare the maid had told them before the trip that they might lose, but she immediately pushed the bad thoughts aside so they would not unsettle anyone, and Verdine promised she could protect everyone, so there was no need to worry. Greg asked me to keep an eye on Lyon so she wouldn't get hurt. Lord Noct, who considers her a friend, realized they would definitely have to fight this time, and that Juno was best suited for the job. Nothing can be done now, and Lyon was very eager to go with everyone, but he did not tell the sorceress he was looking forward to working with her, so if they have a long journey ahead you need to make sure they are fully prepared for everything before it begins. Sito and Greg wondered why he had taken mandrakes along, and Lionette asked how far the mine was. Lord Knox said the trip would take about 5 hours on foot each way. Mayor, the maid, said it would have been much quicker if they'd had a carriage for the occasion. Knock told me not to worry and used his item augmentation skill to make the cart much faster. Bigger, the young lord then asked Birdine to pull the cart up the mountain, and as the strongest among them she obeyed. Let's go, the friends easily moved the loaded cart and set off. Greg was He was the only one who was unhappy and kept asking to go slower because his mandrakes were flying on every hummock, and very soon. The heroes stood at the mountain's entrance. They were surprised by how large the mountain was. The mountain was much larger than Mr. Knox's house. The lion-eyed sorceress said this beautiful place is fit to host pioneers. Birdine the night girl rushed forward without waiting for an order, saying it was time to go inside, but Lord Knox stopped her and said the first step was to check the area near the mountain. The nearest building turned out to be an office formerly used by mine workers. He noticed the door was firmly locked and that no one had been inside for a long time, and Greg asked if the Lord did not have the right key with. Noct remembered once losing the key to the entire territory and never being able to recall where he might have left it. Birdine said she could force the door open, and Noct explained that doing so would be property damage. The young lord weighed his options and decided it would be easier to try shrinking the door first, but the sorceress lion said there was no need to hurry and that she knew how to solve the problem. Quickly the girl made the right key and Lion began opening the ancient lock, and Noct was surprised she could impress him again with her skills. A few minutes later, the sorceress Lion, sounding satisfied, invited everyone inside. On hearing that, the young lord said her skills were like those of an experienced thief. Lionette bristled, feeling insulted, and asked why Noct hadn't praised or petted her as he did with the birds, and the young lord apologized, saying he was grateful for the help. Noct then asked if Lion could open the door just as easily in one of the locked houses on his property. Lionette was overjoyed and said she would not let anyone stand in the way of Mr. Noct. Guests entered a room that smelled unpleasant and was thick with dust. Robert Knott said the house had been left unattended for almost 6 months, and the mayor admitted she had never seen so much dust. Greg noticed the room was very spacious, and Knott pointed out the workers' sleeping places, making the house's purpose clear. Greg proposed that the building could be used more, but needed to be put in order first. Lion pointed out that her efforts had kept the door intact, but the young lord said it was no good. They said the bed was not for the staff, and it is unclear what happened to the bedding because it looks like a soggy rice cracker. The young lords said their first priority should be to improve everything here. Mayor the maid praised Noct for his thoughtful plan and promised to help in every way. Birdine found the box and asked what kind of beautiful stones it contained. Lord Noct explained that the photo was a luminescent stone that glowed in response to magic, and he pointed to one, saying it glowed dimly because of the magic in the air around it. Push it hard enough and it turns into a lamp that gives a bright light. Birdine said it was a real miracle. Lord Noct asked the giant girl to break one of the stones, and Sorceress Lionette objected that the stone was very expensive, but Noct said they needed the pieces to light the mine. At the estate, Noct used his reduction skill to shrink the tools and told everyone to bring their mining tools. Lionette did not see the point and called it completely absurd. Entering the mine, Noct asked Birdine to lead because she is very sensitive to signs and can sense danger early, and if they were suddenly attacked, Greg would defend everyone. The young lord told Lyanna that Greg and Birdine were seasoned warriors who had already fought the Orc King and could be trusted, and that surprised Lyanna and made her feel much more confident. Greg realized that in the battle with the Orc King, Lord Noct had shown great skill and helped deal with the danger. Noct joked that it paid to rely on him this time because he had not brought them for nothing. Lord Noct admitted it would be hard to help in such a cramped room, since the zoom-in and zoom-out skill needs space. Lion was reminded she could fight and should not be underestimated, and Noct said Lion would deal with the enemy when they entered the territory because that would be best for everyone. Noct believed that despite Sorceress Lion's time in the Emperor's army, she was first and foremost an engineer, so he should not hand her over. She was about to do something she was not ready for. Nox said we should go further now, but at that moment, a strange sound grew quickly louder. As the guests approached, huge monster ants began crawling out to meet them. Greg and Berdine immediately readied themselves for battle and covered the others. Unexpectedly, the sorceress Lion managed to stop the monsters. Lion proudly said this was their territory and that she would not protect them with her magic. Nacht thought he now understood what the Royal Magical Army was all about. This mine was abandoned long ago after the orc attack. No workers remained in the mine, which is a very confined space, so it is very difficult to apply the skills of increasing and decreasing projects since that would be dangerous. It also turned out this place was teeming with different monsters. Lord Nock admitted there were more than he had expected. No matter how many they kill, more monsters keep appearing. Mayor, the terrified maid, asked what they should all do because Master Noct was too exhausted after such a battle. A massive, strange monster appeared. Lord Noct felt worse, and Mayor rushed to help him. Meanwhile, the giant girl Birding kept fighting monsters and performing miracles to protect her master. Undaunted, Birding just laughed while beating another opponent. Mayor tried to reassure the master, saying Birding was very strong and could protect them. Lord Noct felt terrible and said these monster ants were too dangerous. During the battle, Greg asked the giant girl to be more careful and not destroy everything nearby, and Lord Noct was once again surprised by Greg's attention to detail and how much he cared for his monsters. Despite everything, Birding kept destroying the monsters in her path. The sorceress Lion joined the mine cleanup, using magic to raise earthen stakes that easily destroyed the monster ants. Lione was very pleased with the result and said it had been a real pleasure, since every time they kill a monster, the world becomes a better place. Lord Noct watched his companions, pleased by their success, but felt he was the only one taking it seriously. An unseen sound struck their ears painfully from deep in the tunnel. Lord shouted it was a huge vampire bat, and Noct knew vampire bats were definitely here. This was very strange because they were so large. The vampire bat was simply gigantic, and it is not known whether it is the only one of its kind. After the vampire bats attacked, Greg stared at his destroyed monsters with a pained expression. No one shouted for Greg to be careful, because if a bat ate his pet, it might eat him too. Then the vampire bat stunned Birdieing with its ultrasound and grabbed her. Sorceress Lionette rushed to the giant girl's aid and used earthen stakes. Greg also charged forward, shouting that he would avenge his kabuki, and a clever tamer managed to hit the vampire bat and snatch it. He freed Birding from its clutches. Lord Noct wasted no time and raised an earth shield to block the flying monster. The sorceress Lionette admired the young lord's magical ability. Noticing his abilities, Lionette saw the earth shield was flawless without a single crack and wondered where Mr. Noct had learned such a skill on Earth. Noct vaguely said the magic made it worth continuing to take hot baths. Lynette said it was incredible that they could meet the Bat King in a place like that. The young lord said it did not seem to be the king because he showed no special skills. Nox suggested the bat had a common mutation that caused it to grow so large. The team came to a dead end and didn't know where to go next. Maidmare noticed a small opening at the base of the wall. Lord Noct promptly used the magnification skill and expanded the passage to it. The passage was normal in size, but it surprised the whole team because the cave ceiling sparkled with countless precious stones. Nuct moved forward slowly and asked what it was all about. The sorceress explained to Lion that all this is just an ordinary manatite and nothing more. The young lord remembered hearing the name before, but could not understand what it meant. Lionette explained that manatite ore bonds perfectly with magical energy. A well-crafted staff made from it will multiply its owner's magic several times, and when used as a weapon it can become a magic sword that boosts strength and stamina and grants special magic. This ore is very rare and can reach staggering prices. Equipping a single warrior with armor made from it usually costs at least 100,000 gold. Lord Nox said it was indeed expensive and could yield excellent profit, and he suspected Merchant Raphael likely knew about the ore. Nock hinted they should visit the mine as soon as possible, saying that mining such valuable ore would let them improve their territories, and he would gladly inform all the settlement residents so Jilno would surely organize a grand celebration. Lord Noct added that if they managed to extract the rare ore, he could easily pay the annual tax. They would no longer have to worry about it. The mayor congratulated her master on his good fortune and said the next steps would not be so difficult. Noct said they needed to inform the Merchant Raphael as soon as possible. The giant girl Birdine began dragging the young lord away quickly. Noct asked her what she was doing, and Birdine said that she She had something to show him. A few people stood near the large manatite vein. The sorceress lion asked who they were and whom they served. Lord Noct knew these men. He had seen them before. It was all too Market and Butts. Everyone was surprised to see Lord Noct standing before them. The sorceress lionette asked whether they were acquaintances of Noct. The young lord explained they were former workers from this mine. They had once been citizens of Big Small, and he'd known them since he was a kid. Noct said he hadn't seen them in a long time and asked how they were doing, and the way the three of them looked made it clear they weren't living well. No apology was offered for what they had been through during that time, and people timidly said they were not so bad, just very scared. The Lord offered no apology for failing to protect them when the orcs attacked the manor. Noct said he was very happy to meet them and had not expected to see them here at all. The three miners were surprised by the Lord's warm welcome and that he did not ask how they survived in such conditions. A huge man appeared and began shouting at the miners, accusing them. Because they did not work, he grew so cruel that he insulted the exhausted people and forced them to extract manatite immediately. Then the rough man saw the strangers and asked who they were and what right they had. Arriving, the mayor hurried to help the battered woman by activating the cells. Noct said he was the lord of the Big Small territory. At the same time, I realized this impudent man was probably the local boss who runs them all. Seeing a real lord in this mind eased the brute's anger a little. The miners kept talking quietly and trembling with genuine fear of the boss. The chief himself grew very polite, said it was a great honor to meet the lord who had knocked on his way, and then spoke again just as politely. Lord Noct and his company should leave this place as soon as possible. The miners' leader said the mine sits where both their hardlit territory and the Big Small territory meet, so it is easy to be confused about its exact location. Specifically, they are now in the territory of Hardlit. Mayor the Maid demanded to know whether their neighbors planned to monopolize an entire monatite mine. Lord Noct was horrified at the thought. It now seemed unlikely that he could pay his annual taxes, and Rebecca will be very unhappy when she does not get the promised money. The miners' leader laughed, and quite insincerely, said he was very sorry that Lord Bigsmall was so upset. The sorceress lionette asked me not to jump to conclusions, and wanted to know why I had asked whether Hardlit's representatives could actually justify their claim to this mine. The map shows this point lies on neutral ground between the two territories, so no one has the right to claim it alone. Linus said they need to thoroughly discuss this issue and find out who actually owns the Manadic deposit, but the miners' rough leader snapped at the sorceress that no one here gave women the right to vote. Lion. Unbothered by his size, she replied that her gender had nothing to do with it. Lord Noct's anger grew at his superior's rudeness. His behavior was far from gentlemanly. The chief said he would speak only to Lord Noct, but acknowledged some points of contention remained. This matter should be handled between the two lords. The boss said he needed to inform his lord about the situation so it would be easier to resolve. Problem? Lord Noct said that if that were the case, each side would now take some manatate for itself, and everything would be decided during negotiations. The head of the miners was unhappy with the meeting and hurried back to his property. Mayor still resented the ordinary man's insolence and rudeness because he had spoken with utter disrespect to Lord Noct. Lynette the sorceress thanked the young master for defending her in that situation and said it was a brave, noble act befitting a lord. Lord Noct began to complain that they had added another unexpected problem and he did not know how to solve it. The mayor hurried to reassure her master and told him not to behave that way in public. Butler Joseph said that the Hardlit family is not a very friendly neighbor and that in the past there were signs of an imminent attack by monsters from the Big Four. Mr. Noct's father asked for their help, since the lords of the harsh virgin lands always helped one another and everyone knew it. The neighbors never sent their troops to help, and at most they provided a small amount of resources, only in rare cases. The maid told the mayor excitedly that a letter had arrived from the Hardlit area. The letter only said to come back tomorrow. The ruler was identified as the Hardlit family's ancestral estate. Mayor burned with anger over having been so rude to Mr. Noct. The girl admitted she wanted to kill them all for that audacity. Merchant Raphael said it would be much better for the negotiators to come here, because underestimating the enemy's strength can cost you your life, and he believed there was no need to enter enemy territory. Noct said he understood everything. Still, he had to be brave, so he would go to the appointed place at the appointed time. It was his duty as a lord, and he would do it for his people's future and try to make the negotiations succeed. Mayor the Maid praised Noct for his exceptional diligence. That morning, more than ever, he decided to get up very early. The young lord said wearily that being late for an appointment was not acceptable, so he had to sacrifice his sleep. The noisy birdie wouldn't calm down and kept asking how much longer they still had to go. Noct said they had to be patient and not pull the curtains. Also, today is an important day because they are heading into serious negotiations. The capital of the Hardlet lands was waiting for them in its. Uncertainty surrounded them because no one knew how they would be treated there. The neighboring state's capital proved to be a large city that impressed the guests with its appearance. An important discussion about extracting the rare Ormanita lay ahead. Lord Noct said he saw nothing surprising, since the neighbor's territory is on the same plane as his, but everything here looks more prosperous, and perhaps their lands simply were not subjected to barbaric orc attacks. Birding was surprised to see a very tall, unusual building ahead. Noct said the problem was that Hardlet is multi-ethnic, and its cultures are mixed. The young lord immediately asked Jilna and Rog to study the myth. A magnificent structure, and they should see if they can create something similar in their city. Unaware, Huntress loved that elves also lived in the city, and that some of her acquaintances might be here. Luz said sadly she didn't know anyone here because she was the only elf from her village to travel away, and her village is closed off so no one leaves, and Lord Noct was surprised to hear this. He wondered what had made the girl join his settlement. Noct didn't bother the elf with unnecessary questions and decided he would find out later. For now, Luz said she'd like a few drinks. Suddenly, an excited little bird piped up and asked what kind of strange food the local resident eats that looks like dirty earth. Lord Noct said it was just curry and that this world had none of it, and he was surprised and immediately wanted to try a real one. She ordered a portion and invited Birdie in to try it. The giant girl eyed the unfamiliar dish and said it looked like plain dirt. Although she admitted it smelled very good, brave Birdie didn't dare try the curry. The young lord offered to help the hesitant girl and asked her to open her mouth. Birdie swallowed a spoonful of curry and said it was incredibly delicious. Surprised by Birdie's reaction, Saito and Jilna asked for a taste, and everyone who tried the unusual dish enjoyed its excellent local flavor. Lord Noct, who had missed the food from his home world, savored the long-forgotten flavor and felt the trip had been worth it. Birdie suggested he shrink the shop right away and bring it home. The young lord reminded her that if she wanted to use the shop, it had to stay a normal size. Noct promised that once they returned, he would make a great curry himself. Noct saw the prices were high, but he decided to buy spices for his kitchen so he could make a real curry at home. The flavor reached even into Big Small's territory. Birdie, always the most emotional girl in his company, was the happiest with the delicious dish. Nut looked at the curry and said it reminded him of a blanket. The group kept enjoying the local food and having fun until everyone remembered why they came here. They knocked and the rest eventually reached the Hardlet family's main building. The local butler announced Lord Noct's arrival, then invited the guests inside. A handsome man stood inside and immediately apologized for summoning Lord Noct to such a remote place, introducing himself as the second person in the Hardlet Norvis family and the lord of these lands. Oct introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet his neighbor. Lord Norvis urged we waste no time and get straight to the point, as he understands it. This covers the rights to extract the rare manatite fossil. Lord Noct had checked all his father's files at home, but found no information on where the manatite was first discovered. Lord Noct had not expected good results from the negotiations because he had no trump cards and only hoped to secure at least 40% of the manatite deposits, so Lord Norvis' statement came as a complete surprise. He announced he was assigning all mining rights for this rare material to his territory. Norvis refused to discuss it. Lord Noct asked why he had decided that. Norvis said everything had long been written in documents passed down in his family, and he was ready to provide them. Noct said territorial documents should be shared online with both parties, but he did not have any. Norvis found it all very strange, but there was nothing he could do. Noct eagerly asked to see the documents to verify their authenticity himself. Norvis agreed and offered to check them. Noct looked at the documents and thought there could be no mistake. Norvis spoke very confidently, but then I realized it had all been in good faith. However, without proof, it was nearly impossible to confirm, so Norvis suggested that the necessary documents were likely lost during the orc attack on the big, small territory, so Lord Noct finds it hard to believe the true state of affairs. Noct said the mansion was untouched by the orc attack, so the documents could not have been lost, and that the papers Lord Norvis produced were an excellent forgery. Lord Norvis immediately demanded proof that his documents had been forged. Lord Norvis asked whether Noct truly wanted them to give up what they were originally legally entitled to, and whether Lord, by not daring to say that, he had made an unforgivable mistake. Now all their disputes can only be settled by war. This is one of the honored customs used to resolve conflicts. By custom, the two lords deployed their troops to an agreed territory and fought. The mock war was meant to settle various disputes and problems. Lord Noct knew he had fallen into a trap. Lord Norvis had deliberately prepared the forged documents, and then suddenly invited me to visit so I would have no time to gather evidence. And in our conversation, he immediately issued an ultimatum and declared war, showing he had planned it all and was waiting for the right moment. He did not realize that the Lord should not risk his life for the sake of resources, but if he shows weakness now and bows before the enemy, his land will later be seen as weak, and he will be a lord who retreats at the mere mention of a war is looming, and if neighboring Lord Norvis treats Noct this way, he will be tempted to take more than the manatee resource, which would be the beginning of the end of the Big Small family, and Lord Noct remembered his country had been heavily attacked by orcs and was now depleted, so it feels dishonest for Lord Norvis to demand we begin fighting under such unequal conditions. Norvis considered it and promised he would only field 100 soldiers to even the odds, while Lord Noct could put as many warriors on the battlefield as he wanted or could muster. Noct considered the suggestion, sure there would be another catch. Lord Norvis answered quickly and asked what Lord Noct would decide. Young Lord Noct excused himself from his companions. One invoked the name of Lord Bigsmall, while the other accepted the challenge and prepared to settle the dispute in wartime. Norvis invited his opponent to choose the battle's location, date, and time, and urged Lord Nactu to prepare thoroughly and arrive on time. On the way home, Lord Noct explained everything to Ghislaine and Rog, but they reassured the young master because it was clear Lord Norvis had deliberately pushed him into that decision. Noct said that as soon as he got home, he would have to apologize to everyone, since the war had started because of him. Giles promised she would help explain everything, saying there was no other way. Immediately after Lord Noct returned home, his friends heard about the coming war in Stride and offered their support. Juno revealed she has invented a new death trap that will surprise the enemies, and Greg bragged he managed to make his monsters even stronger. Sito said she had warned everyone ahead of time to start preparing for the battle. He said Lord Noct looked weak and would get into many fights, but everyone else will never be bored. Greg asked what they would actually do in the war, and Lord Noct said they wouldn't use death traps. The young lord said the pseudo-war would last only 10 days and would be held on the plain between the territories of Bigsmall and Hardlet. The rules govern weapon use, and weapons must not be deadly or capable of causing serious injury. The winner is the one who knocks out the opponent's lord. Sorceress Lionette asked how likely they were to win, and Lord Noct said negotiations had limited the enemy to 100 soldiers. Noct also chose to seek the Red Dragon's help for help. Garb asked why Lord Noct was so upset and what had brought him here. Noct said he had a request for Lord Dragon. The young lord said a mock war between the lands of Bigsmall and Hardlet was about to begin. It would therefore be a great advantage if Mr. Grubb could use his power to help. Lord Noct admitted he had to agree to the conflict after all. The fate of everyone in this country rested on these negotiations. Noct said that he knew Mr. Grubb was kind and probably disliked violence in any form, but without his power, they will find it difficult to win this war and defend their interests. Hard Noct said his country has only just begun to develop, but this test threatens all his efforts, and losing is not an option. The Red Dragon said he was ready to help if Lord Noctu was in danger. Not thanked Grab for his help, and said Grab would have a major impact on the war's outcome. Sito called choosing a mock battle with a mighty dragon a bold move no one had tried before. Sorceress Lynette said she was pleased with the result. The maid mayor told me Mr. Noct was a highly capable manager. Everyone began preparing for the coming battle and planning what to do. After a while, the mayors announced that a second had arrived from the kingdom. Lord Noct was surprised to see Rebecca in that role and asked why he had not been fired from his position as tax inspector. Rebecca replied that she was a civil servant with many duties, including the role of second. Lord Noct thanked Rebecca for her hard work and admitted he had expected an ordinary secretary from the kingdom. Rebecca said she had accepted. She took the role herself to learn the secret behind Bigsmall Land's rapid development. If the secret is a skill Noct has, the kingdom might ask him to help solve some of its problems in the future. Lord Noct knew he did not want his secret known to anyone outside his inner circle. Friends, Rebecca said that if she had not accepted the role, someone closely connected to the Hardlet house would have become the second. Lord Noct thanked Rebecca for her help and vowed he would always remember it. Rebecca warned you she would make a fair decision. Whatever it was, Lord Noct knew the gap between their forces would be obvious, because Lord Norvis had long planned this staged war, yet the country of Big Small still placed its hope in the Red Dragon Hornbeam and did not know who could help in the battle. We cannot know which forces the enemy will deploy or what surprises they might have. 3 times as many people on Earth were on Lord Hardlet's side as on Lord Noct's side, and everything was ready for the start of the Rebecca's second spell rose into the hot sky, marking the start of a great battle that would decide the fate of the Big Small family. The long-awaited pseudo-war with the country of Hardlet began over manatite, a rare resource from the disputed mines. Tamer Greg said he was sure he would win because, unlike the warriors of the Hardlet country who lived quiet lives, they had a huge advantage in combat experience and had already repelled the Orc army and killed its king, but Lord Noct said he was unfortunately not so sure. These opponents can use any trick and are clearly prepared for this fight, so for the country of Big Small this will be the first battle between people, and you must be prepared for any surprises. Young Lord Noct announced the war will last 10 days. 4 of those days are for preparing troop positions, one of the main events of this pseudo-war. Remember, there is no guaranteed way to secure a certain victory. Since the one best prepared for battle will win, Lord Nox. The friends were glad to have many different healing potions. Lord Nox said manatite, an important resource, is at stake because it helps in battle even when injuries are not fatal, so you can spend a lot of money to win. Lord Noct revealed he had secured a favorable deal with the merchant Raphael, who sold him the resources at a substantial discount. Lord Nox's team felt elated and certain they would win their cause. Meanwhile, Lord Norvis watched his opponent, of course. They decided that Lord Noct appeared to have used up all the resources available to him. Lord Norvis looked down on Lord Noct and was dismissive. I honestly thought he was a complete fool. Lord Norvis believed that if you were afraid to make big bets in any game, you would be afraid to bet big. You can quickly start thinking like an ordinary person, which is the worst thing that can happen. You might not even notice the moment you become a loser. Noct has very little at stake in this battle. Even with all his resources, he has at most 30 soldiers. This is the decisive factor in winning the battle, since without a large workforce you cannot build a defensive fortress quickly. Lord Norvis reminded his troops. With only 4 days to build defensive fortifications, everyone had to do their best. Lord Norvis sneered as he asked his soldiers what they thought of a 96-hour shift. The soldiers recoiled at the thought and told one another it felt like they were in hell. Rebecca took her role seriously and watched both sides prepare closely. She decided that while she supervised as a second, Lord Hardlet would not risk using dirty tactics. Even without tricks, his advantage over Lord Noct's forces looked considerable. Rebecca wanted to see what Lord Noct could do to catch her opponent off guard. Tension hung in the air as everyone waited for the battle, with some preparing carefully and others watching with interest. Led by Lion, a group of sorceresses from the Royal Magic Army used earth magic to create a defensive moat. Young Lord Noct stepped in to help, and when the sorceress Lionette asked what he planned to do and whether he would use earth magic again like at the mine, Lord Noct said he wanted to apply a mow. By moving like a story shuffle and using his imagination, he created the desired block of land. Lord Noct used the item reduction ability and chose a tedious size for the block, Lord Norv. Of course, he watched all his opponent's moves and immediately realized that if someone could control the soil on that scale, and at that speed, he was probably facing a squad of elite earth mages. Norvis admitted that Lord Noct was equally skilled in earth magic, and a look at their territories shows the Big Small lands are near a dangerous forest. That means they are used to fighting often and must be very cunning in defense. Norvis commanders assured them there was nothing to fear and that they had a solution for their problems. Juno suddenly felt a sharp sensation. A wave of pain hit him and he fell to the ground. The young lord did not rush to the sorceress, not knowing what might have caused it. People around her asked what had happened to her and why she had suddenly fallen ill. Juno was in terrible shape and could barely speak, so Lord Noct asked why she had not said anything after losing so much strength in training, while Juno muttered that she only wanted to be useful to Mr. Noct and Lord Norvis rejoiced at the enemy's misery and called the sorceress very stupid, saying you cannot use that magic so much and healing potions taste bad and are not very effective. Lion admitted she also felt very weak and could no longer use magic. Mavemare rushed to help the exhausted sorceresses with her cell activation ability. At the same over time, Mayor complained like old Joseph that she was wasting her magic too recklessly. Jaelna and Rog said it was time for the sorceresses to rest and for them to take on the hard work, and Jaelna, as always, made a perfect mock-up of the defense structure and gave it to Lord Noct. At once the young master of the big small lands used his ability to enlarge items, and a huge, beautiful castle appeared, making Lord Norvis furious as he shouted that it was magic. Lord Norvis began to feel faint, and his vision grew blurry. Norvis sprang to his feet and began speaking incoherently, while his soldiers started arguing about whether someone had hypnotized the master. Surrounded by many enemies, they were caught off guard. At that moment, a team member acted alone and attacked with the fur cap in his hand. By then, the hero had assessed the situation and started to act. You fought alongside the guys with the help of Belle's increase. At his signal, Belle should take the fur cob and run forward. The girl asked what our goal was. The Lord said the boss smelled good and wished Belle luck. Without hesitation, Belle agreed. Together, the guys and the team began working to defeat their enemies, and the countdown started. At the hero's signal, the girl used her superpower, while another girl helped her succeed. The man shrank to a tiny size. The men and the team immediately attacked. Belle was holding Lord in her hands. The enemy immediately noticed the change in the team's numbers and inferred that their hero was missing. The enemy began to suspect Lord's team was heading toward their boss, so their leader ordered his men to stop them from getting near Norvis. At that moment, one of the enemy leaders tried to stop their plan and nearly succeeded. Without hesitation, the girl handed Mr. Nafta to Jun. One enemy kept coming and tried to stop them. Juno quickly handed Lord Luz over and launched his power at the enemy. By then, inside the castle, the boss saw them approaching the target and ordered it stopped immediately. Luz, because of helplessness, threw Mr. Noct to Verdana. Seeing this, she threw the hero toward the castle. One maid threw a knife at the Lord. Seeing it in time, he jumped back from the fur cap. Unfortunately, the knife went directly to the fur cab. Seeing this, Mr. Noct could not hold back his tears. You slammed into the panoramic window at full speed. As a result, a draft started in the room. Seeing the Lord face to face left the boss confused. Outside, the enemies stood stunned and tasted defeat. Angry, the boss rose from his throne and looked horrified. The boss took the weapon he kept in his office. Lord Noct offered his sword for this fight, and it must be settled now. The Lord intended to settle this with weapons right now. The king is knocked out while holding the sword or forced to say he surrenders. He was knocked down, knowing their plan was already ruined, but that's why he will look the enemy in the eye, and they will surely defeat Norvis. The boss was furious with his weak colleagues after paying them so much for this mission. Unable to believe what was happening, he decided to handle it himself. Norvis drew his sword and began the fight. The enemy was surprised because he had not picked up a sword in a long time. The brunette had already worked out a plan to stop him with a single strike of the sword. Lord Noct's brother taught him to wield a sword. The boss seemed to read his thoughts and dodged his blow immediately, leaving the Lord stunned by the enemy's agility. He hadn't expected that level of professionalism and saw a major gain in strength. In that moment, without a second thought, he acted to secure his victory. Mr. Noct thought quickly and angled his sword to avoid injuring himself. When Norvis struck, the brunette immediately fell backward and landed under the table. His sword skills were undiminished, his fencing blows were powerful, and he matched his brother with well-balanced muscles. Both were born the eldest sons of lords, destined to become the next king. Norvis said Lord had an older brother, so he wasn't surprised by how strong he was. He said he wasn't without fighting skills, so he continued the fight. Using his power, Noct stood up for his teammates. The boss did not expect such an action from him. Using his superpower, he increased his weight and knocked. The brunette defended himself against the boss's attack. The boss tells the Lord he can change the size of matter and has used it on the castle and the food. At the sword strike, the altered matter expands and deflects his blade. Noct realized that the enemy has already noticed the change in his actions. Norvis demonstrates his secret sword skills to him. Mr. Noct realized he was powerless when the enemy wrapped a vacuum blade around his sword and he could not parry it. The Lord then presses the earth shield down to protect himself from harm. Norvis easily cuts Noct's shield into small pieces using only his sword. The brunette realized he was no match for the other man. The Lord collapses heavily to the floor. At that moment, the maids decided to check on their boss, and Norvis told them to make toast. From the start of negotiations, the boss had the cunning of a lord. Realizing he could not defeat Norvis, Noct used his fireball technique. Thick smoke fills the room, and the boss gets a bit scared. Now Noct moved stealthily, seizing the moment to strike Norvis. The boss has barely any time to turn around from that blow. Norvis wasn't going to give up so easily and planned to hurt his opponent again. Mr. Noct lures him into another trap using his shrinking technique. They both fly down, but the brunette activates his superpower, the Earth Shield. Norvis collapses to the ground as Lord stands on the earthen shield. The boss was taken aback by the technique. Mr. Noct owns many jars filled with liquid. Norvis already suspects what's happening, but before he can react, Lord attacks him and Noct soaks him from head to toe with liquid. The brunette threatens him with his own sword. The boss admits defeat and asks for help. Unaware of any danger, the Lord extends his hand. The boss planned to drown them both using his technique again. Mr. Noct succeeds in activating his superpower. Norvis loses power and falls backward. Outside, the other guys are waiting for them. They hear and see footsteps. They see Noct carrying Norvis on his back. Teammates turn to the Lord right away. After the fight, a girl joins them and explains the winner's rights, saying that all rights to the subway watch belong to Big Small. Sadness and regret fill Norvis' eyes, but Noct himself interrupts the girl. The brunette proposed that both sides split the metro shift evenly. Everyone was stunned by the statement. Mr. Noct says Norvis will become a great man, so they should share the watch and help each other instead of taking it, since it will benefit their people and their shared future. Noct checks with his team about this. They all agree. Norvis thanks them, though this is only half. The Lord said they would at least handle the road to the subway shaft together, and they thanked him for the feedback. A boy approaches Norvis and asks for some curry spice seedlings. Norris was stunned by the comment. Teammates say Belle is helping them grow. The girl on the Noctis team suggests they go home. Again, Rebecca, who had offered him the rights after the fight, asked him for a minute. The brunette considers collecting taxes now that she has money from winning the fight, but she asks whether the Lord will come to the King's Landing. Rebecca's words surprise the Lord and the girl. Rebecca asks Noct himself for help. Shocked by the proposal, Noct felt a little unsure of himself. Brunette says that once boss and his team used their skills to defeat the stronger Hardlet House. Noct urges them to reassess their holdings and establish a new nation on their land. Rebecca stood firm, saying Noct is needed in their kingdom, while the nervous brunette suggested Joseph, who always criticizes others, take his place. Rebecca says she is just stating the facts as they are. Lord, thank her for making that statement. Noct agrees with her and hopes he can do his best in BS territory. Rebecca did not understand what the Lord said. The guys on the team get knocked and quickly say goodbye to Rebecca. A teammate considers Rebecca's words, while the brunette insists he is the master of Big Small. Rebecca finally shouts after them that they should give her a large tribute. They arrive at a new place and face a new monster, fighting it together. The team is preparing to use their full strength. They close in on the monster from all sides and get to work. Fearing for the Furcabin's life, the Lord shields him, and when the monster moves to harm, someone steps between them. Feeling nervous and surprised, he told Lord he was a funny man because he was defending his own subordinates again. Norvis would help Mr. Norvis. After the fight with the monster, the boys talk about how strong it was, and Belle tells her friend she only hit it 3 times. At that time, they knocked and thanked Norvis for the help he gave them. Norvis said he just wants payback, while the brunette uses his magic to help his subordinates. The boss reveals that in the past he, Noct's father, and Noct's brother offered him a helping hand, and he paid for it. Now the Oak King is a disaster. Norvis has been faking border papers and cheating. According to the boss, rather than holding a grudge, Noct is reaching out for help. Norvis apologizes for his past actions and promises the Lord he will do all the good he should have done for his brother and father. Noct believed Norvis was far stronger and more cunning than anyone else and hoped everything would be fine. Mr. Noct tells Norvis he trusts him. With the territory of Rio Hardlet's cooperation, the underground mine is now operating, but much work remains. A subordinate of the Lord requests an increase in manatite reserves. Do not ask Scalena if the one he asked for is ready. They said you said it in time. Mr. Noct made a custom gift of rare manatite for those who played an active role in the pseudo-war and gave each of his boys a manatite cup, which made them happy to receive it. They were pleased by the product's clean look because it was very expensive, but the brunette said he had a bad experience with Miss Rail and that everything was fine. The Lord asked if they wanted anything to drink and offered to share with Mr. Grub. Shy, the little girl, asked him to share with her too. She responded by cooking it for him. Noct was happy with the deal. Livius screamed while it knocked, saying he survived the brutal war because he wanted to return to her. To thank her, the Lord gave her a kitchen knife made of manatite. She was delighted to receive such a fine gift. Not told her he wanted her to make miso soup every morning. Olivia said sarcastically she didn't know what miso soup was. Cuculoa, the little girl, said she wanted miso soup too. The Lord gave Cuculoa a cute choker. She let it slip and took it for a necklace. Joseph shouted to Cuculoa from the window and asked what was wrong. The little girl showed him her cute choker. Joseph looked displeased, as if the Lord should be ashamed for doing that to a little girl. He knocked and shouted as he ran from Joseph, and calling it shameless was itself shameless. The next gift was for Greg. A brown-haired woman gave him a watering can made of rare manatite, and he was delighted. Badly damaged in the war, Noct took care of the cabs. Mr. Noct thanked the taxi drivers for their help. Greg asked whether this cab was alive. He had heard it was dead, while the other one was alive. They argued among themselves about why he had put the dead cab with the living one. The girl behind him said everyone was happy, though Noct wasn't sure about his choice of gift for each person, yet everyone liked their gift. The Lord also gives the girl a gift, even though she did not take part in the war with him. Mr. Noct told her she always helps with cooking and restoration. Doubting she deserved the gift, the girl asked the Lord for permission to open it, and Noct agreed. At first she thought the gift was a knife or a ladle. It turned out to be a beautiful necklace. Thinking it would suit her, Noct put it on her. The girl was delighted by such a sweet, beautiful gift. Belle woke Noct up. Noct wasn't happy about it, so he said she had just eaten meat, and the girl said she didn't wake him up for that. Belle showed off her new purchase and wanted to try it out, but someone knocked at the door. Commander Greg asked the young man right away. The neighborhood watch has a request. They were asked to destroy the monsters on the subway mine road. Norvis believes the monsters are attracted to manatite's magic, so despite the trouble, they must be exterminated regularly. Hearing that, the men immediately got to work. They exterminated them with weapons that were man-made and tight. Greg killed monsters with the sword. Belle then used roaring forge claws made of manatite. Belle caused a huge explosion with a single blow. Belle was pleased to have destroyed the monster with a single blow from the very durable manatite weapon. Running toward them, the Lord asked to test his new sword. Juno struggled to use her new manatite weapon because manatite cannot serve as a grimoire. They celebrated their victory when a teammate came running and said something bad had happened. He reported a suspicious person inside the mine. Lord, the mine owner, took responsibility and went inside himself, since there could be not only monsters but thieves too. The young man says he asked him to stay here. The Lord immediately opens the door and identifies himself in the name of the law. He spots a girl with long hair. Her black wings are folded behind her. The young man apologized for failing to tell the Lord she was a girl. The girl realized Lord Noct himself was standing before her. Noct couldn't see why she needed him, and the girl called it fate. Lasasha introduced herself and said she was attracted to Noct. The brunette felt embarrassed by her harsh words. The Lord took off his clothes and offered them to the girl to wear. She was glad the Lord was so polite. The girl said she was an ancient alchemist searching for rare manatite ore here. Belle shows Lasash a stone that Lasash calls the Stone of Light, then holds up another that Lasash says is the very stone she has been looking for. Lasash noted that a place to experiment with many rare materials is an alchemist's paradise. Juno said he had spent his month's salary on a weapon, and the girl said his wand was mediocre. Lasasha suggested examining her superpower. Using a mediocre wand, she activates her power. Lasasha showed how to use the mediocre stick properly. When Juno tested his weapon, it nearly destroyed the object he aimed at. The boys were very happy for their friend. The Lord immediately went to Juno and asked how it felt. Juno was pleased with the wand he had activated. She asked to go into their territory to make something from the rare manatite, and the Lord agreed, wanting to thank her for her generous help. Later, Lasasha made a pot from manatite. Delighted by the beautiful pot, she was even surprised by how durable it was. When you boil water, it reaches a boil in 30 seconds. You can also make soup that stays hot even after 6 hours. Del planned to make a weapon from manatite, but Lasasha made dishes instead, and the Lord was surprised by the unusual choice. The Lord explained how the kettle works. The water boils fast because of high thermal conductivity, and it does not cool down because of low thermal conductivity, and Noct said it was a revolutionary invention. Mr. Noct never imagined he would meet someone who could understand higher matters. The girl said she had always dreamed of opening a diner with a pot of manatite, which puzzled the Lord because Lasasha is an alchemist. Cooking and alchemy go hand in hand, the girl said. When Lasasha suggested opening her own diner here, Belle agreed right away. The next morning, Joseph asks to be made a tyrant because he had a lot of work to do. Ma walked in and announced that Lasashi's diner opened today, and the Lord immediately got out of bed. No, he could not immediately guess why Joseph had woken him up early in the morning with that request. Irritated by the long line of customers, the Lord wanted to go back to bed, but Ma asked him to wait because it was his presence that had drawn so many people here. As the Lord slept, he seemed to hear someone calling him. He opened his eyes and saw what lay before him. The brunette spotted May in front of him. Ma asked Noct what he thought of her. When she approached him and he, a brunette, called her just a servant, Ma began to resent being judged by her profession. She was angry because the Lord kept doing this to her. The Lord was shocked by Ma's behavior. Ma began to cry. The brunette panicked, thinking Ma was crying because of him. Ma began saying those were good times. Ma said that when the three of them were together, they had fun even if nothing happened. The Lord replied that he should be grateful to her for all the fun. As he began to say thank you, Ma cut him off and looked shocked by his words. Noct asked if she had eaten something wrong. Ma said no. Ma was pleased to receive flowers for the opening. Lord recognized who was behind it and went to take care of it. On his way, the brunette met Jelena, who asked him to hug her like a princess. Her brother supported her, but she hit him right away. The little girl threatens Notch that if he doesn't hug her, he'll become like her, and she starts counting to 10. The little girl praised him for doing a good job. She said he was the person she wanted to see. The Lord said he had burned a lot of calories and needed to go to the diner. At that moment, a girl came up to him, knocked, and asked if she had eaten there too. A little girl asks him if he wants to marry her. Noct looked puzzled by the question and said that, as her father, it would be difficult. The Lord noted that some people's personalities had clearly changed and considered what effect that might have as he saw a man approaching. "I've found you, Mr. Nog," Seth said. Pleased to see him, the Lord knew it was always that way with Leon and Juno. He said he always had their back, but he was still after Noct, and Noct was shocked. "Mr. Noct," he said, "bite me if these feelings make you uncomfortable." Noct felt afraid. Frightened by his words, the brunette used his superpower. Joseph asked if he could speak briefly. Joseph said the meal had been wonderful and that he wanted to be even closer to the Lord, while Noct said he wanted to be alone for a while. Joseph said he didn't want Noct to be like his father, since the brunette was already the more perfect person. He wanted to remain the closest image of the Lord. The brunette was pleased to hear those words from his subordinate. In the diner, Lasasha was preparing a bake. The Lord used his power to shrink the bowler hat. Seeing the picture, the girl was horrified. The mass hypnosis in Big Small happened because that pot doubled the effects of Lasashi's buff dishes, and Noct now made sure to attach a label listing its magical ingredients. The Lord was happy to eat a simple omelet afterward. Noct asked how she had used magic in her food. The girl said this food makes you a little more honest about your feelings. After the guy made his remarks, he thought about it. After a hard day in the bathroom, Lord reflected on the words he had been told. Ma sent him a letter from King's Landing. A letter invited me to a social gathering for the nobility. All the boys read the letter together. At the party, Joseph said he wasn't sure how he felt, but his father did the best he could. Joseph regarded him as respected throughout the lands, great and small. Joseph's father always bowed to people who would not even meet his gaze. Joseph said this was also an important job for the lords. He then told them to go and make themselves look bad. The horned girl was thrilled to be sent to King's Landing with the Lord. Later, she discovered they were not the only ones going there. For protection, he will go with a squad of large bodyguards. The brunette asked the girl to show him the way. Because their old man was there, the little girl didn't want to go there. The old man was very strict with her, so the little brother asked them to give her a break, and his sister immediately hit him for saying that. The Lord accepted the proposal and instructed his younger brother to look after his sister. Noct trusted his little sister when she said they would build an entire house on the estate together, and that she would grow into a good person. One of the guys also wanted to come along because her dream is to open a shop in the capital. Rael hoped to use this opportunity to build a pipeline. The Lord was surprised at how quickly rumors spread. When Rael asked when the social event was, the Lord said it would be the day after tomorrow. They set out on a journey riding a flying monster that was faster than a white horse. They haven't been to this place in a long time. Gailna designed this royal tower. Rael said the city was amazing and the center of the world, and he was glad to be here. The horned girl cut Rael off and told him about a place where Noct could go with his beloved to connect with the skills. The brunette immediately changed the subject. The Lord wanted to visit a clothing store. When they arrived, they saw people working hard. The girl asked if they could make 4 ball gowns for her, and the saleswoman apologized and said they were busy at the moment. The saleswoman said their order would be ready in about a month. The horned girl asked for forgiveness because she had brought them here, and the boys asked what the Lord would do. At a shop window, they saw dolls in beautiful outfits, and Mr. Noct used his power to make them larger. The girl was delighted with her outfit, and the others found clothes that suited them. They went to the social event. The crowd gave him displeased sidelong glances and judged Noct for his youth. Baffled by the sight of those high society people, Noct was at a loss, but fortunately Norvis was there and understood the situation. Norvis came up and asked why Big Small wasn't there. "How did you know I was here?" Noct asked, unsure. Norvis offered him some curry, and he took it without hesitation. Noct realized he had never been alone at events like this, and he was glad to see Norvis. Norvis said that when he fought Noct, Noct had a look that did not break even when he was on the verge of giving up. Norvis said these words to support Noct because he refused to give up during the battle and fought until victory. The boss says he also looks bad in front of these people. Noct should stop being afraid and be ashamed of himself for it. Norvis' words gave the brunette the confidence to finally believe in himself. While helping himself to food, he noticed a girl in a beautiful dress. She looked like his friend. Both looked into each other's eyes and felt surprised. When Nocta Big Small was very young, a girl asked him to dance. He chose to dance with her. They danced an awkward waltz. Noct remembered that moment and wanted to dance with Anna's one more time, but a man invited her and they began their waltz. The man tells her she doesn't know her place. Seeing this, Noct realized Anise had risen in rank and that her actions were essential in the world of nobility, so he left immediately. The girls surrounded Rael because they wanted to dance with him. They were surprised by how handsome both men were. The Lord was happy for his comrade. Rael told them he was a salesman and that his signature product was Nadel, made in the Big Small area. A woman said Rael was a good man who spread word about the Nadel and asked why he favored weak lords like Noct Big Small. Insisting on opening a store in the Royal Hawaiian, she makes it conditional on Rael leaving Big Small's territory and uses the demand to mock Mr. Nocta. When the Lord heard those words, he was upset, but Rael said it was a wonderful proposal. Mr. Noct is one of his close friends, so he refuses to work with anyone who insults that friend. Rael's words affect the Lord deeply. Angry at his words and overcome with feeling, the woman poured her wine on him. The Lord hurried to help his friend. The woman insulted Rael, saying he was a vile person. Noct immediately started wiping the stain off his suit, while Monsieur Rael stood by and did nothing. A girl passing by turned out to be Chiara, an old friend of Noct, and she was happy to see him after such a long time. On the second floor, Anna stood to one side and watched them talk. The jealous girls handed her extra dishes on purpose to make her drop them. The Lord wanted to protect Chiara, so he used the shrinking technique and suggested they leave here. Despite years apart, Noct recognized her instantly in the crowd, and Chiara was equally surprised by the coincidence. While talking, Lord told Chiara she had changed a lot, and Chiara fell to the ground in embarrassment. Chiara remembered her early childhood, when she and the other kids would lie down and rest after playing. Aristocratic society held that friends of equal rank were worth more than fine jewelry. As children, they hoped to stay close friends for life. Chiara apologized for not helping the Lord in his hard time and for not being there for him. Then Noct calmed her and asked if she had spoken to Anis. So many people crowded around Anis that Chiara couldn't get close. Noctua looked puzzled by the answer, unable to imagine how Anis had changed. Their society had a 5-step court rank system. He and Chiara were on the bottom step, and Anna stood 1 step above them. When they were kids, the 4 of them used to get together and play. Years passed and everything changed, and it felt good to meet again as 3, but Chiara interrupted him to say it was not 3 but 4. The hero's brother had died and could not come, but some still remembered him, and Lord said she was right because his brother was in his heart. They wanted to speak to Anis before leaving the social event, and the Lord said they still had the chance to do so. Noct Big Small suggested Chiara catch up with Anis so together they would become a Viscount and Viscountess. Chiara hesitated and doubted the brunette's words. She thought the hero could be him because he was incredibly cool. The hero encourages her, and she owns seaside lands they can use to arrange mail production, which could attract Mr. Rail, while Chiara explains that fewer and fewer people live on those lands every day. Chiara tells the Lord that her father is not only a feudal lord, but because the territory lacks people, also works as a fisherman. If they formed diplomatic ties between their lands, they would have a promising future in government. She rejects the offer because sharing a title does not make her any less than him. The Lord could not return to high society without merit, and because people would be angry with him, he wanted to help Chiara. They agree on mutually beneficial terms. Noct promises to restore her sea lands so people can live there in the future. Puzzled by the Lord's sudden change, Chiara barely had time to say goodbye before Noct left to attend to his own affairs. The next day, the brunette sets out on a diplomatic trip to the fief with the feudal fisherman in his guise, and he hopes to build good relations so he can become a strong lord for his people in the future. A flying monster transports them to the designated place. Seeing the vast sea made Belle and the other boys happy. They grabbed their beach gear and swimsuits so they could swim. Chiara began greeting her guests. The lord asked to be taken to her father. Chiara says the feudal lord was actually a fisherman. He looked like he enjoyed working. The father asked his daughter to set the table for his guests. At first, Belle didn't like the lack of meat, but the fried fish won her over. Everyone enjoyed the dish served to the coastal thief. Shipbuilding takes hard work, so the country has almost no workforce in that sector. Large ships do not sail from here, so imports are not possible. NOCT recommends that if no ships are available, build your own. Recently, a magical monster has appeared in the sea called the sea god or sea serpent. For several generations, the monster has been sinking profitable ships, so the first step is to destroy it. Tears streamed down her face because the monster had taken so much from her. Noct used his power to enlarge the small ship they would use to search for the monster, and many people injured in the crash drowned inside that ship. Seeing his ship again made Chiara's father very happy. The ship was sturdy enough to sail, and Jelena made only minor adjustments. Noct asked to join their military so they can work together in the future. The ship can be a valuable asset for the Coastal Five. The Lord promised to stop the sea serpent and worked hard to do it. Chiara panicked because the monster is very dangerous to people. Confident his men could defeat the monster, the Lord and his men made a deal with Chiara's father. At first, the problem was finding the sea monster. Their first move was to use the boar as bait. Black-tailed gulls are one sign that a sea monster is nearby, and they showed up right away. The sea monster lunged at the bait. It was huge and powerful. It looked like a snake. The monster fell for the trick, was knocked immediately, activated his superpower, and began acting against the monster. Refusing to give up, the monster started fighting back fiercely. Kaba refused to yield to his power and used it at full strength. Kaba tried everything he could using his hands. The sea monster's eyes began to glow. The monster yelled at the boys with full aggression while they quickly tried to decide what to do. The Lord reassured them and told them to stay calm because their hunt had only just begun. A team member fought a monster. He used his superpower and turned into a monster. Determined to finally make him stop hurting people, he wanted to fight him one-on-one. Finally, the monster sank beneath the surface, and they nearly won. A little girl and her brother started attacking the manatites with huge harpoons. They fired directly at the target. The monster was worn out. The Lord thanked them for their good work. With the monster already powerless, the men began preparing for battle. Chiara's father was very worried and wanted to warn them. The monster suddenly swam away after unhooking the huge manatee harpoons from its body. The feudal fisherman said there was no way back and they had to fight to the end, but he warned that if they kept fighting he could kill them all at once, so they should go back. Having lost all his men in a single day, the feudal lord wanted to save them from the same fate. Relieved, he was glad they'd somehow wounded the monster. The fisherman nearly begs them to stop fighting and go back. The Lord will not retreat. The hero grabs his weapon and goes after him to finally stop the string of deaths. The brunette attacks the monster first, and he finally kills it. Mr. Noct thrusts a huge manatee harpoon into his back to help his old friend because the brunette had promised her she would kill him, and later the lands have good relations. The monster nearly died from so many wounds after the Lord aimed directly at an earlier wound. The Lord wanted to enlarge the harpoon so the monster would surely die. The monster wraps its tail around his body and holds tight. The hero cannot speak. Pinned by a tight grip, the brunette is nearly suffocating and can't move. Panicked about their lord, the boys are desperate to help him. After learning several skills from Nocta to defeat the enemy, he bit the monster's tail with his teeth, a brave move that saved his life. Not Big Small was ready to fight, even if it cost him his life. He understood the torment Kier's father had endured, the nightmares that woke him from sleep. That drove him to fight until he won. On his knees, the feudal lord begged the sea god to stop it and said they were to blame for the situation. Now the Lord was ready to kill the monster without regret. Ma was already ready to help the Lord, but then something happened. Noct remembered the promise he'd made to his friend Chiara. Chiara's father also wanted to see his daughter smile. The feudal fisherman composed himself and asked for a favor. He told the boys to throw gunpowder into the back of the ship. Heavy artillery opened fire, and they began firing powerful weapons to kill. At Chiara's father's command, the boys will fire on the sea monster. Galena immediately doubted it could harm them. The fishermen promised they would return in full force. The light the feudal lord had been waiting for flared in his eyes, and he ordered them to begin firing at the target. The lord was nearly devoured by this monster, but he miraculously survived and returned. Chiara's father was very happy because the victory over the sea monster was nearly won, and he was already planning which dishes to cook from its meat. The ship was torn apart by the explosion and attack, but all the boys were safe and sound. The feudal lord was a bit upset about the ship because it was very valuable to him. The fisherman was also very happy with the victory and said he had no regrets. I was truly grateful to Noct Big Small, who did not give up under the toughest test. Chiara saw the men were relieved to be alive. They even dragged the sea monster along. Coastal villagers were glad when the boys returned because they had restored their sea. All the sea creatures were grateful for the help. They can now live in peace and eat delicious seafood. To celebrate such a big event, some people went fishing. Even the feudal lord went fishing for his heroes. The heroes gathered around a giant bonfire with mugs in hand, celebrating their victory in a warm, friendly atmosphere as some raise toasts. Others joke and smile, and a few admire the huge carcass of the beast they killed, now serving as their trophy. In this shot, Noct Big Small watches with interest while standing before his friend, who readies a large sword to cut the monster, showing the magic of enlarging weapons. A long-haired man in a formal vest and shirt skillfully slices a giant fish with a huge sword, sending hundreds of neat pieces, large and small, glistening in the light as onlookers watch in admiration and astonishment, the scene filled with delight, jubilation, and celebration. At the fish festival, Chiara stands with the other villagers holding a cooked fish on a stick, smiling though her eyes show a touch of sadness and worry, and beside her father, a feudal lord, watches with concern while she holds back tears and reassures him that everything is fine, showing her inner strength in a warm, touching scene full of gratitude for the festival and the time they share. The feudal lord looks at Chiara with warmth and love, and with sincere determination, says he will work even harder, his face serious at first, and then lighting into a bright, grateful smile, while Chiara returns the warmth with a gentle smile and tears of happiness, sharing a moment of mutual understanding and support with her father. In the festival square, people enjoy food and drink, while Noct Big Small sits with the other heroes, smiling and trading family stories as he remembers how his father often worried about him. The mood stays warm and relaxed as a little girl raises her mug to join the merriment, and later the feudal lord, pleased, thanks Noct and playfully offers to accept gifts, leaving Noct slightly embarrassed as he tries to slip away from the awkward moment. The feudal lord embraces Noct Big Small with a broad smile and asks him to marry his daughter, sounding almost like a joke but with a hint of seriousness, and Noct smiles at first, then goes dumbfounded by the offer. His confused expression sharply contrasting with the light, relaxed mood around him, while in the background the rest of the party keeps having fun. A little girl happily drinks from a mug, and Chiara thanks the guests for the gift of a ship, making the scene full of humor, mild embarrassment, and gentle warmth. Noct Big Small reacts in shock to the feudal lord's sudden proposal to marry his daughter. Chiara standing nearby looks surprised. Noct calmly tells the feudal lord he needs to know Chiara's feelings first. The feudal lord leans on his arm and waits for the answer while a celebrant in the background watches holding a mug. Chiara stands with her head slightly bowed and a gentle smile, her cheeks softly flushed with a flower pinned in her hair that sways in the wind, creating a light, airy feeling while an elegant crystal pendant sparkles at her neck. Turning his head to the side, Noct Big Small responds to a call, his face showing mild surprise and focus as he looks at Chiara, while someone behind him waves cheerfully and catches his attention. Verdana runs up to Noct, big and small, with a happy smile, cheerfully stretching her arms and asking to be made bigger, as Noct looks on with mild confusion and surprise while other girls appear nearby. One with ears and a tail joyfully jumps up asking for a hug, and another shyly shows a prepared dish saying she tried for him, and Noct stands at the center of attention surrounded by caring, cheerful girls and smiles warmly. Noct sits at the table with the boys as Joseph laughs and says the lands missed Noct's return. Several girls sit close to the Lord hugging him, and the mood is warm and friendly. Then a serious-looking girl carrying 2 glasses approaches Noct and offers him a drink. He looks surprised, and she says it is time for them to leave while handing him a glass. Lord Nock stands and thanks them for the food, saying the meal was delicious. The boys and villagers at a nearby table watch him. A large number of hostile, vulture-like creatures appear in the sky and dive down to attack. Nock stares at the incoming threat. In the final shot, another character drops in front of Noct, lands beside him, and prepares for action while calling his name. A dragon carrying people prepares to take off, while others nearby wave and invite Chiara to the lands of Big Small, promising to introduce her to many people, and she looks confused at first, then smiles and waves back. Nock sits at a table with two girls, eating shrimp and saying he could eat them forever. One of the girls notices white circles on the plate. Nearby at another table, other men eat with great appetite, their plate piled with scallops, strips of squid, and cuttlefish. They discuss exactly what is on the plate. Then Noct hears a familiar voice. Norvis sits on a throne in a large hall, propping his head with one hand and looking tired and irritated, his gaze tense and serious after the Lord suddenly called him, asking him to come. Norvis sits on the throne with his elbows on the armrests as several people stand before him, including a cluster of guards, and one of them says, "You still came, mister." Norvis looks at them and says, "Hey you." A man beside him coughs and is told, "Good job." Then Norvis laughs and abruptly throws a bag of coins, surprising everyone, saying it is time to give you a reward and striking them in the face because they had begun to annoy him. Ma, with short blonde hair, exclaims with delight that the dress is beautiful, and Noct happily calls her name, Chiara, as a girl in a beautiful dress with a tiara steps forward and says hello, then with a slight sadness on her face asks if she interrupted, and Chiara's father helped his daughter choose a dress. At the table the boys eat. Noct smiles and notices Chiara's father has serious intentions. Chiara looks a little embarrassed. Joseph and a short-haired girl sit at the table eating calmly. Norvis, at the other end of the room with a plate in his hand, irritably asks Noct why he called Chiara. Noct, a little embarrassed, explains he wanted her to eat too. The mood stays warm and friendly despite Norvis's displeasure. Noct points to Norvis and Chiara and says he needs to speak with the three of them, while Asasha carefully ladles a thick dish onto a plate in a spacious, bright kitchen, setting up a conversation about to take place over a meal. A delicious dish of shrimp and rice sits on the table, sparkling in the light. Noct happily offers to try it. Chiara expresses admiration. Norvis says the food looks good. All three begin to eat, holding their spoons carefully and tasting the dish. Chiara happily explains the dish uses seafood from her lands. Noct is surprised, he has never tasted curry like this. Norvis says seriously he would like that seafood at home. Noct clarifies the dish is called seafood curry, then smiles and says he was just about to propose. Noct smiles and holds up two fingers to offer an alliance. Chiara, surprised and clutching a spoon, freezes and watches nervously with a serious face as Noct keeps smiling warmly, and she remains shocked by his words. Mr. Noct, surprised, asks whether there is a reason for the refusal. The boss, serious, says it is impossible and gives his name. He explains he is indebted to the brunettes and feels sad. The Lord, smiling slightly, reminds him of something. Norvis says that in his domain no vegetables grow and no fish are found, unlike in Noct's lands. The Lord points to the jars on the shelf and suggests curry for the dish. Norvis, annoyed, remembers one of Noct's men asking for curry. When Lasasha used Norvis's curry on Chiara's fish, it became a very tasty dish and they could make money from it later. Lasasha used Norvis's curry and Chiara's seafood to make a very tasty dish that delighted everyone who tried it, and this successful blend of ingredients will let them make money, attract customers, and grow their holdings. With a serious expression, Noct talks about the value of joining forces, saying the wisdom of his conversation partner helped them create an incredibly tasty curry, while happy people in the background smile and wave to show future prosperity, and Noct confidently says the people of their lands will grow richer and happier, finishing with a joyful smile and the note that working together is more fun. A young man with long hair bows his head slightly and looks forward with a small smile, his warm, calm gaze recognizing the importance of teamwork, the thought that you cannot cook something this delicious alone passing through his mind, and an image of another young man appearing nearby, frozen in mild confusion as he realizes the power of working together. Noct sits at the table with a girl in a crown, both enjoying their meal as she smiles cheerfully and offers to treat Anise too, which Noct accepts with a slight smile. Then a serious young man reminds them Anise already turned them down once, his face stern and a spoon in his hand to stress the point. Noct looks slightly surprised as the man shows a picture and clarifies he means the Field family's daughter, a girl with long blonde hair in an elegant dress. Chiara stares ahead sadly with a spoon in her hand and quietly says that Anise is not what people think, while Norvis sits at the table with an indifferent look and says he does not care what she is like, seeming bored and uninterested in the discussion, and Noct, sitting opposite, raises his hand and addresses the young man as Mr. Norvis, the hero clenches his fist and says that getting closer to Anis will make their curry taste better. The boss looks surprised and asks what prompted this sudden insight. The Lord smiles and explains that Norvis understands aristocratic affairs best, and so suggests they proceed through negotiations. This glares at Noct and accuses him of trying to use persuasion. Calmly holding his spoon, Norvis closes his eyes and says he has no interest, making the hero slightly alarmed and think he had lost interest. But Norvis opens his eyes and adds that an alliance with Noct is a completely different matter, and Noct Big Small stares in amazement, listening closely before perking up, leaning forward and asking what their plan of action will be. Norvis says confidently that higher rank brings a different environment. Making a broad hand gesture, he underlines the seriousness of his point. A pyramid diagram appears in the background showing the rank distribution, with an elegantly dressed girl standing in front of it. Boss says that if you reach the top, you can calmly choose your surroundings. The Lord looks surprised and slightly admiring at the sparkling order Norvis points out, and a wide-eyed girl beside him listens closely. Boss concludes that there is only one option. Norvis raises a hand to his face with confidence, looks at you with a serious, determined expression, and says you need to get up. The girl next to him, Noct, looks at Norvis in surprise, showing mild excitement and confusion. Norvis moves on to my rank. The Lord and the girl beside him say happily, "That's good." Norvis gives a slight grin, looks at them and says, "Mr. Noct, I am in your debt." He takes the bottle and pours drinks into glasses. Everyone gathers at the table. The boss states the agreement, and the girl smiles and says, "Let's settle this." Noct reacts in embarrassment, and the girl in the crown suggests they drink from identical cups, smiling as she holds one out, so Noct happily calls Chiara to join them. A diagram of rank pyramids appears with Chiara shown in the middle, and she looks up in surprise as she thinks it may not be necessary to rise to the ranks of counts or viscounts since this will be enough, while Mr. Noct rubs the back of his head, smiles and says he has succumbed to the influence of her cool speech, and Norvis takes a sip and agrees that she may be right. Weary, Norvis closes his eyes and says he understands and will explain how to become a viscount. A knight approaches and reminds Mr. Norvis that it's time for them to go, while Chiara, who knocked, listens carefully. Boss pours himself another drink and says you must perform a feat, preferably one known across the country. Noct imagines countless people being joyfully thrown into the air. He smiles and looks around as words of joy and gratitude fill the air. So the Lord must act with a large-scale deed that goes beyond local happiness and supports the development of all humanity. Norvis sits at a table with two other boys, holding a cup in his hand, when a girl wearing a crown asks how he rose to the title of count, and the boss replies that his grandfather was a warrior with boundless energy and curiosity. Norvis' grandfather, with short blonde hair, explored the cave, ate on the go, then encountered huge monsters with claws and big mouths, fought them and found deposits of glowing ore, kept everyone away for many years, but one day he destroyed a nest of magical animals that interested him and discovered deposits of glowing ore. A man smiles, points to something in his hand, and says he uses one too. Surprised, the girl thinks the glowing ore is very valuable, but wonders whether it is really that rare. Several people nearby carefully examine a pile of glowing ore on the table. Noct smiles at the lit street and says that thanks to your grandfather, it no longer gets pitch dark at night. He then admits he did not notice that before. A man with a glass sits at the table, thinking. She has become part of everyday life and improved people's quality of life. He then proudly says this is the kind of contribution that advances humanity. Noct stands at the table with a confident smile, clenches his fist, and says eagerly that we will become viscounts. A nearby girl listens in surprise, and those on the other side add that they should make hidden ones, especially the first ones, to get them back. The man at the table drinks from his glass and says tiredly that he seems likely to fall, and the girl in the beautiful dress looks at him in surprise. Noct asks the girl standing with her back to him whether she has a scheduling conflict. The scene changes to a hurried man who knocks another man down and, irritated by the shouts, tells them to be quiet. He wipes sweat from his face and says they have set the direction and can head back. Holding up an invitation, he explains that the Gran Alum family has invited him to an evening for counts and viscounts only. He adds that if he does not go now, they will be late. A man with a surprised, intense face says stop. A girl holding a piece of paper points at him and calmly speaks from behind him. Other men nearby react in surprise and ask why he came then. Noct looks at the paper in surprise, points to where Fildo is written then, stunned, grabs the other youth's hand and asks eagerly to come along, and Norvis reacts with surprise. A girl in a beautiful dress and a tiara looks ahead with a puzzled expression, clutching her hands to her chest as the person beside her smiles and says he has an idea, and she waves her hands indignantly and says no, he was not invited. A small helmeted guard points his finger in objects, saying it's impossible, while Norvis, already with Mai, gives a confident look, raises a finger and proposes they sneak in posing as Norvis's escorts, which surprises the guard and makes him say oh. Noct raises his hand energetically and says okay. The long-haired man puts his hand to his chin and says the hall is big enough and to tell him over the communicator when you find Anise. A woman in uniform with a tense face stands nearby. Below, a small guard in a helmet sits on a chair wearing a sign that reads, looking after the house, and cries out in despair that they left him. Entering a spacious hall where lights sparkle, the heroes find Noctix claiming it with the light. Norvis is suddenly surrounded by girls who squeal with delight, while Noct and another escort move quietly to the wall and sit in chairs, and a girl with a tray approaches and sternly orders the escorts to explain themselves as scattered dishes lie on the floor in front of her. Noct smiles, spreads his arms shyly at a table piled with food, and says they are not used to such luxury and thought they'd have to sit in the corner, while the girl with the long ponytail standing before them reminds him with a serious face, and another girl sitting beside him listens attentively. Anna steps forward with a proud, confident look, lifting the hem of her lush dress as petals swirl around her. Noct looks surprised. The man holding a plate asks if there are any more wishes, and a frightened girl beside him watches what is happening. Noct remembers spending time with Annis, playing and dancing the waltz. As Annis moved to approach Lord Noct, she saw her husband and immediately turned away from the lord. Norvis told the hero that he and Annas were engaged, something he had heard in rumors among the women. Noct wondered why Annis never smiled when she saw him and always looked sad. Norvis activated his technique to find the answer. The boss slips into Annis's mind to uncover the truth and focuses his power on her. The boy steps forward with a serious look, holding Annis's hand while she lowers her head. He tells her to look only into his eyes. Annis apologizes. He stops, turns to her, asks whether this is really their engagement, and explains that the Field family keeps the price of salt low only because of their engagement. The boy tells Annas about her mistakes and his displeasure with her family's situation, noting her father is ill and the estate is poorly managed. Annas lowers her head and quietly asks for forgiveness. He adds that he does not like rude girls. With a satisfied smile, Norvis says everything went well. The man with short, dark hair looks worried and says it was not worth doing, but he admits they learned a lot, and his inner thoughts say the plan will continue next time. The hero looks ahead with a steady, determined expression, his eyes showing inner confidence and a clear goal, while bright highlights fill the scene to create a sense of hope and the moment's importance. Chiara says Annis's fiancé is pushing her to raise the price of salt. The Lord suggests increasing the amount of salt. Norvis calmly replies that if you do this, the Grando family will turn against you, and at worst you will not receive the title of Viscount. 3 people sit at a table with dishes and cups of tea, a short, dark-haired man talking energetically, a girl with a serious expression listening with her hand on her cheek, and Norvis looking worried in a setting that resembles a cozy meeting room or a restroom. A man with long, dark hair calmly recounts his exploits, holding a spoon and wearing a serious face as he says he found a deposit of manatate, defeated a king, a grenade, and even bowed to a sea god, while beside him a man with short, dark hair smiles, makes a gesture of approval, raises his fist and says cool, and the Lord sums up that he has done enough. With a long ponytail, the girl says thoughtfully that she has a plan, holding a spoon in one hand and looking a little excited. A moment later, another girl at the table continues her thought and says that she has an idea. Again, they go to Chiara's father and ask for his help, while the feudal lord looks through his chest of drawers for something that could aid them. A serious-faced man displays an old map marked with a cross that was handed down through generations and points to the mythical Bermuda Triangle, and he warns of a mark on the map that must never be approached. The man beside him, surprised, asks what is there, and the first man continues that approaching the marked spot would unleash all 6 types of magic, as a glowing magical symbol appears in the background to underline the danger, making the mood tense and the information clearly vital. The fisherman feudal lord describes a demon kingdom, an island that became a refuge for many monster races, making it a high-level dungeon. Soon, queens will be born in this seething, magical, demonic place, and kings will be born on Earth 3 or more times as the world is called the dungeon, posing a threat to all humanity. Kara's father persuades Noct to drop the matter. The Lord replies that kings and demons might be there, which proves there are vast magical resources, for example, a giant bat and a mother knight. Team members go there and decide to find solutions. Norvis refuses to go with them because if he sails with them, the reward will go to him, but he will give them a ship and introduce them to his man. Norwegians meet them and introduce themselves while carrying various weapons to protect themselves from the monsters. It turned out to be the man they had once fought to get the rights to the subway mine, called the Dragon Slayer, and they still remembered him. Not thrilled to see these opponents, the guys accepted them anyway. They ready themselves for the path to victory and collect magical resources. The Lord and the others set off for new adventures. Aiming to be a sailor, Kira takes the helm. Kira wanted to help save Anis, so she goes with them, and the Lord promised her father that she would be returned unharmed, so he worries about her. Regaining control, she almost fell backward, but Noct caught her. The Lord grew worried. Noct teaches her how to hold the helm properly, because the ship's captain is responsible for the lives of everyone overboard. The Lord says they are on the right path, and there is no need to worry. Kira has Hawkeye's skills and can see every detail around her. The Lord encouraged her and was glad she was with them, because this ability is essential in that field. Kira has already settled into the captain's role and gives orders to the crew. They were heading into a hurricane, which left Kira very worried. The wild island is ringed by reefs, but to escape the hurricane they must reach land as quickly as possible, Kiara says, using her power. Kiara can't operate the controls. The Lord comes to her aid and forces the Dragon Slayer to catch the boar. Lord Dragon Slayer orders the sails folded and gathered at the mast, and tells Kiara she should hold the helm. Facing this problem for the first time, Kira feels afraid and stressed. The Lord calms the Dragon Slayer and entrusts the sails to him. Belle assumes the captain's place, and Lord forces Kiara to try again. Kiara apologizes for the incident and for becoming captain, and the Lord consoles her, saying it is not her fault. Not wanting to be a burden, Kiara wants to be like Norvis and Noct, who seem very brave to her. The hero asks Kiara to activate her superpower to find out what is happening. A big wave is coming toward them, so they should take a lower course. At Mr. Dragon Slayer's signal they prepare and immediately unfurl their sails. Seconds later the wind shifted and the whole boat began to rock. They managed to swim out of the waves. Silence fell on board immediately. They found themselves on that very island of demons, with giant mushrooms growing and huge butterflies flying around. They landed and started exploring the area. They set up their tent and got ready for bed. The Lord watches and commands them to stand back to back. A massive demon suddenly appears unnoticed, and the team starts running away. The same monster attacks them, and Belle uses her own. Water monsters swarm the battlefield. One hero sees they are all gathered and asks what to do. Another replies calmly that more monsters are here. A man with wings on his back launches magic attacks and says he can handle them himself. A blonde swordsman praises him, saying great job. Noct watches the scene in surprise. A horned man summons a magic shield to fend off a water monster's attack. A black-haired youth beside him casts an enlargement spell to strengthen the barrier. Both heroes stare ahead, tense and ready for the next blow. Sword in hand, Noct faces a huge stone golem, spots a fourth opponent, and quickly casts Earth Shield to form a barrier in front of him, but the golem smashes through it with a powerful blow, sending the boy and his small companion flying backwards. A horned demon loudly announces himself before the monster, as a black-haired youth lies pinned by a stone golem, spreading his arms to tell everyone to calm down and claiming he is stronger than anyone there, then turning to the pinned youth to remind him he is a subordinate while the hero, still on the ground, answers awkwardly that it does not matter. The dark-haired youth shouts a vow to protect, clenching his fists and tensing his whole body as a horned demon watches with surprise and attention, a monstrous image appearing behind them to symbolize the coming threat. Then a powerful blow rings out, and a cloud of dust rises, while Noct Big's Maul remains trapped in the stone golem's arms, but his determination does not weaken. The stone golem clutches the black-haired boy in its fist, while a frightened girl watches from the background, and the stern-faced demon raises a scaled hand, orders them to stop, and fixes a gaze full of power and determination. The golem suddenly unclenches its fist and drops the black-haired youth to the ground. The boy pants heavily and looks exhausted. The stone giant kneels as if obeying an order. In the background, a demon's silhouette appears, sending out a powerful aura. He sternly tells the youth to take the demon more seriously. A horned mythical creature with a long flowing mane stands on the grass, facing forward with a majestic calm posture, while a man kneels as two girls cling to him from both sides, all three looking shocked and frightened, the girls holding on tight and the man dumbfounded by what is happening. The Lord thinks the situation is getting out of control. He cannot see why the enemies would want to destroy them or confront them. One demon says the light demon wants to speak with them. The men were surprised by that display of hospitality. Everyone sat down on the ground, and the demons asked why they had come here. The group discusses the unusual territory. The island is unknown to humans. The girl points to a large stone creature and admires how strong it is. One character says the existence of you kings proves a powerful magical resource is here. Then a hero politely asks if he may conquer a dungeon somewhere on the island and adds that he wants to take some with him. The Lord asks for a favor so he can help his friend. The demons had their own plans. They lured the others to their cemetery. They did not want any extra problems, so they chose the easiest way to kill them. Here the weak will die, that's the law. They still wanted to see how they would fight for their lives. They dived down with all their strength. The boys regretted how they'd treated the Lord. At that moment, Noct wanted to fix the problem. The hero quickly activates his superpower. With a small handkerchief's help, they were safe and sound. Everyone was happy about it. They discuss the situation, and one of the girls says that he helped a huge number of people. The protagonist replies, "It's not me, it's us." Then with a slight sigh he tells Belle, "Let's go already." They descend into a deep pit thinking that falling from such a height won't end well, and inside the hero notes, "The kings really did leave us here." The heroes walk down a stone corridor. One of them asks where they are. The other says they must find a way out first. The main hero looks around and says it's a cemetery. Glowing inscriptions appear on the wall. Strange glowing mushrooms dot the floor. Scanning the area, the protagonist says this is what their cemetery looks like. At that moment, someone spots a suspicious movement. A hero shouts they're being followed. Everyone goes on guard, and a fighter with a sword steps forward, ready for a possible attack. The heroes run down a corridor and spot a small white animal. Noct stops and says there's a cute animal here. A companion asks Mr. Noct what is wrong. Noct studies the rabbit, which is acting oddly. The group wonders if it is hurt or just resting, and one of them says he is talking to the monster again. Noct lifts the small animal into his arms, says they should warm it, and warns that sleeping in the cemetery would bring a cold. Then a rumble comes from the corridor, as a crowd of hostile creatures rushes out of the darkness, and one of the heroes shouts that enemies are here. They spot a strange creature, standing upside down. Hidden, the heroes watch the huge monster. One says he'll kill him, but another warns there is no need, he's too dangerous. They describe the creature as having a huge tail that can break a man's neck in one blow. Noct asks what we should do, and they are told the beast is blind, so we can try to slip past. Holding a rabbit, a man says these monsters value their lives as much as we value human lives because they are the ones in charge here. A long-haired character calmly replies that he understands. A nearby man watches silently, while the rabbit in his arms remains calm. A huge open-mouthed monster looms over the heroes. One man holds a rabbit while another grips a sword, both tense as they face the creature. Two others take combat stances nearby, ready to attack. The situation looks extremely dangerous. Racing down the corridor, the heroes celebrate their success. One of them laughs, holding a rabbit. A group of creatures meets them up ahead, and the main character waves with a joyful smile. Everyone is energized and ready to continue the rescue. The heroes find a way out of the dungeon and rejoice at their escape. A small animal points to a light at the end of the corridor. After a while, the whole team walks down the street with the freed creatures in their arms. They laugh and talk about how well they cared for the captives, though they plan to fatten and eat them. The protagonist proudly declares he saved everyone and says they are returning home. The heroes are in a thick forest when they come across a giant snail called Dotten Maimai that looks threatening. One hero warns these creatures kill anyone who trespasses, so the team moves on quietly to avoid drawing attention. Seated on the floor, a girl hugs a small animal as a menacing creature with a huge mouth stands before her and roars, and she hisses cautiously to scare it away. A huge slug towers over the three heroes who stare in horror. Its massive eyes follow them. Then it lifts a leg to strike, and the heroes dart aside to save themselves. Kneeling before a huge creature that looks like a giant snail with bulging eyes and long antennae, he is dwarfed as it looms over him, and a light mist spreads across the ground, heightening the sense of danger.